Up to today, Vincent Keimer had never defeated world number one Magnus Carlsen in a classical game. In fact, he had lost most of their games in all the other formats as well. But Carlsen's blunder, allowing knight d6, means that unless he comes back tomorrow with a win, he will once again be eliminated from the World Cup. The other upset of the day was Wesley So's loss against Alexei Sarana. His only chance now is to make a comeback with black. Definitely a difficult task ahead of him. Caruana, Nakamura and Nepomniachtchi all played it safe and finished their games with a draw. At the same time, Berks, Grandelius and Vidit all won their games and will go into the second game of the round in the lead. The rest of the games finished in a draw, although many of them had their moments. In the women's section, only one game finished with a decisive result. Khotenashvili's powerful win with black over favourite Hampi Koneru. The rest of the games also finished in draws, although Rubes, Aulia and Inyak were also close to winning their games as underdogs. The battle between the two Muzichuk sisters was lively, but ultimately ended in a draw as well. Second game of round 4 will be disputed on Thursday, August the 10th at 3 p.m. In the case of a tie, the tiebreaks are scheduled for Friday.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the live coverage of the second game of round 4 at the FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup 2023. I'm Irene Sukandar and I'm still with my commentary partner, Irina Krush. And we are very delighted today to bring you some interesting games. And yesterday we saw so many rating favorites lost to their opponents. And today they're in a must-win situation to make a comeback and force the matches into tie breaks. Irina, how are you today?
I'm doing great, Irene. And yeah, today we have a few players who are fighting for their lives. So Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So are in a must-win situation.
Exactly.
As some of the favorites in the open section. And Hampi Koneru was the only player who lost in the women's section yesterday. So today she needs to win against Bella Khotenashvili.
Yeah, absolutely. And soon on the screen, we will see the pairings of the open section. There, Magnus Carlsen 0-1 against Vincent Keimer, and he will now play as white pieces, so we'll see if he can make a comeback. Hikaru Nakamura drew his game against Pragnananda, who celebrates his birthday today.
That's right. That was our trivia question
Yes.
from yesterday.
And an All-American clash, Fabiano Caruana drew the game yesterday against Ray Robson. And another rating favorite, Wesley So, lost to Alexei Sarana in a very fighting game. And Niels Grandelius grinds.
Yeah,
yesterday.
that was a grinder for like, I don't know, at least 100 moves, right?
Yeah, exactly. Won a very interesting game yesterday against Jaime Santos Latasa.
Yeah, and well, we also had a lot of draws yesterday. So, I mean, a lot of the matches are still in play, of course. And the other people who are looking for a comeback are Etienne Bacro, who will get white, and Ruslan Panamariev, who will get white. So at least they have that consolation that they're getting the white pieces today in a must-win situation.
Absolutely, yeah. So there are so many players that needs to come back today. But in the women's section, almost all of the games yesterday ended with a draw, except one, that is Bella Khotenashvili taking down the India number 1, Koneru Hampi. And yeah, things are looking quite peaceful on the rest of the matches yesterday in the women's section. But today, I think we will be expecting some fireworks on the board.
Yeah, and I think from yesterday's game, probably the most tense one was the one between Harika and Aline Robers in that king and pawn endgame that went down to the wire and that Harika managed to draw by 1 tempo. So I think that's a match that we're definitely going to be interested in.
Yes, definitely. And yeah, I think the players only have about a couple of minutes before the start of the round. And wow, I'm just I'm so excited to see what Magnus Carlsen will come up with, what Wesley So will come up with. And we see on the camera right now, there are so many young fans joining the players at the venue today.
Yeah, at some point they started to allow spectators into the tournament hall. I think was it for round 3? Yeah, for round 3. So that's not a surprise. There are a lot of people, a lot of local fans. I think chess is quite popular here in Azerbaijan. There's a lot of life-size pieces outdoors on the boulevards and in the parks, and people are playing games. I took some nice pictures of that. So I'll tell you about one interesting thing that I did last night, which was to watch the recap video of one of the players playing here, who was talking about his game. Do you want to make a guess who that was, Irene?
Hikaru.
Yeah, Hikaru. I mean, I got to give him credit for that, guys. I mean, he must be the only player playing these major events and still doing these very high-quality recap videos of his game. So I was curious to see, what he thought about his interesting English opening clash against Prague. And he did say that Prague, surprised him in the opening with that choice of the symmetrical English.
Right.
And basically, I mean, it didn't seem like, he didn't seem like he was really in his finest form in yesterday's game. He said that he was just kind of drifting. And that's why, his position, was not the most inspiring. But at some point, Prague also did not play the most kind of forcing lines.
Right.
Right. And so I think he was played a little bit tentatively. And then Hikaru even had some chances to be better. And I learned some amazing expressions from Hikaru.
What is
For
that?
example, there's this thing called pinning the tail on the donkey.
Pinning the tail on a donkey.
Yeah, like when he's talking about pins, okay? I mean, I loved that, okay? So he's talking about a pin, and he calls that pinning the tail on the donkey. Then he's like creating a kebab with rook d7. I mean, that was great. I guess the idea is that you're putting the rook on the 7th in between, like, 2 pawns, like you're attacking 2 pawns, so you call that creating a kebab. That was awesome. And then there was also something like creating the ice skater.
Ice skater?
Yeah, like basically like sliding, I guess, in the rook to the back rank for some sort of back rank checkmate. That was like the ice skater.
Wow.
So, yeah, I mean, that was something new for me, guys. I definitely enjoyed that recap. So, good job, Hikaru.
I think I know what to do after doing the today's commentary, that is to watch Hikaru's recap.
Absolutely.
But today, he will be taking on the birthday boy, Pragnananda. So there's always some pressure, actually, when you're playing on your birthday. Well, it's either it's a pressure or a motivation.
Yeah. I got to tell you, right now in the video, behind Caruana, we're seeing Boris Postovsky, who is a very legendary figure in chess, and he's a member of the appeals committee here. He is, originally from Russia, been living in the U.S. for a long time now. He was the captain of the Russian Olympiad team for years, and then even once the captain of the American Olympiad team. But, what is amazing about that is you would not guess how old he is. You would not. You can try.
I can try. Okay, let's say 89?
Well, that's great. That's great. But I mean, you're in the right direction. He's 86, right?
Oh, 86.
But
okay.
I mean, he is just so amazing and vibrant and, full of energy. And it's amazing to see that.
Yeah. Wow. I think chess does that to him, right?
Yeah.
I think we've seen so many chess figures that are aging like wine.
Yes.
Right? So
Yes.
I think I would still be
Keeps
playing
your
chess.
brain working.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And we see Irina on the camera. It just arrived on his board. Okay, he had a rather peaceful game yesterday, and today he will be playing black against another Indian prodigy, Nihal Sarin.
Yeah, I mean, Nepo, I feel like his matches here have flown a little bit under the radar. Would you say that? Like, or I don't know, like it feels like, he's been winning, but it's nothing been too dramatic, right? I mean, or do you have a different feeling on that as you've been watching it from the beginning?
Well, he's not playing his best, that's for sure. But I think he still has so many things or so many tricks up on his sleeve. And Irina, we have a lift off.
Yeah.
The players just started off their first moves, and the fans, they are taking pictures, videos. And by the way, I think the fans are feathered. So they are not, they're not just coming and then get the tickets to go here, but I think there's some prior screening before they're selected. So Yeah, they
For
also
good
have
behavior.
very
well,
good
we
behavior.
we saw that Magnus made it to the game on time, maybe just barely, right? I mean, that's his thing. I saw that firsthand when he was my teammate in Dubai.
Yeah, in the Global Chess League, yeah.
Yeah.
I met him during lunch today. He was just very focused on himself. He has his headset on all the time, and yeah, we'll see. Today he knew very well that he has to make a comeback, and let's see his opening choice very soon actually.
Oh, Swidler.
Swidler, but still.
There, he was walking around. It's interesting.
around.
Is his opponent not at the board or something? Did he make his first move and is like waiting for his opponent to arrive? Because Magnus's clock has started, and he is just
E4.
Yeah.
As expected, he has to play some dynamic chess there. Of course, Vincent is very clever. E4, E5.
Wait, you know what I feel like? I did feel like Magnus innovated for this game a bit. You know, his hair looks a lot more combed, and it's just like this hairspray on it than it did in previous rounds. I think he's making an effort to
he
kind
looks
of look different.
He looks more tidy on this round.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess so too. Well, and yesterday he wore like a white shirt and a black shirt. I don't know if that means anything, but we have Roulepes on the board.
Yeah, interesting that we're going to maybe be seeing something more mainline today. Okay, let's bring up that game. We forgot that we needed to play some moves on the chessboard. All right, so Magnus is going bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, and knight f6. So is he going to be, he went for d3, right? So he's not allowing the open Spanish.
Yes, because to play in open Spanish, you have to be ready with so many variations. And d3, I think it's a solid choice. Still offering a lot of nuances and creativities, even though, we call it close Roulepes. But yeah, these days, these players just, I think they could already write a book, each of them, about Roulepes. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a lot of experience with that in Astana. Well, let's take a look also at Prague versus Hikaru, because that is also an English opening. It's kind of interesting that Prague decides to repeat Naka's move order. Also goes c4. Not such a surprise from him. And he goes for this position with g3. And what I remember is that I had this recent game with Alice Lee where she tried this move here. And that was like a big surprise for me, because I was like, how can you do that? And then there's like some pawn sack line, if I'm getting this correct, where you're actually kind of like, you're giving up this pawn, right? And
was it at the American Cup?
Yeah. And then there's some, I'm trying to remember how it goes actually. And I can't remember. I remember there's an idea of the H pawn coming down, but that was like a new idea for me. And we see Hikaru not going for that. So he goes for another interesting move, knight to d4. Knight to d4, and there was a trade. Okay, so let's look at that, knight d4. Why can't this pawn be taken? There must be some big tactical trick, right, which starts with like queen e7. And I suppose this would be kind of a fun way for the game to end.
Ooh, just getting mad in the center.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to avoid that, right? Because like if you go f4, the funny thing is like there's still
D6,
the same problem.
Right, yeah. Anyway, Irina.
Yeah.
I know it's way too early, but we might have some draw alert coming up soon on the first board in the women's section. So let's quickly see that, because the game can end anytime soon.
Okay, a draw alert after like 3 minutes, huh?
Yes, so there you go.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Berlin.
Interesting. All right, so that's Elizabeth Patz versus Ju Wen-jun. So Ju Wen-jun, she went for the Berlin. And how did Elizabeth play it? She played d4. Okay, there you go for the knight. Right, so this is like some very popular way for games to end, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
So now if black plays queen d6, I think that is the third repetition.
Okay, so this is, maybe they're looking somewhere, or maybe they're calculating whether...
Wait, on the screen it's on the screen, it's Elizabeth's turn, but anyway, I think this game will end with a draw anyway.
Okay, so really fast game
And
by Elizabeth.
yeah,
Okay.
a good resting day again, probably for Ju and Jun,
Yeah.
and then we'll force them. Not forcing actually. I think they just mutually agree that they just want to play in the tiebreak.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess we'll be having another nice dinner with Elizabeth tonight. Yeah.
Well, provided that you finish the commentary early.
Yeah. All right. She promised to wait for me in any case. So let's see what else we got. Okay, we also got, since we're on the women's side, let's just take a look quickly at Garyachkina versus Nino. And again, we are in a Queen's Gambit declined. It's one of the most popular openings here. So we had knight BD7. Actually, this was Bella Hotenashvili's choice against Humpy yesterday. And that opening worked out really well for her, where, you know, I think the game went something like Queen C2 and Humpy took the pawn, and it was kind of like this weird B5 move. Yeah. But Garyachkina doesn't go for Queen C2. She just goes for Bishop F4. And now we see black, like, now kind of going into a typical Queen's Gambit declined, right, with like Bishop E7. So they're going Bishop B4, CD, ED, and E3. Okay. Well, what can we say? This is a very normal looking position, right, except for the bishop's placement on B4.
Right.
A little bit unusual.
And they agreed to a draw. So there is a Sofia rule being enforced in this tournament. You cannot make a draw below 30 moves except if you make repetitions. So I think they did their repetitions, and they're getting ready for the tiebreak tomorrow. There you go. We have our first tiebreak match.
Yeah. All right. So we know we're definitely going to be here tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah. So after E3 in this position between Garyachkina and Batsi, I guess they're looking around. Yeah, they're seeing that there's like some commotion and the game has finished. I kind of wonder if at some point what black is planning to do with this C pawn. Is it going to be going to C6 or is it going to be going to C5?
It's usually C5. You're just waiting for the right moment to do that.
Okay. Oh, but actually Nino played knight E4.
Ooh.
Knight
That's
E4
nice.
and Queen C2. Okay, and then you kind of wonder, are we going to be seeing like G5 at some point? Right, because that's sort of a typical move as well. G5, you know, if the bishop goes to G3, H5. Yeah, so the game could get quite sharp. And Nino, she's thinking still, but she's about to do it. There we go.
G5 is on the board.
Yeah, she reached for the G pawn. And so we're going into something, I think where both players definitely have some preparation. G5. Okay, so this is going to be kind of sharp.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. Yeah.
Now, where else can we go to take a look? Should we see what's going on in Magnus's game for a second?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Kind of keep ourselves updated on that. So after D3, bishop C5, bishop G5, H6, bishop H4.
Yeah, I think here Vincent is facing two options, whether to put the G5 or to put the bishop back to E7. So I think this is what he's currently thinking right now, because, well, you also have to take into account the tournament situation that here you only needed a draw. But sometimes it's kind of like double-edged. If you're playing for a draw, sometimes it's affecting the way you play, and you're not taking like the best move. So some psychological decision is in the making right now.
Yeah, I mean, if he goes G5, the thing is, so the E5 pawn is still hanging, right? So he's going to have to spend some time to guard it, I think. So let's say he goes D6.
Or B5 and D6, yeah? And
yeah, because here there could be
some D4.
Some D4, like maybe even in this version, right? Like here, and
is E5 possible? I don't know. Knight D4 is natural, of course, but
yeah. Well, if I take, it's like completely unclear, right? Because there's also this pawn hanging. So this doesn't seem super convincing for white. Um, so d4 pawn takes. You're thinking about e5, yeah?
Or if knight takes d4, what will black do? Bishop d7?
You know what my issue with that was? I thought, oh, knight takes d4 is actually fine.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. We should do it like that because I forgot that here, then we throw in the capture.
Mm-hmm.
I was like only looking at this and I was like, oh, we're losing a piece.
You're still okay, like queen c3 is there, but
yeah.
I think taking on c6
Taking
first
is
better.
That way we get to keep our queen on a nice square. And yeah, here white's pawn structure is a bit better. They have a nice pawn on e4. Black's king is going to be not so secure because they've committed to this g5 move. So, I mean, g5 is definitely a little risky looking for black just because, they have to kind of face this d4 idea after d6. Is there some other way they can play this position? Is there like some knight h5 move, or if they go... No, I don't think that's going to work, right? If like knight h5, you can just take, take the pawn. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. So you're thinking that he might go bishop e7 instead.
With b5, with the inclusion of b5. Because
you
otherwise
don't
you
wanna
just take on
lose
c6 and knight takes e5.
Yeah. Okay. So you're thinking like something like b5, bishop b3, bishop back.
Mm-hmm.
Looks quite solid, yeah?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
It is still a normal variation anyway. So it's just a matter of taste now, which variation that Vincent is taking.
But I think that Prague's game is actually spicing up. This one is going in a very nice direction for us. So let's take a look for a second. Wow.
Look at that, g3, g4.
Yeah, I mean, after this trade of these knights and bishop b4, he just goes g4. Okay, so that means we're definitely going to have a very exciting game. Basically, Prague is doing his best to, go after Naka right from the very beginning, right? So h6, d3, sure. c6, okay. Hikaru wants to fight for the center, and queen b3, trying to stop it. All right, so this is my kind of position. I like this kind of stuff. Kind of both tactical and strategic, and we can try to make sense of this. So right now, Hikaru's got to figure out what to do with this bishop, and of course, the queen also prevents black from going d5, right? So I guess the most logical move is bishop a5. What do you think, Irene?
Yeah, I mean, there's also queen e7. A lot, actually. A lot to judge here. Even a simple bishop c5 is also not terribly bad because the bishop has a better diagonal there. But
yeah. All right.
is taking on c3 also a move, or preferably not, because after bc and then bishop a3 is there? Yeah, I think it's a positional concession. Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting because white can actually capture
also
both
take
ways.
it. Take it with the
I
queen.
feel
as well.
like even taking with the queen, you have to look at, because after queen e7, like, yes, you want to play d5,
or
but
E4.
are you going to have, or e4? That's a good point.
But that's gonna be very rough. But I like d5 or d6. It just take.
I mean, yeah, actually, okay. So you're threatening d5. What am I going to do on that? Oh, interesting. Well, no, I don't think I'm going to be playing c5. Yeah, it's a little too much. I can't really go after you like that. So what are my options here? h4 feels a little slow. I mean, I can try that, though. No, I can try h4.
Okay. I'm a bit afraid of d5. It looks a bit hanging.
The problem is if you go d5, I guess I was going to go, I don't know if I should take first.
If you take, I'll take with the knight.
Yeah,
So
and even
maybe-
that is like, I guess you will probably take with the knight, right? You'll
Yeah.
get out of that tempo that I had planned. So I guess I have to go g5. And then if you take, rook takes, bishop takes, you're still got some issues here. I mean, you can throw, and you can't throw in d4.
No, because you take on
because
f6
I'm winning,
first.
I'm winning a piece
Yeah.
like that. Yeah. Did
Yeah.
Hikaru make a decision, or
Yes,
he's
bishop
still thinking?
e7.
Bishop e7. Okay, so he went all the way back. Okay. Bishop e7. Certainly a little, okay, it feels a little conservative, and He's not going to be playing d5 anytime too soon, although those ideas are always there. So let's just look if we go h4, because I can't really see what Prague has other than like this type of move.
D6 maybe?
Yeah.
And then that pawn on G5 might be a bit too weak later after.
Let me just ask you, there's no way you can just like attack the pawn with like knight h7. Is that like just too, is it just too ridiculous to even like look at moves like that if I attack this pawn?
I think that's possible, but I can just play G5. I think sacrificing a pawn is fine.
Sacking it and then getting the open h file, yeah?
Yep. And takes and knight e4.
Knight e4 and then castles queenside,
yeah,
like something like that. That's kind of a cool line. Let's show that. And actually, you know what it is? I'm going to play c5, I think.
Yeah, that's also cool.
Yeah. We want to get in that square. Okay, so that's a very nice pawn sack. Okay, I mean, knight h7, decentralizing your pieces. Yeah, that looks pretty suspicious. So you said d6,
D6, yeah, just D6.
Yeah, that's definitely much more normal looking. And now I'm probably going to be playing rook g1, right? Rook g1, because this feels like I'm not going to get anywhere. Like I don't have the support, I think, for a move like that.
I don't think so. Just take h1 and then move knight somewhere.
Yeah.
Even
I mean, I might be getting the pawn in here. Maybe I should just sack it somewhere. Right? Like if you go knight h7, I guess I will be giving you that pawn.
And after take?
After take, I'm going to try to claim some positional compensation here. Because your pawns are not that amazing, right? So maybe like bishop e3. It's a little tricky. If I go bishop e4, then you have bishop f5. So
b7 is hanging.
b7 is hanging. So, maybe
so just knight f8. Just knight f8.
Oh, but then knight f8, then I'm kind of happy I at least got your knight to go there, I think. So then if I go like bishop e3.
Okay, let me just play slowly
Queen
queen
c7.
c7
Yeah.
and bishop f5. I mean, yeah, it's still a game, but a pawn is a pawn, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, let's go back a little bit. So bishop e7. Here we go. Naka's choice, very solid. Well, basically he's going to go d6 next move, right? He's going to attack our pawn. So what is our concept going to be? Okay, well, I think h4 makes some sense. I mean, it's possible, I guess, to keep the pawn in h3, but let's say we go for this now. Rook g1.
And maybe a move like knight h7 is possible now.
You want to target this pawn, yeah? Yeah, I mean, if I play h5, it doesn't look that great to let your knight back in here, right? Like that. Or even, you can even make the case that bishop g5 is interesting as well. But yeah, I mean, knight g5 is like very solid because you're not going to have much of an opportunity to play f4 so easily, I think, and this knight can be maneuvered around. So what is Prague's idea then on bishop e7? Is the idea just to develop this bishop and castle queenside?
Yeah, I think that's possible.
Like that?
And do not, I think white doesn't need to play h4. Just develop, and if d6 is happening on the board, just h3 or even rook g1, and then just castle. I think that's a solid approach, and then prepare for d4. I think after castling. So
yeah, because I guess the idea of this is like the looming threat, right? You're basically saying, okay, well, you're never really going to be able to safely castle kingside, so I don't have to hurry. Yeah, I think we understood Prague's idea now.
Yeah, you just you don't need to attack immediately, but just keep the attacking idea on the board, so your opponent will be reluctant to do the short castle.
Yeah, and I have to say that I really do like the creativity of this whole position, right? This concept. I mean, of course, when you have the pawn there, it's like the danger is always kind of hanging over black, right? And it's definitely going to make like Hikaru not be able to relax for a while until he figures out where his king is going. And it's kind of hard for him to castle as well that way because there's some pressure here on that pawn. So I do think that from the opening, this must be one of the most like fascinating positions so far. And let's see if we have anything else with some kind of a pawn on g4.
Well, we have one game with g5. It's with the Bashar-Smilis game.
Can we take a quick look at Alexei Sarana versus Wesley So? Because Wesley So is not like a player that is like, it's so easy for him to play for a win for the black pieces with his repertoire, right? And so I almost kind of feel like, how hard is he going to try with the repertoire he has? And actually, well, he went for the Grunfeld against d4. I don't normally is Wesley normally a Grunfeld player? Not really, right?
Not really.
Okay. Do you play the Grunfeld as black?
No.
Okay. Okay.
Just sometimes as white.
Yeah, because I just could
Playing
not
against
really,
Grunfeld.
I could not really think of Wesley's games in the Grunfelds, right? And so he is kind of trying, I guess, with his opening choice. But Sarana is steering the game into some, like this line, right, where this piece trades. It's certainly going to be very hard for Wesley to win. So this is like super, super solid for white, right? And he's like offering the bishops of opposite color here. Okay. So I feel like Sarana has thought this through, what to do against the Grunfeld, and he's like come up with something that's not going to give too many chances to black. All right, so right now,
There's so many threats happening.
yeah, he has to watch out for like all these squares, but right now he's got to save his bishop.
And you cannot save it, like really save it, because if you play bishop e6, for example, I can still play knight d7. And it's a nice, it's a nice discovery.
Beautiful. Look at
Yeah.
that. Yeah, knight d7, and when you take me, I take and I hit your rook. Yeah, and white is going to be just in the driver's seat. So what exactly is
He took, yeah, he has to take.
He has to take on e5.
Yeah, it's his force.
Man, that is so sad for Wesley. But I mean, this is the problem with losing with the white pieces,
Yeah.
And then, he tries something, but wow.
And when you are actually forcing the matters, it's even becoming worse for you.
Yeah.
Because, well, it's opposite color bishop, and that dark square bishop is standing better than the light square bishop, despite being a pawn down, but this is nothing. Being a pawn down in this position almost mean nothing. So, yeah.
So he played queen a5, bishop c3. Okay, but still, what happens on queen c7, for example? Like, white is the one who's down a pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the idea? It could be as simple as like f4, f5,
Or queen d2. I like this queen d2 move.
Queen d2,
You want to go to h6, you want to go to d4, also at a possible of rook lift to b3 at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen d2 is interesting. I mean, you're going to force black to play f6 if you do that, right?
Also, the bishop on g4 will not be standing there forever. There might be some pawn push. I don't know, maybe h pawn will be pushed. And they played some moves there.
Wesley
queen
played
c5.
queen c5.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Savrana quickly replied with...
So this is his big
Queen
preparation.
b2.
So basically, in order to get all the pieces off the board as quickly as possible, he has given up a pawn to get into this bishops of opposite color position, and he's stopping, rook b8 ideas. Since then, if that happens, you just take it, and there's a checkmate on the back rank. There's an ice skater on the back rank.
Ice skater.
Yeah. I hope I learn a few more of these cool expressions.
We have another drawing. This is our second tiebreak for tomorrow. That is Rasmus Vane against Wang Hao. They drew again. So, a very quick draw there.
Queen b2. I mean, so I think the main point of it is like not to allow rook b8, and then maybe you just want to go rook c1. Maybe it's as simple as that, Irene. Because I mean, what else? Well, I guess the other idea is you're out of the pin, so you also, I guess I should notice like basic things like that.
Right.
That's another idea of queen b2, is that you're not pinned anymore, so you're threatening to move your bishop and kind of attack that pawn. That's definitely an idea.
Yeah, I mean, white here doesn't need to reinvent anything else, you know. He just has to play the position, and also he's not. A draw is good enough for him, so he doesn't have to try so hard to win this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely a good choice by Serrana in the situation that he's in. Like, keep it as simple as possible. Bishops of opposite color, you know, you can basically, you're not risking to really lose that. And you've got the more active, like, rook, I would say, right? Because these rooks cannot really enter the game as easily. And I think if black tries, well, we can try. Let's say we put a rook on this file, right? Let's see if this bishop b4 idea is the issue here. You know, like, how do you save that pawn? You got to go to, like, let's say g5, but then I have f4.
Yeah, playing with the opposite colored bishop is always dangerous.
And then maybe I just kind of go in for that.
Can you play e5 instead?
I can play e5, but I don't know if I want to give you my light squares, you know? Because I'm a little scared. I've kind of given you back my light squares, you know?
Also, there is a little nuance there that after queen g5, instead of playing f4, I think you could try to play h3.
Throw that in, yeah?
Yeah, if you take, then f4.
But then, f4. And
But okay, it's
yeah,
just,
it's
but there's bishop f3 though, so it's not a risk that white should be taking.
yeah, because you
Instead
don't
of
want to
taking,
allow
yeah.
that. Yeah.
So f4, I think it's quite kind of like automatic.
All right. Well, okay. I mean, it does look like Serrana is in a good position to get the draw that he needs, right, from the
Or even
opening.
more. Yeah, this position. I think it is also playable if you fight for a win here.
Wesley's not too happy, and he actually went for rook d8. Hey, we might see that line. We might see. Where are we?
And that rook d8 is kind of like a natural move as well. So I'm sure Serrana will be playing his next move very fast.
Yeah, I mean, he has an hour 33, so he has
He's
played
gaining.
instantly.
He's actually gaining time.
And I can just tell from Wesley's, body language that he's just not happy.
He might be missing his kittens. That's what he said in the interview.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
That's really cute. Well, there's lots of kittens here in Baku, But, yeah, he'll probably be seeing his kittens pretty soon. That's the positive side, right? But, yeah, no, it's a little sad. You lose one game, and then you kind of get shut down in the next game. This is the issue with these matches. Right, you lose with white, and you can just see that it's a real struggle to get a game going with black against these top players. All right,
definitely.
so Serrana is not playing his move completely instantly, and he might take a little bit of time to figure it out. But I don't know, this bishop b4, it has the benefit of being forcing, right? So you're kind of like, if I get the queens off the board this way, let's say you go rook d2, right?
You can play rook f2 first too.
Yeah, I guess I could. But let's say I want to take here and play against your king. It's my idea, right? That something like this, I'm down a pawn, but with the king like that, I think you should have some issues, right? Just what if I play real simple stuff like that? And just try to go after your back rank. Yeah. So anyway, Serrana, I think, will be looking at lines like this. And what about us? What are we going to be going to? You said Batsiashvili has that.
G5.
Oh, wow. So Ivanchuk already drew against
Also,
Sanal Vahap. All right.
3 tie breaks already.
Yeah. Lots of fast draws. A little surprising, so many fast draws today. But okay. Let's take a look at how Humpy Kaneru, she is in an analogous situation to Wesley So. She needs to win with the black pieces. So how did she select her opening? She's going for the hippo, I think. Is that what you call it, Irene?
Yeah, I discovered that with Matthews too. This hippo, and then at some point you just push c5. But yeah, this is actually a very interesting opening when you're trying to fight for a win, because again, it it looks very symmetrical, but man, this is so tricky.
Yeah, I mean, black Black, I guess, always has like these various pushes, right, that they're going to have to do at some point. And also in this position, I guess, Irene, I would think about h4 as white.
Yeah, I think it would be depending, your whole plan depends on this move. If you want a castle or if you want to h4 because, or if you just want to simply develop your c1 bishop anywhere to e3 or to g5, provoking h6, for example. Like, yeah, Bella has to think and she has to come up with the plan that she needs. So this is tricky. This is tricky. Sometimes giving your opponent some options and a lot of options is actually confusing them.
Yeah, I mean, with this position, like Black has given White such a huge space advantage, but I've always found like it's not so easy. It's not like any of these pushes for White are obvious. So you kind of have to play it differently, much slower, right? But I do think that h4 is like very, very typical for these positions,
Yeah,
and
I
I
agree.
would certainly consider that as well as the move castles for White. All right, but at least Humpy's managing to keep more pieces on the board compared to Wesley. Right. Okay, so we're on our hunt for an interesting position, and I think I found it. I found this one. This doesn't look like your normal position, does it?
Catalan? Is this Catalan?
And probably some kind of Catalan, but I mean, like this white pawn,
Yeah,
this black
C3.
pawn on c3
And
is...
before an a5 is just...
Yeah, let's take a look. So Polina Shuvalova, it starts out as this Moran, and so she answers this move with g3. Okay, so she does like to play the Catalan, but this is not exactly a Catalan. And the knight's already on c3. But let's see what's going on here. She's way ahead on the clock, right, as you would sort of expect, as someone who's like surprising her opponent with a pretty rare line. So she gave her opponent this pawn on c3. And let's think about what she's got as compensation. Like, I have to say, it's not that apparent to me. Like, why exactly White's down a pawn and has given Black a protected pass pawn on c3.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure it out. Or maybe at some point you put your knight on c5 and undermining the d6. And because, okay, bishop b7. Bishop b7 can always come to a6. So yeah, I'm trying to figure it out still.
Yeah, let's say I just make the most obvious move, right?
Like bishop e7, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so bishop e7, there might be some sort of flaw with it, but it certainly looks normal, doesn't it? I mean, you could try, I don't know, e4 doesn't look that scary. Can't imagine that that's it. I mean, could it be like queen c2 and rook d1?
Could it be
knight c5?
a3 actually?
a3.
Yeah.
a3 and I castle.
Yeah. And I can play knight a b6 and then take on b4. But if knight a b6 or a6,
Yeah, you even have to deal with rook b6.
But I can still take actually, because then
Yeah.
after
What if I
rook
take,
b6,
if I take even with my pawn though? Like, what if I even just take with the pawn? We're kind of not making enough progress, right?
well, c6 is hanging, so I can take on b8, take on a6, and then
Yeah,
take on
but even
c6.
then, right? Like, because you got to go for compensation, like
Yeah.
more when you're giving away that pawn. So there has to be something else. I mean, is knight c5. Okay, knight c5. I think we have to look at because you have to try to use that square, right? So if they take you, at least you get the dark squares.
Oh, I see. I think e4 is actually not that bad. Because the idea of the e4, if you castle, that is such a normal move to make, right? And then you just play knight b6, knight a b6 maybe, that's a better knight, and then rook a6 take on b8, and then e5, and then knight d7.
Ah, look at those tactics you're spotting. Well, somewhere I'm probably going to be sacking an exchange, right? Because
Yeah,
I
you have
got
to
this-
sack it. So I mean, I think
yeah.
there's still enough compensation for that, but
Yeah.
Maybe this is something that
Yeah,
Black has to watch
that's
out for.
interesting. That's definitely interesting. The funny thing is, like, the moment you start trying to like play for material as White, right? It's like, well, don't forget about that
Yeah,
pawn.
c3 is too strong. This c3
You
pawn
know,
is too strong.
you're getting such good compensation as black, and you got this square and that, and this bishop is really good on f8. So I think she has to deal with knight c5. Like, that's the move that's coming. Now, that's actually why, well, the problem with knight d7 is that, you know, you're allowing this stuff, right? So then you have to give up your bishop, and that, you know, may be playable, but it's like not ideal for sure. So interesting preparation by Polina. Let's see. What else?
Yeah, I don't think this is actually very sound for white, but surely the element of surprise that white enforces in the game is helping her because,
Yeah.
well, okay, 30 minutes different already on the clock, so
You know what I think could also be interesting? About knight d5. Maybe we need the tempo on the bishop, Irene. Because if, you know, I mean, if I know you want to go there, I know you're interested in that square, maybe I should, like, I wasn't thinking about this because I was like, oh, well, you'll move away and play e4, but maybe the tempo is what we need.
that's
And then we
possible
might
too.
have time. Look at that. Like, let's say I make you go back, which, I mean, I know you don't want to do, but just to show the point. If I make you go back, then I just go knight d7, and I get my knight controlling the squares I need. And then no problem if you want to kick me away. I will...
You can drop it back to f6, yeah?
Yeah, or, wait. Do I even have knight c7? Like, to go to b5? It's also interesting, right? Because I can try to cover that square. Yeah. I love this question here. Why showing women games when there are men playing? Yeah, indeed. Why should women talk when men can talk? It's a good question. It's a good question, Anand. You can think about that. All right. So, I mean, actually, I find this position quite interesting, and I find Polina's opening idea, you know, with the sacrifice of this pawn and letting black have this protected pawn on c3. I mean, it's a very double-edged, right? Like, it could work out for her, but it's
Right.
risky. It's a risky way to play in a
Yeah.
situation where, like, the whole match can depend on this game. So, yeah. You know, guys, we just try to find the most interesting chess positions for you, right? Like, out of all of our options here, like, whatever looks like it's not boring and there's, like, interesting strategic and tactical stuff is, like, what we're going to do. So we could, for example, kind of go back to, we could show you Caruana versus Robson, where nothing is happening yet. Would you like us to do that? You know, I mean, we'll talk about this game when there's something actually going on the board, but there are certainly positions that already have developed into something more exciting. So that's what we're trying to focus on.
There are some moves on the Wesley So's game. So instead of what I suggested with h3 or f4, Sarana went with queen c1, a rather very sound move, and exchanged the queens immediately.
Wow. All right. So after, he went with bishop b4,
Yeah.
yes. And after queen g5, just queen c1. So he's just desperately trying to trade those pieces, huh? But he's also hitting that pawn, making
Right.
it hard for Wesley to avoid the queen trade. Huh. So Wesley just went with it, huh? He didn't even play, like, queen f6.
I think it would be
do you-
disastrous for him
Yeah, you think
to
like,
keep the queen on the board because, for instance, I can
Yeah.
back play bishop c3 and taking over that diagonal.
But, oh yeah, and basically, well, I can't really go there because my bishop will get trapped, right? You know,
Or you cannot play e5 because there's
Yeah.
f4. Yeah.
Well, I can go queen d6. Not too disastrous yet. Yeah, there's something about, like, Wesley, like, about how he's looking away from the board now, where he's like, yeah, I know this match is done, and this game is really boring, and, you know, yeah, he kind of got caught in this, like, big simplification, yeah? So he traded the queens, and I mean, doesn't he have, and he played rook d7? Oh no. Well, now I know why he looks like that, because I mean, just look at this position, Irene. He's just giving up this pawn, or is there some pin on b8 that he's hoping for?
Pin on b8, and then you can just
Go back.
yeah.
But there could be like rook b7.
Okay,
like-
to be safe,
yeah.
f3 first. Play f3.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. So white should throw in this move, but then their a2 can hang. If we throw in f3, then this kind of hangs. All right, let's look at this and figure out how we're getting out of this pin. If we have a good way to get out of this pin, then
Or
Serrana...
h3 actually, not here you can play h3.
Yeah. Okay. How is Serrana getting the draw he wants?
Man, if the king was on h2, I would have
I
played
know.
rook bishop
Bishop
c3. Would have
I
been
know.
nice.
I know. Yeah, we want to play this idea, guys, with like the checkmate on the back rank, but unfortunately we're in check, so we don't have, and our king's not an h2. So no, h3, I agree. It's probably not a bad inclusion, but also, it's like, it feels a little tricky, right? We're just threatening a5 right now.
Yeah, so if h3, bishop e6, then I'll play rook a6.
Yeah, and also we're threatening rook takes b4, rook d1 checkmate. So h3, bishop e6, and then what do you want to do?
Rook a6.
Rook a6.
So if you double the rook, I'll play a3. I know it looks a bit more passive.
Yeah, interesting.
But is there any forcing winning moves?
No, it's a good
for
point.
black?
It's a good point, because now basically if I attack you, you just can defend, and the most
And now
important...
the rook can go
Yeah.
on b1. Yeah.
Very good point. Okay. So I suppose Serrana is thinking now, he's like, if I can just get that pawn without losing my bishop, I'm going to get that draw that I need. All right, but that's a very clever idea of the rook coming to a6 and maybe even to a5 and just holding everything. Yeah, I think he will find a way to work that out. And h3 is also like a good inclusion. And yeah, rook a6 is awesome because it also protects that pawn.
But there is rook d4. But okay, a7 is hanging. Even if you get the pawn on e4,
Yeah.
you get the pawn on a7 too. Yeah. Well, things are looking good for Serrana to bring himself to the next round. And meanwhile, we can see on the screen soon the stats of Wesley So.
All right. So, yeah, it looks...
Yes, so Wesley has played 6 times, and his last World Cup was in 2019, where he lost to Nikita Fytyugov. So his best result is 2017. He lost to Ding Liren.
in the semifinals.
Yeah, in the semifinals. So, but the past results of him weren't that really good, especially in 2011. I think he got knocked out in the... That time, it was still like less people, right?
Yeah, I
Compared
think
to
so.
now.
Yeah.
So it should be like round 1 or round 2, maybe round 2. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the World Cup is a tricky tournament, and I think, like you have to be prepared to gamble a bit, right? If you lose, and with his repertoire, it turned out tricky. And I think Serrana's just playing for a draw in such a brutal way. You know what I mean? Just like every chance, like trade, right? So, but it seems like it's going to work out for him in this game. Which, I mean, after you win like that with black, I guess you deserve to be able to, play for a draw like this as white. And by the way, in Prague versus Naka, we haven't gone very far. In fact, Prague did play the move that we were thinking, bishop e3, and Naka played d6, and Prague is thinking now about, whether he should be defending this pawn or not, and how he should do that. I mean, I guess I'm saying he's thinking about it because, it's technically b7 is still under attack, so maybe he thinks, maybe I don't even have to guard it, but I don't know. I feel like rook g1 is so natural. Just make sure it's under protection. It's not a bad move anyway to have in.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree. I think we already discussed before that rook g1, I think, is our candidate move. h3 is there, but maybe at some point of the game you want to push it to h4 anyway, so maybe better with... No! He sacrificed the pawn on g4. He
How?
went with a castle.
Oh, he went with castles. Okay, so he did kind of think that he doesn't need to defend it because of b7. Okay, so he went with castles queenside. And now... Hikaru, let's see by his face. Does he look surprised or not?
He just got his coffee.
He looks surprised.
He looks
does,
surprised.
doesn't he? There is something. There is like the Hikaru look of surprise right now. Look at him. There we go.
But he always looks surprised. Whatever you do, he will always have that distinguished expression.
Yeah, no, but you see, this is the one where we should, like, instead of analyzing the position on the board, we should just analyze Hikaru's facial expressions, right? It'll give us a lot of information. So yeah, no, that move did surprise Hikaru, and he's wondering, okay, what's going on?
Can I take this little guy on
Yeah,
G4?
yeah, like first of all, because Prague is opening up this whole different line with like knight takes G4, which he didn't have to do at all, right? So after this, right, because now you're giving up the light squared bishop. First of all, queen there, I mean, there's a lot of moves, right? Maybe even just queen c8. You kind of wonder why Prague even bothered to allow this to be possible, right?
Or also you can insert here rook G1 instead of taking on B7.
You can,
yeah.
but the funny thing is, like, I mean, even if you take that pawn, like, I'm not sure that whole concept of like giving up your light squared bishop was that amazing.
Well, just see where the bishop goes first.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to take on B7, but I think rook G1 is a good inclusion, unless in this position you play bishop C8, which
So if
I
I go
don't know.
bishop e6, then you're gonna
take on B7.
yeah. Oh man, so it's such a big choice. You're basically, what if I go bishop d7? What
Then-
about that?
D4. I like this D4 move.
You're like, d4. You're not even interested in these pawns.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the king is still in the center, and castling short is not an option at this position, and just attack the center.
Yeah, very interesting. Okay, let me think about where else I can like put my bishop. Here. Well, okay, let's say I go for just absolutely obvious bishop c8. So are you gonna go for d4 or rook g7?
Okay, both are nice. Let's go for D4. It's more aggressive.
d4.
Yeah, let's do
Okay,
it.
you like that idea. All right. Well, I need to move my queen. So where am I gonna go? I guess to c7. Oh, all right. Let's go to c7. At some point, you
Okay.
might want to take my pawn on g7.
Okay, this might be crazy, but I'm thinking about move of F4.
You're going crazier and crazier, Irene.
I'm going all in.
All right, all right. Let me think about what you're trying to do with this move. It's funny how you don't want to even be bothered with this little pawn. All right. Let's see. Well, what's your threat? I mean, your threat is
I just want to open everything.
Yeah,
and maybe put my
open.
rook on F1, hitting on F7. I don't know. Just opening it. Well, it's regardless what's going to happen.
Yeah.
It is a very interesting pawn sacrifice by Pragnananda.
yeah.
I think
agree.
he's just having fun on his birthday. Usually you're
That's the
really
idea, yeah.
pressured, right? Oh, this is my birthday. I have to play well, not to lose the game or anything. But he's having fun.
Yeah, although, personally, like, I would have more fun if I didn't have to give up this bishop. That's what I mean. Like, I think we can have fun with rook g1, right? So I still am a little bit surprised by Prague's choice because, yeah, okay, so like after knight g4, right, you basically have to give away your bishop. That's the problem, right? So you're going for this line, and then we're going for rook g1, right? But okay. I mean, it's still tricky. Oh, by the way, we haven't even looked at queen d7 for some reason. What have we been doing, right? Queen d7.
And D4, yeah?
Yeah, just protect everything. And then d4, and okay. All right, back to this idea. So if pawn takes, you're going to be taking with the bishop.
Or
Yeah, probably the
rook.
bishop.
rook also is possible. Now I'm thinking about it. But okay, bishop looks more natural.
Yeah. I can even throw in bishop g5. Here's the thing, though. Like, if I take and you take, bishop g5 could be a little annoying.
And if I go F4, takes and then E3.
Maybe I go back to g5. I'll just
Or
take
even E3. No, E3 you just hang a rook on D1. So I like this F4.
You like f4. I'll keep taking. And also there's that one we forgot.
Oh, yeah.
Can't quite block, yeah?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. I think we got some handle on this position. Basically, of course, black doesn't have to take this pawn, but I really would be inclined to look in this direction for black. You know, simply because I like the way that we're forcing them to give up this bishop, and I feel like with the two bishops, black should be doing quite okay. So, Nakamura, he's still thinking, right? He seems to be as surprised as we are. He really is like the most expressive player
I think
in
so.
in the chess world. He's this generation's Garry Kasparov.
Also, Ian Nepomniachtchi. Oh, he makes faces again now. Ian Nepomniachtchi is also very expressive.
Yeah, Jan is, but I feel like Hikaru. I mean, Jan is maybe it's true. Jan is expressive, and especially when things are dramatic on the board. You know, we kind of remember, of course, like everything we saw at the World Championship and some of those difficult moments for him. But Hikaru is is expressive kind of all the time. Like nothing major is happening now. It's like obvious, like there's no blunder on the board, but like we're still getting this whole array of expressions.
Yep. While he's thinking, let's also take a look at the stats of Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru Nakamura has played in the World Cups for 3 times, and he's not a very regular in the World Cups, only playing 3 times in 2013, 15, and 17. And the last World Cup he got knocked out by Vladimir Fedosiev.
Yeah, it's actually surprising to see Hikaru's record in the World Cups. First of all, that he's played so few times and that he really hasn't had a very successful run. I mean, it's not like a total shock, I guess, just because, you know, out of 3 times, okay, and the last time was a while ago, it's so hard to go deep in these tournaments.
Yeah, definitely. And wow, okay, this is going to be a very interesting game. It's been interesting already so far, and I'm just looking forward to seeing what Pragnananda has in mind, because this is a very good opening choice and opening preparation, and sacrifice on g4 is what we're waiting for. So that's our cue, Irina, I think, for our first break, because the players are still on their opening phases, and soon we will be back after the break.
All right, guys, we'll see you in a few minutes.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
On the coast of the Caspian Sea, the spectacular city of Aktau, the largest, competitive, impressive, World Schools Chess Championship. "400 participants, 70 teams, 53 countries, 4 days of intellectual battles. We discover, we assist, we make friends, we have fun, we are trends, we play, we try, we win, we are young, we are future, we are chess.
Welcome back, guys, and we have a few interesting developments in a few games. Especially right now, I can see on Irina's screen, she's looking at the Carson's and Chimer's games. So let's take a look at that one.
All right, so let's see. Actually, h6 happened, bishop h4, and d6. Okay, so he didn't play g5, and he didn't play bishop e7. He just played d6 for now, so I guess he was leaving the g5 idea in the cards. And that gave Carlsen a chance to break with this move. We were looking at this idea. And Chimer defended from the pin like that. There was a trade. Bishop for knight. White develops the knight. Castles. Queen d3 by Carlsen. Perhaps saying, well, I don't know. What is the move Queen d3 saying to us? Do you think like he's saying he wants to castle queenside?
That is also possible.
Right. Actually, it is what he's saying, because if he didn't want to castle a queen side, he would have just castled a king side, like, which he could have easily done, right? So the fact that Magnus played queen d3 is definitely a sign that he wants to hold out ideas of opposite sides castling and making the game like more sharp, which makes sense in a position where he needs to win. And Chimer played bishop b4. Okay. So now I'm afraid we got some calculating to do, Irene, because we need to, obviously Chimer, this is a very concrete move with ideas of taking this knight in the event of castle's queenside, right? If you castle queenside, there's a bunch of issues. There's g5. I would say that's a big one, right? Or you can start with bishop c3, but basically you even have to look at this. g5 and on bishop g3, then bishop c3. And, I mean, either you're taking on the doubled c-pawns or, you know, which he might just do. I don't know. Like, he might feel like, okay, I'll play this position. Or, you know, or if you don't want that, then you're going to lose the e4 pawn. And the other way Black could do this, what I meant, but we have to calculate something, is this position, and knight takes e4. And it does work, doesn't it? Yeah, it's not even too difficult to calculate. Knight e4 seems to work, and after bishop d8, knight c3, Black hits the rook and is totally fine in this endgame, because obviously here, well, Black is just up a pawn.
Right. And we see in the camera the game of Sarana versus Wesley So ended with a draw as expected. And we have our first
The
player.
headline should be Wesley So goes home to his kittens. Okay? I think that sounds really uplifting. Instead of Wesley So loses disastrous game as white and then can't get anywhere with Black and draws in 1 hour. I think we could make the headline sound a little bit better.
Well, anyway, so Wesley, he's the rating favorite, obviously, but we saw that he hasn't really been playing very well since the second round against Emre Can. And also, he was in the verge of losing the match against Musart Jules. And now, finally, Sarana put a stop on his performance, and Sarana is the first player to proceed to round number 5.
Yeah, well, what can we say? I mean, it was a smart game by Sarana today. Not giving him any chances. We can just quickly take a look at how the game finished up. So after rook d7, interesting. So Sarana did not even take the pawn on c6. Okay, he went bishop a5. And so he found a different way. Yeah, he's just going to pile up on this pawn. Oh, he's not even in a hurry to win it, right? He just says okay, you're not going anywhere. Wow. I mean, that's really, really clean play for a draw by Sarana. You got to say. You got to hand it to him. He did a very professional job today, just shutting down the game and using the advantage that he had in the match. So I think, he is the deserved winner of this mini-match.
Yep. And Sarana will be facing the winner of the match between Radek Vostazek versus Dominguez.
Yeah, so is So already out? Yep, he's out. Yeah, it's been 1 hour of play today, and he just couldn't do anything with the black pieces. So his journey at the World Cup is over.
And while we are on the camera of the Fabiano versus Ray. Let's quickly take a look if there's anything happening on their game.
All right, let's take a look. Yeah. How does it look to you, Irene?
Still the same.
Yeah, I mean, not much is happening. I guess it was an Italian game, right? So, okay, it's like a big battleground these days. Knight f6, d3, c3, d6, a5, right? So they are always choosing like a6 or a5, and it's just like maneuvering, right? The standard maneuver of the knight to g3. And Ray went with knight e7. Also put the knight on g6. And, I mean, wow. So far, like, nothing has clarified in this game yet, right? Like, there's been no pawn trades, no real changes to the pawn structure, not even a piece trade. But Caruana has now decided to pull back his bishop to c2. And continuing this nothing is changing in the position kind of approach. And at some point, okay, let's try to find a move for black, shall we? Like, something's going to change in this position at some point, right? I mean, you can play c6. This is, I would say, quite normal.
B5 also.
You're thinking b5 here, yeah? Well, hold on. Like, white actually has a threat, you know?
D4,
Finally,
yeah?
d4. Like, they're about to play this move. So that's why Ray needs to prepare for that. How does he want to meet that move? So c6 kind of controls d5, which is kind of logical to me. Like, let's say you go c6 and they go d4, and maybe even like queen c7. I mean, at least you can't play d5. Kind of looks normal to me, but are there other thematic moves that black can play here? Black cannot really be the first one to play d5, right? Because that pawn will eventually just hang. Like, you can't go there because you're just not ready. Your rook's not in e8, and that pawn is going to go. I don't see the compensation there. But wait, I mean, you can take with the queen. You can take with the queen, actually. So you can look at that. You know, bishop back, queen d6. Maybe that is interesting for Ray. Maybe Ray needs to be the first one to play in the center with d5.
Yeah, the drawback of this usually, this d5, if you're not really ready, is after taking and then queen takes. And I can just do not do anything. I can prepare for d4 at some point. Probably in this game, d4 immediately maybe not really sound, but it's always something to think about.
Interesting, yeah.
It's interesting.
Well, I guess, I mean, probably I'm just taking, I guess. You're kind of making me take, right? And then maybe I'll have to take again. At least I'm giving you an isolated pawn, right?
But I like the quiet move of queen e2 usually. It's the
Queen
typical
E2,
reaction in the position.
Okay. So let me think about what I'm going to do on this move. So you want my pawn. That's a problem. Yeah, it's not obvious how to defend it, right? I mean, knight d7. It's
That's something that you don't.
you don't want to do, right? But
also, after knight d7, there's d4. I'm threatening bishop e6 with bishop g6.
I guess knight d7, maybe like there's some hope of playing f5. I don't know. I know it looks crazy now. I mean, knight d7 doesn't look right to me either. But I'm just trying to think how else I can guard this pawn. Like rook e8, I guess, right? Yeah, I guess that looks like more like a normal chess move, guys, I have to admit. So here's a principle for all of you guys watching at home, right? Like, this move protects the pawn, but it takes the knight, like a developed piece, moves him again, and moves him like to a more passive position. So like instinctively, you should feel like something is wrong with a move like that, right? Even if you don't know exactly why it's losing. This move you should feel better about because you're bringing an undeveloped piece into the game, and you're actually bringing it to the center where it belongs, right? So it's actually following chess principles a lot more. And of course, the tactics kind of work for black as well, because now if you take, We can do even, I believe, this type. I mean, first of all, I was looking at bishop h3 here, but I think we can do even better than that. I think we can take, and then do some sort of discovery on the queen. Like it could be as simple as that, for example. And then you're going to lose because of that hanging rook. You know, once you move here, I give you a check, and then I still have another piece to recapture the queen with.
Right.
Yeah.
This is going to be quite a long game, I would say, but I just found an interesting game for you to look at, Irina.
Let's go to it.
Let's go to Harika versus Irene Roberts. It's
Okay, that's one
what
of
is going on? I don't understand.
one of my favorite matchups in the women's side. Okay, so this is the one you wanted to look at, right? This is
Yes.
definitely it. I didn't make a
No,
mistake.
because it's just some theoretical continuation is there. Obviously, Black is doing some homework with the bishop on c8, and I don't know. It feels to me like
Looks like Black is completely fine.
except if you go for the endgame in the long run, this double pawn on f will.
Yeah, I mean, I think well, Black has the bishop pair, so whatever she's done in the opening, I think has worked out quite well for her. I guess it was a Trompowsky, d4, knight f6, bishop g5, d5, e3. Yeah, so Harika surprises like yet again. G takes, dc, e6. Okay. Harika. Rook g8, c4. I really don't know what Harika is playing for in this position. If I was white, I would be happy for this game to just end in a draw as quickly as possible. Because, you know, generally these end games with the bishop pair, I mean, first of all, your king has like a nice square here. You have b5, bishop b7 ideas, but even if you couldn't get that and your bishop had to go to d7, it's totally fine. And then you can go knight e5. Like, basically, like white should just steer towards a draw, I think, in the fastest way they can.
Yep.
You know, that's my evaluation of this position. It's time for Harika to take it to another tiebreak. Okay, but we do have, that must be Batsy's game, right?
Yes, it's we expected that this game would be quite fiery, and then
Yes.
indeed it is. Ooh, queen on h7.
Okay, the top rated, I think, player in this field. Is she in the top rate? Is she higher than Ju Wenjun? No, she's a little lower rated. Gerechkina now. Okay, their ratings are always kind of like going back and forth. So this is the craziest position so far. It might be the craziest of all the games today. Right? We last saw this when Batsiashvili played g5. And bishop e5, rook g8, h3, knight b6. Okay, so there was a trade. Whoa.
Ooh.
Okay, so she was traded, and white made an intermediate capture on h7. Okay, why not? Why not take that pawn and attack the rook? And then queen h8 maybe, or she just took back. She took back right away. Okay, so white is up a pawn with the king in the center and the queen stuck on the king side. Okay. What do we do? Do we go... Well, there's a lot of moves for white. You know? You can... g4 seems quite reasonable. What happens on bishop e4? So... I suppose that's the question, right? What we do here. So queen h8, at some point, by the way, can be played. Because in general, like, well, you don't mind the queen trade, do you? But the problem is, what if they don't trade queens?
I think you should.
You think you should trade the queens?
Yes. Just king d7 or king e7, yeah.
Trade the queens and...
Probably king d7 would be a bit more
better to like have c7 protected?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Like that.
Takes and
if you
rook
want.
takes.
And let's say we go, I don't know, rook h g1, rook g1. So black has some kind of compensation here, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even going like rook h6. So they have some compensation for the pawn. So white basically would need to find something else on bishop e4. Okay, so let's try to find something really strong for white. You know what I was thinking about? Like, it seems like it's a crazy idea. I was like thinking about f3, bishop takes, bishop d3, but that doesn't. It's actually kind of interesting. It opens the f file. All right, can I just try it since it's not my own game? I just want to try this move. See what happens. F3
Takes
and bishop
Bishop
d3.
d3.
Yeah.
And if you move back to e4?
Yeah, if you move to e4, so I've given up the pawn. And my idea was like to get some play on the f file. So I don't know, something like that. It is pretty crazy and sharp, but I mean, maybe, of course, this is all unnecessary.
Queen e7, queen h8,
Yeah.
king d7. Yeah.
Okay, but she made a move, so
She
I
took
think.
on f3.
Whoa. Oh, she played f3.
Mm.
Oh, she went for my idea. Okay. Look at that. F3, but there could be, is there something even better after bishop takes than bishop d3?
I think bishop d3 is the idea of this pawn sacrifice on f3.
You think that she's going to do it, but is there, I mean, you can throw in bishop b5. Oh, but you can throw in bishop b5 check.
Mm.
Oh, but you can throw in,
Oh, a check
you can throw in a check and then go rook f1. Oh, that can change things. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, c6 and then just rook f1. And that hits the f7. That could be powerful. This could be a quick win for Goryachkina.
But I can just take on b5 and then protect f7, right?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, she went for it. She went bishop
She
b5.
went bishop b5, yeah? Wow. But I mean, maybe the pressure on the f file is just too much. Because I mean, I get two rooks that can double up there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this could be an example of things really backfiring when you play very risky. Yes, well, it is going to be an example of that, I think. Because, I mean, Batsy, she had like very interesting opening prep, right, with this Queen's Gambit. But you go into these lines where you're going like moving your piece for the second time in the opening, and then you're going with your kingside pawns. It's very aggressive. You lose the right to castle. It's interesting, but then you have to play so accurately, you know, and I guess maybe her move knight b6 wasn't the best. And I don't know, maybe she should do something. I mean, I think knight d2 was a blunder, basically. Like knight d2 allowing this pawn to get captured was probably not the best thing, and she had to think here. And I don't know, could it be?
Bishop f5.
Maybe, well, bishop f5, you're going to run into this. And so you might have a problem. Maybe f5. I know it looks weird, but maybe that's what she should have done. It certainly doesn't look perfect, yeah, playing with this king on e8. But, I mean, bishop f5, yeah, maybe, but bishop d3 seems like a problem still. I mean, I can see why she didn't navigate this position, you know, correctly, just because it is very tricky for black.
Right.
You know, black has taken on a lot of responsibilities, and white, not so much. You know, white hasn't done anything crazy. And then basically, I think the highlight, though, of Goryachkina's play was definitely this queen h7, and then g4. This is very smart.
Mm-hmm.
g4 and f3, like giving up the pawn with the idea of getting the f file, is really nice play by Goryachkina. And so she has the bishop on the board on b5 now. And we know what that move means. Like, we know there's no doubt she's playing rook f1 next.
Yep, I agree with you. Yeah, but c6 I think is quite automatic in this position.
Oh, I feel bad for Batsy's position here. This is, you know, it's not just that she's going to lose, but it could be like, it just very, like she's never going to get to castle, actually. Well, I don't know. We can try to play a few moves, right? Let's see why this is so terrible.
So let's play queen somewhere. Queen e7.
Queen e7, right? Okay.
Even if queen e7, you can just double the rook. You don't need to give a check first.
Yeah, you don't. You're just going to double. And I mean, the problem is also the rook is going to hang. Like, you can castle.
Yeah.
I mean, you
But
can
then-
castle. You're just going to lose all your pieces.
Oof, not
You
looking
know?
good. Oh, the bishop on e5. Look at that bishop.
Yeah, the bishop is amazing. He's a beast.
Mm.
All right, so I think it's going to be a crushing victory for Gerechkina, and she will move on.
Yeah.
And then, all right, we're being asked to look at Magnus's game. Hey, okay, I can see why you guys would be interested in that. So Magnus, after bishop b4, he did deal with a threat by retreating his knight, which is a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think he was kind of forced to do that. This was just like very specific threat. So he needed to save that. And then I think he can castle queenside. Look at that. Well, he's doing his best, right? I mean, we have opposite sides castling,
Mm-hmm.
sharp game. There's still pieces on the board. I mean, he's doing what he can to win this game. He's
Yep.
keeping some 20-minute advantage on the clock.
And f3 is on the board. So preparing for g4 and the majority pawn attack on the king side. So
Yeah.
this is quite a smart decision, I think, that Magnus is choosing. Whether it is enough or not, well, you just gotta try.
Oh, we have a nice comment here from our viewer, Ganif. Look at that. He says, "Thank you, Irene, ×2. Both of you are wonderful. It's a pleasure
Irene
listening to the way you take the games apart." Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Ganif. And thanks, guys, for your nice comments. We really appreciate them. So, no, I like what Carlsen is doing in this game. Like, it doesn't really matter that the eval bar is saying it's equal, because the most important thing is that it's an unbalanced position. There's still a lot of pieces on the board, and then there's also like a clear plan of how he's going to get some play on the king side. So I think he's doing what he can
Right.
to get winning chances today.
Yeah, he has to. And I think I can see a noticeable difference of his play today. Like, he's very focused on the board. Like,
Yeah.
he's just so focused compared to yesterday. He looks like, okay,
Yeah.
I have to win this game, and I have to, create all sort of nuances that gives me some winning chances.
I completely agree. He knows he's fighting for his life. Like, there's no more room for error. Yesterday I think was such a wake-up call for him too.
Yep.
Right, like making 2 tactical blunders like that. He must have I think he would have felt very disgusted with himself. And he just doesn't want anything like that today. He wants to see what he can do without any blunders.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of rooting for him to at least make a game out of it,
Yeah.
I actually never root against
The top player.
Magnus. Yeah, I don't. I think, overall he has just been great for chess.
Yeah,
it's
he
always
is.
great if he remains in the tournament. So, but okay. F3, let's see what Vincent just made a move, right?
Queen e5. He did queen e5.
Queen e5. Okay. Solid move. He got himself out of the pin. And is this queen thinking? I don't know where. Okay, let's look at g4. Should we just go for it, Irene, and start looking at that move?
Let's do it. Yes, and rook b8 or something.
Yeah.
That should be-
G4 needs to be played. Oh man, it's going to be so much fun, this game.
Yeah, rook b8, queen a5, bishop e6. I don't know.
Yeah.
Queen a5 might be a bit too early,
Queen
but
a5, I'll go a3 and I'll invite you to like sack your bishop, which I don't think works yet. So now I need to figure out, am I going rook g1 and letting you play, I don't know, bishop c5?
there's also a possibility of playing f4, but I don't like weakening
Yeah.
my center.
Yeah, the problem is that this pawn is the anchor, right? So you can do that, but it's a little scary. Like, going there and then you leave this weak and this weak, it's interesting. But let's say we go rook g1. Let's just see what happens in this direct move.
Rook g1 and then g5 is coming.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Well, look at how Carlsen has managed to create this position. So, the point is, like, it takes skill to even get to this playable position, right?
Right.
Where you, like, create some unknown problems to the opponent. You make him play on his own, right? Like, that part of the struggle has already been won. Now he needs to win the next part of the struggle, right? Yeah.
yeah, this is going to be interesting. And the attack is about to
I'm just
come.
curious, like, what we do if our rook is attacked. Do we just prosaically move it away to g2,
Or you just play g5?
or we play g5 and go full on crazy?
Hang on. If your bishop
Yeah.
is on c5, I think it is time for me to play f4.
F4. I mean, okay. You want to send me back to e7?
Mhm.
It's possible. You know, you can also,
If you are pinning your own self like that, then I can do something else.
Or
So
maybe I'll go to e6.
Queen e6,
maybe
and I
e6.
think knight d4 could be. I can just trade this one more knight, but then all the pawns are.
Yeah, but, don't
E4.
forget about
Sorry,
this one.
sorry,
Yeah,
That one is. Or you can just play e4. I mean e5, because then I'll take the knight and I'll take the bishop if you take my pawn.
Yeah, although that's still completely unclear, right?
It is
With
unclear.
this one hanging.
It is unclear.
I mean, well, what if we just go rook g2? What if we just like don't sacrifice all of our pieces? I don't know. I like where this is going. I feel like this is going to be a fun game to watch. Okay, we got Nepo game, please. Request. Okay, you guys better have made a good choice, okay? Because I won't trust you again if this turns out to be boring. Okay. All right. So it is a bit boring, but I feel like that's a forgivable request. Pawns are even. We got bishops of opposite color. Nihal Sarin has the better pawn structure. Yeah, he's better. He's better. Nepo's fighting for a draw. His bishop is actually kind of staring into this pawn, not doing much.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't call this position or this game is boring. Maybe it's a bit dry because of the reduce of materials on the board, but this opposite colored bishop always offers so many ideas actually, and this could be instructive. So it actually depends on the taste of a player. Like if you want to play aggressive chess, but of course this is not your cup of tea. But if you like positional chess and just trying to win all your games via instructive or technical ways, then I think this game you should learn deeper.
Yeah, definitely a technical type of position. Okay, so the queen's under attack. Where is it going to go? I suppose the first thought I have is the square. What do you think, Irene? Somewhere here?
Okay, attacking the rook.
Yeah, it's a little awkward for black, isn't it? Here's the thing, though. Black has that weak pawn, and unless he gets rid of it, he's always going to suffer a bit. So I feel like, Nihal has some chances here to make black suffer for sure. I mean, white has to be a little careful. Like maybe they can't push these pawns so easily because they're going to get hit by counterplay, right? But white probably needs to keep the pawn here.
Okay, what if I just play
A6?
No. I
Which
think
one?
I'd try to play bishop a6 or
bishop A6.
c6, either one. Just something that is more attacking.
Yeah. Well, if you go there,
There's a3.
then there's A3 ideas.
So that's why maybe bishop c6 is better.
This one, kind of like,
Well, I'll take it.
yeah, you're going to take it. Ah, nice. So, all right, bishop c6. Starting to create some discovered threats. By the way, I can take that pawn because then I get my queen trapped. We don't want to do that. So we need to figure out where this queen is going. Actually, A3 is not such a stupid square.
That's interesting. Yes.
Yeah, it's like I could answer your discovery with my pin. Right, it's possible. Then kind of move the rook here.
Knight e5 is also there.
Yeah, before I get forked, on c2. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, what can we say about this position? Well, it's going to be a long game. That's what we can say. Nothing's really clarified. I think white has created some problems for black, right? And this game will go on for a long time. Okay, then we get Prague versus Naka. And guys, it took them a really long time to get into the position that we talked about, maybe 45 minutes ago. So basically, wow, Hikaru spent a long time on this move, knight takes g4, but he did go for it, right? That's what we were thinking. That is kind of the most testing move. And after he forced Prague to give up the bishop, he did go rook g1. And this is what we talked about. We were like, where is this bishop going to go? And, oh, wait, no. Rook
No,
g1
no,
hasn't
no,
even
no.
happened yet.
No, Pragnananda is still
Oh,
thinking.
Prague is still thinking. Wow. Okay. So this game has not advanced much at all compared to where we looked at it, right? So, I mean, Rook g1 looks like the move. I mean, if you go Queen b7, I feel like that's not the move, you know?
Queen c8, yeah?
Yeah, like we can just do that and defend the pawn, and you're going to have to waste time moving your queen back, and black will, yeah, maybe even just castle. Maybe, right? Like if you go back, there's so many moves I can do here. But I mean, castles must be one of them. Rook b8. How bad is it to castle? Castling's supposed to be a good thing in chess. You know, and because the queen is protecting the bishop, your attack on the g file is not that fast.
And if I put my rook on g1, just to prepare?
Yeah, maybe just king h8. Maybe even just like that.
I like where this is going.
For white?
For white, yeah. It's much easier to play with white here. D4 or not to D4? That's the question.
Yeah. D4.
The queen is a bit misplaced there on B3. If it could have been switched to the king's side, let's say on D2 even. Ooh, good sacrifice on D2 to F6. Oh, speaking of which, maybe I can have some time to go Queen C2 now and then Queen D2. Like I know,
sack there.
yeah, it looks a bit primitive, but
Yeah.
the queen is not doing anything.
I have a lot of belief in black's bishop pair. How about like F5?
F5.
How can I be doing so badly?
Then if I play, I like this F3 or H3. Bishop H5. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, this Queen C2 I think is a bit too slow. White is taking too much time.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think overall, like, we can't, yeah, he did play Rook G1, yeah, because, I mean, it was clear that, like, Queen B7 was just not the way to put pressure on black, so he went for Rook G1. Yeah, thinking, but, you know, they're taking a while on this, and especially Hikaru. I mean, he must have taken forever on that knight takes G4 move.
Look, he's reaching. Oh, Queen D7.
Oh, now he goes for Queen D7. We looked at that. Yeah, that was kind of, we landed on that move as our main choice.
And we discussed D4. But again, I also have some suspicion about D4. So maybe Pragnananda will come up with something better.
Shall we go back to Magnus's game? So basically, what can we say about this position? It's interesting, guys. It hasn't advanced much farther than, it hasn't advanced farther than what we've analyzed a while ago. And it seems balanced for now. Prague did decide to give up his bishop pair. In exchange for that, he has the G file, right? That's basically what's going on here. But I do feel like, it's now that there's an imbalance in the pieces, the bishop pair versus the bishop and knight, and white has, well, actually, white has also sacrificed a pawn. I should mention that imbalance. I noticed like white is missing a pawn. Yeah, that's because he hasn't taken it back yet. He gave up the G pawn, hasn't gotten it back. And I think this game is going to be basically very sharp, and there's not going to be like a quiet outcome anytime soon.
Yep, I agree. So what's happening on Magnus's game?
Yeah, Magnus's game is what someone brought our attention to. So we were thinking, G4 by Magnus was the most, direct, but he decides to kind of delay that by attacking the bishop first. And yes, the engine bar didn't like that, and it made our audience start crying about a Magnus blunder. But now we need to figure out, why is A3 really so bad? I mean, I can understand Magnus just wanting to clarify this situation, but on the same time, yeah, I mean, let me just tell you guys, like, the blunder part of this move is not obvious at all, right? Like, it's not like you look at it and you're like, oh, what a terrible move. You actually have to think about what could be the drawback of it.
But now
the drawback of it is that it's slow.
Yeah.
Right? It is that it's like instead of going for your kingside attack, you're spending a tempo on this, and they might even just be able to take, right?
Yeah, I think he has to take because you cannot take it with the knight because Queen F4 is there.
Oh, that's
That's the
maybe the
blunder.
blunder part.
He took it. He took it.
Oh, Magnus. Oh, he's gonna be so unhappy with himself.
Yeah, because he has to
He has
preserve.
to take with the queen. Oh
Yeah,
no.
he has to take with the queen. That's the
Oh
blunder.
God, that's the blunder.
Yeah, he had to take with the queen.
Why did he go for that then, Magnus? And Magnus doesn't seem so shocked, or maybe he's already prepared himself for this.
For the end game.
For the
no,
end game?
he's very known to be the grinder in the end game. Sometimes he's just
Yeah, no, but I'm surprised.
Yeah.
No, something has gone wrong. Something has gone wrong. There's no way it hasn't gone wrong.
Oh, and Magnus, look at the screen. It's interesting to see the expression. He looks surprised, but I'm sure he has seen this in his. Oh no, he didn't. Look at the shake of his head. He didn't see this at all.
Wait, but I don't understand what he's shaking his head about. There's just about the queen trade that Kamer took his queen. He's surprised about that. That can't be it. That can't be it. Something else is going on.
Something
here.
else is going on, and he definitely looks very, very unhappy, and things are not going into what he wants. Whoa! So Kamer quickly neutralized the attack.
Yeah. Okay. Like, here's my thinking. Okay. I am going to give you my best interpretation of what we just saw. I think Magnus must have blundered this Queen F4. Well, I don't understand, but how do you blunder that? Like, I mean, your king's on C1, you know this diagonal, but it's just like, obviously he's unhappy about something, but nothing really that surprising happened. Like, Kamer took. And if he hadn't blundered anything, then why would he be unhappy?
No, I mean, I don't think he was unhappy about this queen takes c3. I think he's just unhappy about the whole things because after bishop takes c3, of course, the next move has to be queen c3, and maybe he didn't have time to grieve, and only then after queen takes c3 he grieved that.
Right. So basically, so you agree that like he blundered.
He blundered.
The check.
Yeah,
I mean, because. Normally, guys, like we were talking about, hey, he set himself up perfectly for a sharp game, right? And he has this option of G4, which, by the way, I didn't even realize how smart it was, because it stops the win of the bishop. Because now, if they take, you can just take, and this is not winning the bishop anymore, right? But it's just like G4 made sense in general, and instead of like getting that sharp game, he forced his opponent into like trading the bishop and the queen. So now he's stuck in some end game, which I mean is obviously 100 times safer for Kamer, right? I mean, especially when Magnus just needs to win, so he's stuck playing this end game. And it's like, okay, sure, he can play it, but like you're in a bishops of opposite color end game. You're not even up a pawn. Like you would never go for this.
Right. Well, I think it's not really surprising seeing how he also blundered the pawn yesterday in that endgame. So he might be just not in his good shape.
I know, but I would be shocked. I mean, be shocked if he would miss such a simple thing again on the second day. I mean, someone should ask him about what he was kind of intending with this A3 move. No, Kamer played knight h7 pretty quickly, and that's interesting for me because, like, I would not consider this like such an obvious move. Maybe he had planned that already, like when he was thinking about bishop c3. But
I think he just doesn't want to have a double pawn on f anyway. Why giving like some positional concession?
Well, the thing is that the move that I would consider like.
And g5 is a bit too committal. So.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe g5 just bishop f2, right? Yeah, that's the problem.
It's giving white some other ideas to attack. So
Yeah. Okay, I can see now why he didn't go for g5, but I would think about g5.
Wow. So Magnus is
when he starts covering his eyes with his hand, it usually is not a great sign. He's unhappy. Oh, he's so unhappy.
Yeah.
Oh my, I feel so bad for him. No, because it's just annoying to blunder simple things. You know, guys, like you play well, you build up a position, and then you get caught on this detail, like some check at f4, like a 2-move, 4 sequence, right? Just like kind of like yesterday.
Yep. Yep, he blundered again and again, unfortunately, and he is in the verge of getting eliminated by Vincent Keimer.
Oh man. Yeah. No, A3 certainly based on a blunder, right? I mean,
Yep. So whoever wins the match between Ivanchuk versus Sanal would be happier actually, because they might be expecting to play against Magnus, but it
Oh,
looks like
they're going to
Vincent
be playing
Keimer,
Kamer.
yeah, he's going to proceed to the next round.
Yeah, okay. Well, Kamer played knight h7, so let's just take a look at that. And Magnus played g4 very quickly. I mean, I wouldn't say that there's no chances in this position for white.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's still a game, right? It's still a game. It's just
It's
that
still a
now
game.
it's,
Mhm.
now it's an end game.
And Magnus is also known for squeezing out of rocks. So
Yeah.
and there are so many drawn end game that he was trying to force a win, and he did. So maybe this could be one of them.
Yeah, our audience is asking, is it really a blunder if he's now equal? Yeah, it's a good question.
Yes.
But the answer is like, yeah. I mean, if you're making a move that is, you know what's interesting? Hold on. Kamer missed 94. 1 second. Where did he miss 94? Was there something even better for Kamer than what he went for? That's the question. Okay, so, well, obviously not 94 here, so it must be in this position. Like, where did he?
I don't.
So where
no,
did he
queen
miss?
C3.
Yeah, queen c3. Oh, 94 here?
No.
Well, there is such
Oh,
a
94.
thing. I
Queen
mean,
e5, rook e5 takes and then takes.
I mean,
on
there is
e4.
such a move, you know? It actually is.
It is.
It is a move. Wow. Okay. So it looks like Keimer also had this kind of tactic. That's a big tactic to play. It's not the most obvious thing in the world.
Oh, but this is already a sign, that Keimer is just playing for a draw.
Right.
He's not even looking for something better, because if you're actually ambitious, right, this move, like what Peter Leko said about his game yesterday, that he has this sense that, oh, I'm about to win against Magnus Carlsen. Against anyone else, it would be kindergarten. But this is it. If Keimer was actually playing against somebody else, like let's say much lower rated than Magnus Carlsen, he would have played knight takes e4. He would have seen it beforehand. But
yeah, well, it's okay. It's definitely, yeah. It's not the most obvious move, and I totally understand Vincent though, because like, being able to just trade the queens and play the end game when all you need is a draw, like he must have felt like that was already great. Like
Yeah.
that was already Carlsen's mistake, and now he's just going to take it. So I can definitely understand like why he didn't like stop to notice this move. I mean, because this is not like a standard tactic. And when things, it's like when things are already pretty good, you already got something nice on offer, you tend to just take it, right? It's a very common
Yep.
chess player mistake. So I wouldn't blame like Keimer too much for missing this. Like I think it's very understandable.
yeah, exactly. So now I think we can interpret why Magnus looked unhappy.
Yeah, you
because
think he even saw that?
Yeah, he saw, and
But I think it's still not that. Like, do you really think like this is what he's wanted? Like he thought, wow, how wonderful! Now I get to play this end game. Like I have a hard time believing that. Like I feel like he can't have been that happy even at what he got. Like even if he felt like he got lucky after Queen C3. But I mean, yeah, maybe he was extra disgusted with himself for missing knight E4. And basically the idea of this move, guys, is the double attack on these pieces, which is going to happen regardless of whether white trades the queens first or takes the knight first, because I guess there is like, you just taken two of white's center pawns, and then you're going to win the piece back, and then you're going to be up some pawns. And yeah, white just doesn't really have enough compensation, right?
yeah, it would be interesting that after the game, if we can ask either of the players or both of them about this specific position, that whether both of them missed it or they surely missed it, and what they have in mind. Probably they actually discovered this a few moves afterwards.
Yeah. Well, I think Kamer might never have discovered it. I feel like...
I think he discovered it.
You think so?
Yeah, because he has just so much time on the clock, and he might have like, something is amiss.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. I feel like if you're black and you didn't see knight e4, I don't think you're coming back to think about this position. And I think Magnus definitely probably saw this, but Vincent, I feel like he is probably not thinking back to this moment, and he's just like, how am I getting a draw from this position? So, by the way, I would say that Magnus, I mean, he's still making a game out of it, right? I mean, I feel like as long as the opponent's knight is on h7, as long as you still got some pieces on the board, I mean, of course, the game is not over. And the question to me would be, well, knight g5 is sort of the obvious move for black, right? Knight g5, get the knight out of the corner. Yeah, that's probably what I would look at first, given that you can't push. I'm not afraid of you taking. So I don't know, that's like the most obvious move to me. Are there other things that we can do?
Rerouting the knight to f8 to g6 also. Many.
But the question is, like, why wouldn't you just do that? Like, I mean, from f8 it can go to here or here. So you're saying what, that it would be better on g6 than on g5? I mean, I don't know. It feels pretty good on g5.
Or maybe this is, I think, in this type of position, I think Magnus would be happy to play a knight versus the bishop. So I think he would just take it on g5 and play h4.
You think this?
Yeah.
I think I can.
It depends on how you take
Yeah,
it back,
I should-
actually.
Oh, you're saying I might even take it back that way. Huh?
Yeah.
It's interesting. I mean, I would agree with you that this is not so crazy.
And if you take with the f, I think h4.
And if I take the standard way, but am I
H4 is
really going to
tempting.
have such a
Still
problem
H4,
here?
Yeah,
I
king
feel
f7.
like, I feel like positions like this shouldn't really get lost.
Yeah, I mean,
But maybe, maybe you have some long-term weakness of that pawn. Maybe one day white can play g5, and if they get you to take, they can play against your weakness, right?
white
But still, this is coming.
Yeah, white still has some edge here. So,
Yeah, I mean, I would still feel like black should be able to make a draw. Let's just say I would be depressed if I lost this position as black. Yeah.
and he played it. He played knight f8. So he's listening to me.
He's listening to you, right? No, he doesn't want to play my primitive knight g5, move. He's going for knight f8. Okay. You know what it is? He might want to keep these bishops on the board because he wants to stain the bishops of opposite color for the drawing chances, right?
Also, this light square bishop is useful against any threat of whites if white is intending to play some sort of like knight f5, all this, because we saw like this h6, g7, f6 is creating some weaknesses to light squares, black's light squares. So yeah, you have to keep the bishop on the board.
So where do you think this knight is going?
That's a good question. So Magnus has played bishop g3. At this point, I think we will be expecting actually a long game, because I think the perfect strategy for white here is not to commit to any plan yet and then see if black is making any concession or not, because black is very solid. Whichever attack or whichever plans that you are trying to execute, black is very solid. Black can just anticipate it all. So there's also some strategy like that I was playing a game again against Gangule, a mutual friend of ours. So yeah, I was losing the game, but he said that if we just play a long game without doing anything here, I wouldn't actually know what to do. But since you're forcing matters, then I have my chances. So I think this is a very good advice, or also a very good insight from him that Magnus probably is trying. Or even if he has a plan, he would execute it very, very slowly.
As you've been talking, I've been experimenting with all the different ways I can highlight the bishop on g3. Yeah, bishop g3, it's getting away from this attack that is coming, obviously, and quite a decent move. And any other questions, like, I would wonder, like, does white want to, let's say, get that pawn up to h5, just to grab some space on the king side? And I think we also want to figure out where this knight is going. Like, let's say it goes to g6, right? That's sort of the natural move. So what would I think about here? Well, I certainly would think about h4, but you want to go to e5, and then I might take you, or not. Should I go f4? I mean, it's
That's a bit too loose.
You
I
know,
guess.
it's a little loose, but at least it restricts your knight. It keeps my space advantage. It's not completely out of the picture, like that you can do something like that. I mean, h4 allows the knight in, right? Then you got to deal with the attack on that pawn. I mean, black is super solid in all these positions, right? Like here, you can just take with this pawn, you're fine.
I think what Vincent has in mind is probably switching his bishop to f7 and then put the knight on c5. So probably bishop e6, bishop e7, and then the knight goes to either e6 or d7 and then c5.
Oh, interesting. So you're thinking like he might go here and then try to come out like that.
Mm-hmm. Because the knight on c5 looks so good, and then you follow it up with rook b8. You know, it's not totally drawn because black has also some attacking plans.
Oh, yeah. What if I try to like induce you to push that pawn? Like, does that make any sense if I go like knight e2?
Oh, he played knight e6 first, so I think he's going for my plan, but with a different order of moves.
So you think, okay, yeah. So now we are gonna have to. Okay, he's not going for knight g6. So you think he's going for this?
Mm-hmm. And then doubling the rook, maybe. Okay, put the rook on b8 first and see what coming next.
Yeah.
Also, it's okay. Knight c5 is a bit loose as well, actually, because there might be some bishop f2. But anyway, this position, you're just kind of like guessing what your opponent wants to do. There's no actually concrete plan to play.
Yeah. No, I mean, I am interested in to see how Magnus will play this, right? Like, is he going to be pushing that pawn to h4?
Oh, you know what? c5. This might be his plan. And then bishop c6. Okay, black is giving up the d5 square, but after bishop c6, we're threatening just to exchange it. And since it is a close position for the bishop on g3, I think black would be happy to have knight versus bishop.
That's a very interesting point. I agree that c5, kind of first of all getting that square for the knight and also getting ready to improve your bishop and kind of challenge the knight that comes to d5 makes a lot of sense. Like, let's just give an example. Let's say I play h4 and you play c5. Yeah. I mean, like, let's just
Let's put the knight
let's put the
d5.
knight on d5 and you go here. And basically your point is that you're ready to make that trade.
Yep.
Why not? And your knight is going to do fine against the bishop.
Yeah, knight d4. Look
Yeah.
at that. It's just, yeah. This is I think a sound plan.
Okay.
I think we have
Now
some
let's take a
development.
look at what is going on in Teodora Inyak's game. Look how well I pronounced that. Oh, it's crazy.
What?
Oh, right.
Happening?
Look at that. Shuvalova, her opening prep is looking good. So let's see. She played bishop f4, and her opponent did play knight d5. We were thinking about that, actually. She played here. F6, apparently, I mean, very natural move, right? F6. But apparently that was a mistake. In terms of what black should have done, that would be harder to guess, huh?
No, it's hard. I think
I'm wondering if something like that, is that possible? It feels crazy. I know it does. No, did I say that? No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. That was a joke. That was a joke, guys. I'm just trying to understand like what we can do other than f6 here, because like going knight d7, maybe knight d7, but it's always running into this knight d6. And then you have to be ready to play this position. Maybe she could have gone for that. But, I mean, I can understand why she didn't. So she played f6. And Shuvalova countered with this move. Very forcing. Knight c7. I mean, like, I would say Inyats is playing, like, quite logically, right?
Yep.
You can't really... Like, the engine doesn't like it, but it's not really clear why this is so bad. Bishop f4. Well, I mean, the reason it's a little dubious is because now with these pawns like that, it does seem a bit weak, right? And and also this whole maneuver of this, it hasn't really accomplished, any development of new pieces, right? So I can see why it's not perfect as well. And then her knight got here. Yeah, we actually talked about a maneuver like that. That feels kind of nice to guard that square and attack the pawn. Okay. But something's going to happen, isn't it? Like some sort of d5 somewhere.
Which I think she did.
Yeah, look at that. Like blast open the center because black's king is just completely in the center. Knight d7. And I guess taking on e6. Okay, this is starting to look, of course, really dangerous for black.
Well, queen h5, there's g5, but if you take on c5, you're forced to take the queen first. But
And then
even
the rook
then,
comes into d7.
d7. Oh, this completely busted that thing.
Yeah, you think so? So, okay, let's take a look. I mean, because knight takes c5 is a forcing move. Could be other things, but okay. If you take...
You have to take.
You got to
yeah.
take, because, guys, if you take the knight, there's a double attack, which wins the bishop. So you got to throw in the queen trade. Let's say we take with the rook. Then
Ooh.
you take... Yeah, I mean, this could be, like, not that clear, even, like, either we're getting the rook in. We're attacking that pawn, too. But, maybe just bishop c8 in this position. Like, we want to take there.
Right.
So maybe that's not the most convincing. So that's why I don't want to blame like Inyats too much for what we're seeing. Like I don't want to blame her too much for the engine's evaluation because I feel like her moves have made sense. It's just been a very tricky position, Okay, but let's see how white's going to win this, right? So knight c5. The check on h5. There's just g6, and then we're not really getting anywhere. Well. It's interesting, right? It's like very far from obvious, actually. It's crazy that the engine bar likes this like so much, but it's just not clear why. I mean, if we could basically get the queen off here and play rook d1, then we would be doing great, right? Maybe, you know what it is? Like, why don't we just make like a simple move like that? Can we? Let's just go queen g4.
Yeah, that's possible, I think. It's a very good move.
Protecting the pawn. And we really just want to play... Well, actually, we want to take your knight and still come back to win your bishop. But we also want to play rook d1 and kind of use this very powerful open file.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a bit of a tricky move because, queen g4 is not a check or a capture or like some really amazing threat. But it's easy to miss like a quiet move like that where you're just like developing a piece.
Yeah, wow. What a good opening preparation by Polina Shivalova. Yeah, this is totally interesting.
Yeah. Well,
because we thought the pawn on c3 would come up with something, I don't know, like it looks very strong, it's protected, but turns out the activity of white's pieces is just too tremendous.
Yeah, I mean, somehow she really lost control of the game around this point where, well, you can see that basically she just hasn't succeeded in developing, right? Like nothing, like we looked at this position when the bishop first came to f4, right? So just like, look at the change, guys. Like the bishop came out and, black's not castled and the knight's not out, right? And the job was to get that development in. Instead, somehow, I mean, even though like she tries to attack the bishop, attacks it again, but ultimately all that happens is like her knight moves around, no progress has been made in development, and then white has just been helped to get this tempo in to play d5 and start opening the game. And I guess the question for us, I mean, what we really should ask is like, okay, knight d7, giving up this pawn, yeah, that's maybe a bit too much. Like, what was going on in this line? That's what I kind of want to know. But there's going to be a knight b6 somewhere, right? So like I take and you take, and this is the big question. Like, well, we have a lot of moves here.
Right. Well,
starting even from queen e2.
Well, yeah, this game is No, it's just the amount of opening preparations that all the players show in this tournament is just impressive. And yeah, well, we'll definitely be coming back, and because I've seen also some developments in the game of Pragnanana versus Hikaru, so we'll be coming back to that and to other games as well after the break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Hey guys, we're back with our coverage of the second game of the fourth round of the 2023 World Cup and the Women's World Cup. So let's take a look at the game between Polina Shuvalova and Teodora Ignatz that we left off with. And actually, Shuvalova, she did play this strong queen move to g4 that we had discovered, avoiding the queen trade and simply emptying the d1 square for the rook to come to. And then on the next move, she got her rook in and has quite a crushing advantage here. I mean, Black's king still stuck in the center. And, you know, interesting that this pawn on c3 is not really going to get a chance to have its say in this game, right? Because we're not, like, going to be seeing an end game in this game.
Yeah, and this is also a very good example of not letting your king in the center of the board far too long, and it has to be castled at some point. But with a good preparation by Polina Shuvalova, she didn't allow Black to have time to do that. So now what we're looking on the board is, I think, almost also a crushing victory, like what Alexandra Gorychkina is currently showing against Nino Bashashvili on the second board.
I mean, right now the queen is under attack, so it's got to move somewhere. Going there allows there to be a fork. So what did she do? Did she move her queen to e7? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So she's going here, and we basically need to find the last couple of moves for white to wrap up this game, right?
Yep, White has plenty of choices.
Yes,
There's
you know.
knight b6, there's knight d6,
Yeah.
there's taking on c5.
Maybe the one thing you don't want to do is actually this move. Maybe that's one thing, because if I take, well, okay, first of all, you can take with the rook, so maybe it's all, maybe that's all fine. But like if you take with the bishop, right, and the problem is queen e6 and I hit your queen. I hit your queen so you don't have time to win my knight, and okay, this would be like an absolute dream for Black to escape to. So you have to be a little bit careful, like after knight d6, oh yeah, it's probably that we take this knight instead.
Yep.
And then everything is like sort of hanging. Yeah, that's it. So she actually can go knight d6. It's probably the most straightforward way to win. They got to take, you take this knight, and I think we are starting to see how this game is going to end.
Right, I think so too.
Yeah.
And actually at this point, Black can just castle to the long side. But there should be some discovery or some tactics happening on the board.
Yeah, if you go here.
Just tick twice on e7.
Yeah, and then just go, and then just go e7,
Yeah.
right? Just take. Maybe I should have taken with the rook first, but the basic idea is that, it's very hopeless for Teodora. And yeah, the better prepared player is going to go through. I think she wasn't maybe doing as well yesterday, right? She kind of had to work for the draw, Polina. But today, she definitely came out looking strong. And I mean, I can tell you myself from playing this match against her is that, that's one of her certainly strong points, is that she works a lot on chess and is quite well prepared in the openings.
Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah.
while we're at the women's section, let's quickly take a look at Bela Kotanashvili versus Conor Humpy. We haven't really seen that game very much.
And Bella was just in our field division there on the screen. I would guess from that's a good sign for her. Well, I don't know. She was walking around. By the way, Aline Robers is done against Harika Dronovali.
And it's drawn.
That was a draw, yeah?
That was a draw.
And that game where I said like Harika should steer towards a draw as quickly as possible. So I guess she did that. Okay.
So we have 2 tie breaks so far in the women's section.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I would say, well, first of all, I feel just looking at this position that Humpy has, like 10 minutes more time. All the pieces are still on the board. All the pawns.
Everything is still on the board.
So, I mean, I feel like she's done just fine. I mean, from her hippo opening, right, where we obviously know that kind of you're giving up a lot of space. And by the way, Bella, she didn't wind up going for this h4 plan. So she went here, 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 and things got kind of locked up. Okay.
G4.
Yeah, I mean, Bella's playing pretty aggressively. And knight g1, okay, kind of allowing b5, right? So I don't know about all of these things that we're seeing, like why the bishop went to c2, why the knight went to g1 exactly, but okay, now it goes out to e2, and I guess we're supposed to notice that the reason that black cannot just win a pawn is because of bishop a4 in the end, and okay, maybe you're not losing your queen, but white is getting probably a lot of play. So, okay, I mean, I think Humpy's doing a good job of like keeping this game complicated, and you just cannot even tell what's going to happen. One good thing, though, is that like black cannot castle. That's the good thing for a white, right? So black's king is kind of stuck on e8.
Yep, and white is also waiting whether or not she is in need of castling, because in this position, the king on e1 is still standing very safe, but maybe at some point you want to connect both of the rooks, so that's why you might want to castle, but it's not necessary in this moment.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at Magnus's game. So, is Magnus making any progress in this endgame? So after bishop g3, knight e6, he did go for h4, and did Vincent go for your c5 plan? No, he went king f7, so Magnus did drive these pawns in to create some space on the king side. And so yeah, for some reason Vincent is hesitant to go for this plan, so he just prefers to kind of play rook d8, which doesn't really do much. Rook h e1, and he stays more passively, you know? I think that's not a great sign that he wasn't willing to like, you know, go for something a little more direct, right? What do you think? Because I mean, rook d8 and bishop c8 is not like an example of active play.
No.
I don't think he's not able to play d5. He might try, I don't know.
He might try this c5 idea by having the bishop on b7
yeah,
first.
maybe he wants to go there and there.
And that to meet like d5 with immediately taking it.
So but you really don't know why the rook is here. I mean, you have no idea like why it needed to be on d8, right?
No.
So, but still solid for Kmar.
He's definitely going to play just for a draw, not really committing to anything, and then just keep the solid position that he already has. So let's see this Pragnananda versus Hikaru.
Yeah, by the way, you know, there's so many games that we just like haven't got yet to. Like, let's just take a look for a second, maybe at Erigaisi versus Sindarov, because their match yesterday went down to the end. It ended in a draw. They're both young players. They got a lot of their fans, and you know, they're both members of like the medal-winning teams at the last Olympiad. Right, Arjun for India, they got the bronze medal, and Java here for Uzbekistan, and they got the sensational gold medal. I mean, when I think back on that, I still think that's such a sensational result.
It is.
Uzbekistan getting the gold medal at the Olympiad ahead of like powerhouse teams like the U.S., you know, China.
And none of them actually surpassing 20 years old, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, and there's like basically a group of teenagers, right? Winning. I mean, it's like, no, I can understand them having upsets, right, against the top teams, but like you need so much stamina in an Olympiad. You're playing for so many, like what is 11 rounds, right?
Right.
So that is definitely an amazing result. Uzbekistan has become a strong chess country. They're going to be hosting more and more events. So, okay, let's just take a look at Java here, Sindarov. So queen e8, and his position doesn't look amazing because this queen on d5 is super powerful. It actually feels like he's barely holding on, right?
Actually, if you see this position from the start, you'll be amazed by the opening preparation.
Right, I will be, yeah? Okay. So what was this? Okay, it was this Spanish, open Spanish that Magnus avoided. Okay, yeah, this is all theory. Okay, all of this is theory. I'm sure this is all theory. You can tell me where it stops. Like my knowledge kind of like stops around here because I don't really play.
No, it's already something that they try to improve anyway. Yeah, this like meeting d3 with g4, you know.
Wait, there was a trade of bishop for knight. So like, okay, this pawn seems pretty good, but
d2.
Did he lose that pawn? No, he lost the pawn.
And now it's convenient for for white
Oh,
because
yeah.
just having
Well, here's a blunder that you don't want to make, guys. Like, what you don't want to do is be tempted to pin the knight, right? Because then you'd be walking into that check and you'd lose your rook. So that's the one thing to avoid. Let's see what we should do as whites, though.
just king g2.
King g2.
King g2. Rook cannot go to d8 anyway, so you're preserving this rook e1 idea. So yeah, white is standing very comfortable. a6.
In that
a6
case, do you
is a
think there's
long-term
any point in
weakness.
going to f1, Irene?
That is possible as well.
Because obviously this knight's going to move somewhere, and maybe
Yep.
that way we can have rook e1. I mean, this is a funny move, king f1, but I would certainly consider it.
Yep. I don't know whether going to the endgame is in the favor because
But there's
queen
this
c6,
idea, yeah.
But I think this should be fine. A6 is always the weakness. And after taking like bishop g3, how do you defend the c7? Rook a7. And then I can just play rook d1 or rook e1, whichever. So
Yeah, well, yeah.
Or
If
even
you have
bringing
to
the
put your
king.
rook there, then
Yeah.
you know things are certainly very bad. Your knight is totally restricted, and your rook is terrible. So
yeah.
king f1 is interesting. King g2 is interesting. What other moves do we have that are interesting here?
Or these guys, they're not afraid of anything. So they could actually pull this f4 pawn
Oh,
to
yeah.
action.
Yeah. I mean, my first thought is like, I'd be shocked if that was good, but you know what? Maybe.
It
right?
is
'Cause,
possible,
you know,
yeah. Rook e1
You
is
can go
protected then.
f4 and then like rook e1 because your bishop is now defending that square. I mean, yeah, it's
Also another
like
option,
that,
rook e1.
right?
Yes.
I mean, you completely own the center files on the board. Very unpleasant.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this happens too.
Yeah.
Because there are many comfortable choices.
So
that
Arjun
white could make.
has a very promising position out of this open Spanish. And let's see, find another interesting game. All right, well, let's just take a look. Andrei Esipenko, we haven't even covered this today, versus D. Gukesh. So Gukesh, kind of more passive, defending this pawn. On the other hand, this bishop versus the knight is not a bad situation for Gukesh, right? His knight is on the outpost. So it does look like a balanced position, as the engine is saying. Yeah.
White has a little edge there because the pawn is more forward, and the rook is also more active. But is it enough to win? We'll see.
Yeah. Well, we also got Nijat Abbasov.
Yeah, drew the game against Peter Spittler, so we have another tiebreak there.
Yeah. How is Nihal Sarin doing against Jan Nepomniachtchi? He's still pressuring him, although now we're in the rook end game, and we know that rook end games are like notoriously drawn. I mean, I would be surprised if white can win this, but you know what? White has a big space advantage. Like, white is driving these pawns up the board. Black is kind of still stuck defending that, but now one of his rooks is free, right? Because now his king just came over. So I suppose that he's now like thinking about activating that rook, one of these squares. Yeah, I would still be surprised if white can actually pull out much from this position. And Nepo has a huge lead on the clock as well. So I feel like he should be able to navigate his way to a draw.
Yeah, I think so too.
All right, so we see anything happening in the game between Caruana?
Yes, there's some pawn sacrifice there that that Fabi did, and let's take a look. We saw the game before. Ray played c5, I guess.
Yeah, we saw it somewhere around here.
Yeah, after
And
bishop
Ray
c2.
played c5 in order to kind of make it harder for white to play d4. And
But
white
he
still
went
played
anyway.
d4. Okay. Sacrifice the b2 pawn. Okay. Interesting. I guess he wants this trade to get the f5 square. Okay. Really interesting situation on the board. So let's see what white is threatening here, right? So white has ideas, obviously, of just taking this back on a5. What other major? I mean, trapping the queen is not so easy, right? Because you can always escape. You're kind of escaping to b4. Maybe one of the ideas could be somewhere like queen d3.
He played it. He played queen c3. Just try to activate the queen.
Yeah, so black decides on his turn, just to get out of there. Okay, and he also protects a5.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we could try to play bishop d2, but that's going to leave our d pawn a little bit weak. I mean, we could take a look at this move.
I think you have to play it anyway and then try to take on
take
a5.
his
Yeah.
pawn.
Because after bishop d2, where will the queen go?
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, you can't really go there because this pawn hangs. Right? Well, we need to find some ideas here. Like, if we take, let me just take, I think. I'm not really sure what we got from that trade. But bishop d2, I mean, I don't feel like we're going to put any problems to black, though, playing like this.
Yeah, probably bishop d2, queen c6.
Maybe even queen d3.
Queen d3 is also interesting.
Look at that beautiful square. You don't often get to have a queen somewhere like that.
And after rook e3?
Oh, then I'll say goodbye. And I'll
And
go to
then
b5, and
rook
then you go rook
a5.
a5 with tempo, yeah?
Yeah.
What can I do? Maybe your rook on e3 is awkward. That's my point, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I can say, like, okay, you get the tempo on my queen, but your rook on e3 is not the best.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful there. Where will the queen go? Because I will have queen a1. That's possible.
Yeah, sometimes
Option.
your rook can go to d3 as well.
Mm.
So maybe queen.
Queen d7 and then queen a1. If queen b6, then I think I have time to
Go where?
take on e5. Yeah, just now. Either queen a1 or take on e5, or actually knight f5 is interesting. So, white has plenty of choices here. I think it's kind of
Yeah.
awkward.
It's quite sharp if you go knight f5. 'Cause you have to watch out for tactics.
Mm.
Who knows? Can I get some move like that in? Maybe not.
Maybe not. You don't have any follow-up after queen f2. And also
Yeah.
maybe white can just play takes on e5. Maybe that's also... I mean, after queen b6 takes on d5, knight e5. Or maybe not. It looks awkward for both of the rooks, but...
Yeah, because
Yeah.
here, like, the rooks are going to be strange, and maybe just like some kind of rook d8 or queen d6.
You know what?
Yeah, queen d6 I think is a big problem,
Yeah.
right? Because you've got two rooks hanging.
I like queen a1. Maybe let's do that. After taking on e5 and then just play
Yeah.
queen a1.
Oh yeah, I mean I agree. Like the pin is quite annoying. No, I need to figure out like a better square for my queen. So maybe queen d7 was like more proper, or even queen c6. I wonder. Maybe I should provoke you to go d5. It's hard to understand what's going on here. I don't think this move is too bad.
Okay.
So d5.
I can even play queen a1 too. If you take on d5, I'll take it back with the knight.
Mm-hmm. Queen a1, yeah. Going after this bishop.
Mm-hmm.
It's problematic. Oops, oh, sorry. Like doing the wrong clicks. Okay, so queen a1. My bishop's under attack. It's pinned. It looks tricky, doesn't it? Like I'm not really sure. I guess I'd take, right?
Yeah, take it, I'll take it back. Knight
You
takes.
take it back, though. I have bishop takes, though. Or you can't, maybe.
Yeah, this position I think is still slightly better for white, but
Yeah.
after ed4, okay, white should have something better than taking it back actually, because that position this is I think a dream
Yeah,
position.
let's go back a little bit and just see where we're at. So, queen c3. So we're thinking that Fabiano will be playing bishop d2.
Mm-hmm.
Are there alternatives to that? Well, if there are, they're not obvious what they are, right? So bishop d2. And so we tried this queen maneuver. Maybe that wasn't the best. Maybe we just need to make some simple move, like even queen somewhere.
No, queen c6.
Queen c6, yeah?
And if you play d5, then you can move it back to d7 or even... Because now the
Yeah.
bishop on a7 is pretty strong bishop. So
Yeah. Maybe like that's just simpler than going to d3. I mean, black's position looks very solid, right? I don't see why he should have any big trouble here. By the way, Nepo has completed his maneuver of the rook. So after white played a3, Nepo played rook d6, and e4, rook a6. So he's managed to activate like one of his rooks. So yeah, it's hard to see how white's going to make progress, but white does have like an impressive amount of space. How about Hikaru? We haven't checked in with him in a while. And yes, that was our oversight because Hikaru's game has developed in like a very interesting way. So after d4, e4, wow, Hikaru throwing that pawn, but not exactly throwing it away. Maybe he's counting on taking that one. Or I don't know. It's obviously the big question, right? Is like, we didn't even consider e4, but why not, right?
yeah, I think just take on e2.
You think it's this move, yeah?
He will castle long anyway.
Okay, so Prague went d5, and probably c5 here, right? Yeah. And he did take, and that's interesting. So he is just sacrificing the pawn. And I guess, he's going to make the case that this king is weak. So that is really cool. Just a pure pawn sacrifice. But the thing is not, he's returning it. That's, I was going to say, let's count the merchandise here. He gave back the pawn. Actually, I like this concept by Hikaru. At least it creates a very interesting game. And so when I see this move, I'm thinking, okay, you want to play e4, you want to close the bishop, maybe get your bishop here. Totally understandable. So Naka castles queenside away from the open files. Prague takes the center. And I guess his plan in this position is very simple. He just wants to go f4, maybe even f5. And Naka is like, nope, I'm not going to let you play f4 because then I'm going to take your knight and then take your pawn. So this move, bishop h4, guys, is a prophylactic move. And the idea is also that you want to probably take on g3 and take on e4. So how did Prague respond to that? Did he go f3? He did. Yeah, he went f3. And now Naka is playing bishop h7. So every move in chess, it means something, guys. Like, our job is to interpret what is bishop h7 about. Is he trying... is he trying to play f5 at some point and he doesn't want this bishop to hang? That's my first thought.
I think bishop h7 means g5, g4, just to weaken the center.
Right. Well, because, you want to kind of know what's wrong with this, right? Isn't this like a natural move that like everyone should be thinking about for black? And I think maybe he's worried about this. I don't know if that makes any sense. Maybe he's not worried about that.
We could just take on f5, no? g7 is hanging.
Yeah, well, you're right. So if I take, right, like you want to take with what? The knight?
Yeah, just the knight is fine.
The knight. You know what's interesting is that maybe I can even take and go bishop f6. I think you're right that I don't want to take here and like let your rook in, right? But maybe I can just go bishop f6.
Oh, that would be dangerous, I say.
Because you go queen d3.
Yeah, and then just put the rook on e6 and... Yeah.
Well, I agree that maybe I will need to work to show compensation here.
Yeah, and we see on the camera, it's the second board in the women's section. So Alexander Gorchkina won against Nino Barshashvili and is the first player in the women's section that is through to the next round.
Wow. So let's look at this final position. She is up million pawns, if I calculated correctly. And I think we last saw it somewhere at this point where there was bishop b5 check, and we understood that white was going to crash through on the f file. She went, I don't know why she chose that rook, but that seems fine. Check, king e2. Check. Yes, so bad situation for the black king and for black center pawns that are falling. So now she's already down a pawn, but because she has double pawns, it feels like she's down more than that. Checkmate threat on f7.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another pawn. Yeah, so this was quite a devastating takedown. Nino just didn't seem to have too many chances here. Let's see what this tactic is. Oh, it's not even a tactic.
No, it just takes everything.
It's a free pawn.
Yeah.
It's a free pawn.
c8 is hanging.
Yeah. It's a free pawn because you can't take the rook.
Oh, there's just one little trick with rook c2,
Yeah.
but there's nothing after king d1.
Yeah. Okay. Now she's in this winning queen endgame. So this looks like a very convincing game by Alexandra.
Yeah.
And you can't really say much about that. It's like you lose
Yep.
quite fairly.
She faced the opening preparation, I think the opening surprise by Bashashvili very well, and managed to win convincingly.
Look at this position. Bella is up a pawn, but it's a completely crazy position where Humpy has just decided to sacrifice. It's funny because I was saying, oh, you can't castle because of that pawn. She castled anyway. She gave up that pawn, but White's king is not the safest either, and now she's starting to attack her center. I mean, Humpy is doing her best to stay in it. I have to
Right.
say, I have a pretty good feeling about what this game, just because I think Humpy's completely on track, like where she needs to be. She's like a bit more time. She's played, like sort of a dubious opening to keep the game alive, and she's created a game out of it. Like you can't really ask for a better setup when you're in a must-win situation. So I feel like, well, if you're getting the best setup, you could have, you might be able to make something out of this.
Yep. So she's basically saying that, oh, I'll give you a pawn up, but try to prove that you can do something with it. And meanwhile, there's some some moves that's been played already. So knight g3, c takes d5. So
Yeah, I would be scared, a little bit scared here as white, like losing my center like that. I mean, there's weak squares in the position, right? If you let a knight in there, you will just get crushed positionally. So what is the engine bar is saying this is still equal, but that's, maybe there's some tactical ways
Yeah.
we can do this. Like you have
There's
to do
one-
something here.
there's one funny line there. If white takes and then you take with
Yeah.
the e knight, and I can jump to h5.
What if I just go here? Can I just do
Immediately?
something like that? Yeah.
I think you need your bishop
You
to
think
be
so?
open.
Yeah. Well, let me just try it. I'm going to try it.
She played g5. She played g5.
Interesting. But can we just go back for a second to my beautiful attempt here? I don't give away pieces that often, Irene. So you gotta appreciate that.
So I need to take this knight, otherwise it's mate
Yeah,
on
I'm threatening you with
g7.
checkmate. Yeah, I mean, basically my idea was I was hoping that this open file was going to be enough for me to, be doing well. And if you take with a knight, I was hoping that, I could just kind of bear down on the g6 pawn and hopefully get
Yeah.
a draw like that.
No, this is definitely a very sound option that white has there. And
Something like pawn takes and then the rook coming
Yes,
in and just
yes.
throw everything into
no,
the
this
attack.
is scary. This is scary to play.
So, okay, guys, I don't know. This was a key moment. This is a key moment in the game, and this is an interesting knight sacrifice. But Bella went for g5. Maybe also good. We'll see. So g5 and knight h7 by Humpy. Knight h7 by Humpy. But the problem is you don't have the knight sack and exactly... It doesn't work anymore.
I think she's planning just to take on d5 and get the diagonal open and then planning to play knight h5. I think that's what she has in mind. But probably she forgot to take into account there's f5.
Okay, well, what do you mean? Like, so she takes, right?
Yeah, I think f5 has to be played here.
Right here.
Because,
No, good point.
because knight h5 is just about to
Yeah,
come.
let's show people your idea because it's quite important, right? That this basically is based on the opening of this bishop.
And even if the rook goes to c8, you can also play knight h5.
Yeah, and basically you can't really use your pawn anymore in the same way. Well, probably because I take, yeah?
No, g6 is also hanging.
Yeah, I was going to take it like on the next move, but yeah.
Yeah, both
I mean,
are
I
good.
can like take like that. I just wasn't sure about this position. Okay, it says white's winning, but I guess we just go back and then we
Yeah.
push, yeah? Okay. So, but you're saying she might have missed Humpy's move f5.
Yeah, she took
She
on
took
d5.
on d5, and she's preparing knight h5, and you're saying Humpy's going to go for this. Well,
I might be wrong, yeah. But how
it might.
to
You know what it
defend?
is? It's that I take,
Rook
and
takes.
then rook takes. Maybe I still have like knight h5. Well, Bella still has attacking chances, which I think is very good. That's important, right? You don't want to just be like in some bad position defending against Black's initiative.
Ooh,
Nepo
Jan's game
drew.
finish.
Yeah, look at that. His opponent did not manage to create any
No.
problems
Yeah.
for him, and that game ended in a draw despite White's space advantage.
So lots of tiebreak coming up for tomorrow. Get ready, Irina. We
Well,
have
I'm ready for my first tiebreak day.
we will have at least 5 tiebreaks in the Open, but many more to come, I'm sure.
So let's take a look quickly at Magnus's game. I know you guys are asking to see that end game where not much is happening, and you're desperately drawing us away from the exciting game.
Oh.
Hotenashvili versus Koneru. In order to look at this end game where like Magnus just played b3. Well, what can we say about this position, guys? Kmart did go for the c5 plan that Irene talked about, and yeah, he did exactly what we were talking about: rook d3, bishop b7, and then c5, and basically wound up putting the bishop here. So he kind of came around to it later, but he did come around, and well, the position is very solid. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be easy for Magnus to win. Like the move b3, I mean, it's not exactly a very threatening move.
Yeah. Well, it's almost impossible to win this position. The participation of your opponent's mistake is needed to win it. So,
Yeah. So, okay. And what about Naka's game?
by the way, Irina, we have another decisive result.
Yeah.
I mean, the game ended with a draw between Santos Latasa versus Grandelius, but it means that Niels Grandelius through to the next round because he won the first game yesterday.
Yep. So bishop h7, king b1. This is Naka. So king b1, bishop takes g3, and f5 did happen. So black is chipping away at white's center. And I don't know if white has something cool to do here, but he just decided to take, which doesn't look that scary.
Because the king hides on a1.
Yeah, it doesn't look that scary because he kind of loses his space advantage. I don't know if Prague had something like amazing here. And I guess we given the bishops of opposite color, like I guess we are most likely heading towards a draw. That lots of pieces are getting traded. I'm not sure if white could have done something else in this position other than taking. It seems like there was something. We could try to find it, Irene. What do you think white could have done in this position after f5 to keep things a little bit more interesting? I know, it's a tall order to find. I mean, I just had this idea of e5 and queen a3.
And b6.
And then you guard everything. Okay, let me just show my idea that doesn't work, guys. My idea was this. And then am I going to go b4? I don't know. My idea was this, and then
Queen
somehow
e3 maybe.
hitting these pawns. Yeah, it could be even queen e3. Because queen a3, as you point out, it runs into b6. So I don't know about that.
Hang on, what am I doing? Queen e3 losses to f4.
Oh,
We have
yeah.
a discovery there.
Yeah, let's not do that one, guys. Let's not do that one. Okay. But somehow something in this position, it seems like there's something promising. You know what it is? Do you know that there's like positionally speaking, there could
F4.
even be f4.
That could
There
be
could be
it.
something crazy, guys, just like a positional pawn sacrifice to block off this bishop. And that actually seems to be close to the truth.
Yep.
Wow.
But
That is not
Pragnanda-
easy. That is not easy, guys. You know, this is like such deep kind of ideas to feel that this is the moment, right? The like, I'm just going to sack that pawn. I mean, it definitely requires, it's not like you have some forced way to get it back, right? Let's just look at this position. I'm fascinated by this concept. You know, creating a bad piece in the opponent's position. So like if you take, what am I going to do? Take with my bishop or my pawn?
Pawn.
You think pawn opening the rook.
Or so bishop is actually,
But they're both tempting.
they're both tempting, yeah. But I think pawn is just fixing everything.
And then maybe go bishop c3 to e5.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
and pawn
definitely
opens the
diagonal.
rook. Yeah. Look at that, guys. Chess is a beautiful game.
Also, if you take with the bishop, there is g5, bishop e5, and f4 check.
Yeah, this is less stable, right? It gives more chances to this bishop to like come out, right?
Yeah, so it defeats the purpose of the sacrifice. anyway.
Yeah. And let's say they go here. Let's say they keep things closed so they don't help us open the rook, right? But see, guys, look at what's going on with this bishop. He's becoming a much worse piece. And I guess we need to start attacking on the queen side, Irene.
You can put bishop c3, bishop e5. I think that's.
Oh, yeah. I can do that.
That's a good start.
Do you think there's any chance I can just go
Yeah,
a
definitely.
little bit crazy and like start going
Yeah.
for b4 ideas?
I think so too.
I mean, because like we do want to entertain the audience.
But I think let's do that after everything is settled with the bishop first.
Yeah.
Move the bishop to the better place and probably also prepare your rooks.
Yeah. All right, guys. I mean, I hope you appreciated this line because this is, I would say, one of the coolest things we found
No,
today.
this is so nice. This is so
Right.
instructive.
Right. I mean, it's just not obvious, guys, because even these like super GMs who are so strong, right? Like they didn't find it, and you know, if we didn't have the engine bar, it would be hard for us to find
evaluate.
it. Yeah. Well, it would be hard for us to actually realize this is the moment, right? Because we kind of saw there's some edge for white. Where could it come from? That's how this idea of e5 was starting to come, you know. But also the idea of like just f4, so simple, like positionally killing the bishop. Is just an amazing concept. Yeah, I would be so proud to like, if you know, find something like this in a game of mine. I would just be like, I'm a positional genius. You know,
Maybe, you know, at some point something like this happening and then you found it, but then you
Yeah.
have to convince yourself that this is the way to go.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you're not forced into sacrificing anything in this position. You could get away with a solid position like what Pragnananda did in the game. So a lot of convincing to do if you want to play something like this, yeah?
Yeah. Well, Prague went for this, but you know, this trade does not kill Black's bishop. So unfortunately, it does look like the game is going to head towards like a more tame course. You know. Okay, so Carlsen, we're not returning to him until something actually happens, guys. So we can't just go to his game every 2 minutes while there's just still piece maneuvering going on. And by the way, yeah, I mean, you know, Kamer is improving his position a little bit if you want to know what's happening there. Let's go to the most interesting games left. And in the open section...
Hang on, there
Yeah,
is some
there something?
sacrifice on the game of Fabiano versus Ray Robson.
Okay,
Ooh, we didn't expect that move.
a sacrifice. All right, so what happened here? So he went knight f5. Oh, yeah, we thought that this couldn't happen because there's some sort of hanging pawn.
Yeah.
So maybe maybe I made a mistake in that. Maybe there's like some sort of tactic like that, and we didn't evaluate this discovery properly. Okay, so Ray went back, and Fabiano decides to sacrifice a bishop. Wow. He wants to go queen d2 and just go into h6 and checkmate. Actually seems very unpleasant. By the way, Ray doesn't have a lot of time to deal with this.
Yeah, he's already in time trouble right now.
Wow. I mean, I would say based on what I'm seeing right now, the time situation, where they are in their moves, move 22, and this knight. Okay, guys, this knight is a big factor in my evaluation. I don't think Ray is going to be able to save this.
Yeah, I doubt it. Yeah, this is such a strong attack that Fabiano is currently having, and yeah, and the time situation is not into Black's favor as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just the knight that you have no way to get rid of it. Like, there's no one really to challenge that knight. And that's the problem, right? At least when you can have someone who can fight him, you get a little bit of hope. But all right, guys, this is a cue for us to go over to Bella Hotanashvili versus Humpy Koneru. Because Humpy, is she going to be able to make a comeback? And in the game, she just played the move Queen to C7, right? So she didn't go for F5, Queen C7.
And by the way, Shuvalova won.
Yeah, so Shuvalova won. So Queen C7 threatens, of course, the bishop and also this very unpleasant check. So if they go Knight H5.
Queen C3 check first, and then see where the king goes,
And then take something with a check.
yes.
Well, all right, but we got to see that, right? We got to see that because, I don't know. I might be able to make this work or not. So you're going to go Queen C3. I'm going to give you...
You have
a
to give the rook.
I have to give you the rook. I mean, it's not like... It's not an obvious line. Like, I don't know...
I can play E3, E4 first, just to stop the checkmate.
Oh, like that.
Yes.
Well, that's smart. Yeah, that's a very key move. Yeah, it's actually your only move.
Yeah, you have to play E4.
Yeah,
yes.
you have to see that you're stopping the checkmate, and also there's no Knight F6. The queen is amazing here. Wow, look at
It's
that
winning.
powerful queen, guys. And then you're also threatening the rook finally. You know what's interesting? This game, like, I guess the lesson is that, you know, when you want to, you need to force things a little faster, Irene, right? Because she kind of wound up spending a tempo for this move, right?
That's right.
And she was thinking like, oh, it's going to work because I'm going to have this Knight H5 idea. But that's why I was like suggesting just go Knight F5. You know, don't bother recapturing the pawn. Like, let's force things right away, you know? And I don't know, this Knight H5 was interesting. And I suppose, sorry, not even Knight H5, like could have been looked at, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, one of these two moves. But she went with G5, and then she spent a tempo to make it make sense, right? Because she has to recapture. And then Queen C7 by Humpy is definitely a really good answer.
Indeed, yeah. And even if you play Bishop E4 here, there's Queen C3 check, King E2. Doesn't look good for me because yeah, the king is just looking very weak and very easy to get attacked.
Yeah, I mean, the White's whole strategy here is based actually on, I would say, one idea, right? It's like you either have to get your knight in here or you have a horrible position where you're like, you have such weak pawns and a weak king, and like your pieces don't really make sense. Like, you know, if the queen being there doesn't help this attack work, like why is it there, right? You don't have sacrifices on G6 at this point, and this plan is, I think, too slow. I mean, I suppose, like, theoretically, if you try things like that, I don't know, you'll even have to one day make sure your queen doesn't get trapped. Yeah. No, I can see Humpy winning this game, and I think it would be a very nice accomplishment by her.
Yep.
Because it's so hard to win a must-win game as Black, and she's kind of showing a model way to do it.
Yep. I mean, well, she's a very experienced player, and she's capable of doing something like this. Oh, by the way, there is another interesting position coming on the board on the game of Tan Zhongyi versus Zhu Junior. This will not disappoint you.
Okay, it's not going to disappoint me, right? Okay, yeah. You're right. Wow. So this is another game where neither side has castled. They had a very tame game yesterday, which is maybe why we didn't like look at their game today, you know, just the impressions of
Right.
yesterday. We didn't really get to this. But obviously this game is absolutely crazy. Okay, so Black is pinned on F6. He's about to lose the knight. She's about to lose the knight. And she goes bishop b4. So I guess the question is, what happens on king d1? Okay, guys, it's going to take us a little bit of time to understand anything about this position. I mean, fortunately, I guess there's rook f2. Like, if you want to avoid losing the knight, is this going to be an important resource? I guess it will.
The funny thing is the eval bar shows this is equal.
Right. It shows it's equal, but the position is about as crazy as it gets. Well, why is it equal? I mean, first of all, it's easier as black. Like, once you see rook f2, I think it feels easier to play as black. On the other hand, Irene, maybe you know what it is. I'm thinking, like, should I take and just like move my king over? But I mean, then you have bishop e1, right? I'll just show you guys my ideas because the position is really complicated. I'm not gonna get everything here, but the idea is like, okay, king c2, start running to safety, and see, eval bar stays the same.
Yeah,
it's like yeah, this is normal. Like, this is exactly we're on the right track. But now, and basically the idea is that when you go here, I'm going to go knight g3 or something, right? Knight g3, you take, I take an f6. Like, okay, this is so nuts. Is that really, could that really be it? It really is it. I mean, it's just, what a line. What a line. And then you queen.
And then you just take...
And here is equal. Here, guys. Here is why this position is equal. Because at the end, we get into a rook endgame 3 against 3.
Right.
Okay. I hope you guys understood just how insane, like, that was.
Like, we understood this,
Yeah, like, just from beginning to end, like, that was not your typical way to equality. So, where are we? We're on bishop b4 check. But I think the point is, guys, that it is a very important resource for black, rook f2, because without that, they would have trouble defending their knight. And I suppose, Irene, we could even go back with our bishop. Like, it's not even out of the question to just go bishop, or even knight c3 can be looked at, right? But it's scary because knight c3, there's rook f2. You know, it's like you can still go there, and then you kind of think about the queen coming in. Like, why wouldn't that scare me? How is this line, like, not scary? Or do you want me not to take the pawn? Do you want me to, like, go king e2?
That's going to be so deep not to take the pawn.
Right. Don't take the pawn. Try to take it with the rook.
Oh, wow.
But, I mean, basically, like, it's all based on this pin that, you know, black cannot easily unpin and use those two pieces. So, crazy position. Like, queen g3 cannot be played always, thankfully, because of that. But Tan has a big choice. Which one did she actually went for knight c3?
Yep,
Yeah,
she
she
did.
went for this one. She wants her king to stay here. Okay, and she basically, well, I think Zhu is forced into this. I mean, she can't afford to give up this knight with a check. So what do you think?
A crazy position.
Yeah, I mean, one day we should see how they got here. Yes. Let's see. I think we got to train our chat, you know? Let's see. We should. Why are we looking at this game, guys? Let me see if I can explain this to you in a logical way. It's because this position is fascinating with, like, some of the most fascinating lines that we've seen today. I mean, both kings in the center. The way this was equal, it was so sharp. And the other games that you're asking about are like end games where, like, nothing is going to change in the next few moves or the next, like, 10 minutes, most likely. So, you know, we're not as much of a hurry to see them, guys, as something like this, which looks really, really critical. All right. So are there any other interesting games? Well, we really should take a look at the Muzicuk sisters. I mean, because this is a big matchup between two of the strongest female players in the world. Anna has been over 2,600. Maria has been the women's world champion, and they've been paired up with each other. Their first game ended in a draw. And of course, these two sisters playing, it's always a question of how they're going to treat the match, but they're playing their games. And it looks right now, well, like certainly white cannot really be worse with this pawn, but on the other hand, it also looks like, black probably has enough activity against that pawn for this to somehow finish in a draw.
Right. It's looking like a draw. And in the game of Etienne Bacro versus FIDE, it's looking like another imbalanced position there.
So Etienne Bacro really needs to win against FIDE. Let's see if we can find that game. Can't find it. Wait, am I going too fast? Wait, we can go FIDE and find it. There we go. Okay. So Etienne, how is he doing? He is up a piece for 3 pawns. His pieces look quite decent because black's pawns are not really together. On the other hand, black, of course, has like very active minor pieces. Actually, all of the pieces are good. So it seems like it's kind of balanced for now, right? What do you think? But I mean, back row can't be too unhappy about this. It's like anything can still happen, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the sort of position that he's looking for.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, you really want to see Magnus's game. I think it's a good moment to come back here.
Wow.
Because Magnus did just make a move that is changing things. So black has really not done so much other than double up here, play the pawn move to a5. And somehow he's brought his rooks here and the knight to the back rank, he's left it there. I kind of wonder, like, why did he do that? Why did he go with his knight to d8? That makes me really wonder, like, what was the point? And then he didn't even like bring the knight to f7 to control these squares, right? So he went with that, and I mean, obviously he's like preparing a4. But Magnus decides to blast open the center. Okay, so this game is interesting now. And Vincent has not a lot of time to make his final 6 moves.
Mm-hmm. And this is the age that Magnus is having. Oh, look at how concentrated Magnus is, so focused. He knows that his chance is also in the time. Like he has to keep pressing on the time.
Yeah, and so Vincent captures on e5 quite quickly. And then he decides to bring out his knight. Okay, makes sense, sure. I mean, the knight should be getting off the back rank. He's protecting that pawn. And then if the pawn moves, then his knight gets to go to e5. But Magnus is going to have to capture, I think, on d6, right? Or Magnus can play bishop f4, which doesn't look right exactly.
Bishop f4, maybe rook e8 there.
Yeah, because there will be a rook e8 at some point. Okay, so after pawn takes, pawn takes, right?
Yep.
What is Magnus going to do? So his knight is really restricted from moving anywhere. Kmart does have that counterplay coming. He wants that a4 move in. Maybe we're going to have to play pawn a4.
I have a feeling Magnus will make a comeback.
You think so?
Yeah, I think this match will be...
Wow.
We'll be playing
I don't know.
tiebreak tomorrow.
Somehow Magnus is... His position is not so easy to come up with something here. Like, okay, maybe bishop f4, right? Bishop f4 is a good move. Why not? So you're saying because of that. Okay, what if I just go in with a4? Then I get my counterplay.
Mm-hmm. A4 is definitely Vincent's idea because he just played it a few months ago, right? He should have this idea in mind.
Which idea?
This A4?
A4, yeah. Well, I think everything that he's done with like the doubling of the rooks and the pushing of the pawn, like he definitely knows this is the counterplay. So, I guess, well, let's keep going. I could let you take and go king b2. But the problem is with like doing something bishop d6. Yeah, I mean, I can do that. If you take, I mean, it's very sharp. If you take like knight b3, I guess.
No, you take on d6, takes on...
And takes on d6, and then I wind up losing the knight, right?
Yeah,
So
bishop
that's-
a4.
Yeah. So maybe I can't take with my knight, so I have to go with that king b2 move. Or wait. What other move do I have here? I'm in check. I'm in check. I mean, am I supposed to look at that? All right, let me... Oh, maybe that keeps the rook protected.
Oh,
maybe
probably because
that's
there is
the
rook
point.
e8 and... sorry, rook d8 and rook
Yes,
d7.
yes. Because
So-
if I go here...
Oh, there is another finish there. I think Fabi should be winning that position.
Yeah, I'm sure he
Yeah,
won, of course.
wow. It means that Fabio Caruana, a rating favorite, will be through to the next round. And I think he played really well on this round. He had quite a shaky start in the previous rounds against Yilmaz Mustafa. And yeah, but in this round, I mean, yesterday...
Yeah, Ray did not survive long
No.
after g3.
that was a very good sacrifice on h6. And
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
And
Well done.
basically, okay, he took on a5. How did he win? Oh, wow. He's even like sacrificing his rook temporarily.
Nice, yeah. Actually, overall, this is a very good attacking game.
This great game.
By White.
Yeah, and basically Ray resigned because he cannot hold the knight in that square. And this is just coming. Wow. Okay, very convincing game by Fabi. I mean,
agree.
he's kind of like... Did he have to play a tiebreak in this tournament? I feel like he did, right?
He did.
Who did he play a tiebreak with?
Yilmaz Mustafa, where he won 2-0.
Okay.
But in the classical matches, he was almost lost that match. Like, yeah, that's why he had to check his start. But somehow in this round, he found his strength back and managed to play according to his level.
Yeah, and what do we have in Prague versus Hikaru? Yeah, it's still very much equal with these bishops of opposite color. I mean, I guess Prague is trying to put a little bit of pressure like on this pawn, but I doubt that he's going to be able to make much of that. So let's go back and see what is Magnus doing. So he did play bishop f4. He didn't throw in the trade on d6. But it's similar, isn't it? I mean, because obviously the point of this move at some point is to take. Unless the point is not to take and play e6 instead. Because that is more flexible, right? That could be the point as well.
Yeah. And he took it.
Okay, so after bishop f4, we have some moves coming in, and a4 did happen. Okay, so Vincent Keimer took on e5, bishop e5, and he went a4 quite quickly, and he's still not making time control yet, but he's staying at about the same amount of time that he's had for the last few moves.
Right. Bishop went back to c3.
Bishop went to c3. He played that pretty quickly.
Yep. So after it takes on b3, king b2, I guess.
Yeah. So, okay, the nice thing for Magnus is that he's kind of kept this bishop, which is definitely a really good piece. I am kind of happy that that bishop stays on the board. And it's a pretty clever idea by Magnus. Yeah, he's so tricky.
Yep.
So tricky. Yeah.
Yep. AB happened and king b2.
I mean, because you can just see how he's like trying to keep this game alive, right? And the pawn isn't really going anywhere. So, it's, you know, and at some point, like, who knows? Like, you can see White winning this endgame because of the past a pawn.
Right. Also, the 7th rank. Yeah, I think this is what White is trying to exploit, the 7th rank.
I mean, and then the rooks are kind of stuck just protecting the pawns. They need to be rerouted, right?
But
So-
actually, there is no good square for the rook right now. And also, you cannot really trade the rook because after...
Let's say you go rook e8.
Rook e8, and if after... Hang on. I think I can just simply take it and knight e4.
Yeah, well, now you need to think, right? Like, at some point, do you want to try to get this pawn as well? But you want to go knight e4. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, just knight e4.
Yeah, you want to go win that pawn, maybe that pawn.
And
I mean,
pushing
it
the A
does.
pawn.
It does feel kind of unpleasant, right?
It's still live. White is still
Yeah.
totally alive.
But hold on. Maybe we can shut things down a little bit, Irene. If we go knight d6, can I ruin your party with knight d6 and like remind you that you have a pawn on c4?
Ooh. I think I have to take it, no?
Yeah, if you take it, well, then I'm feeling like Kamer is getting like closer to his draw because,
Yeah.
you know, we don't really want to trade the knights. The bishops of opposite color, I should be able to draw, you know?
Okay, there's another
Yeah.
another finish in the women's section. The Muzichuk sisters, they drew the game.
They drew. Okay, so we're going to be seeing them play a tiebreak. Well, I think Magnus is doing, you know, a really good job keeping this game going. And Vincent's, it'll be interesting. I mean, yeah, I think rook e8 makes sense. Trying to trade something. You don't really need two rooks defending the pawn. Are there other moves you can do? I don't really see anything productive. I mean, you're basically, you know, you just got only those two pieces involved and things. So you kind of need to get your rooks into the game. I suppose you can like think about the plan of transferring them to the A file, actually. You could basically say, well, you know, this isn't that big of a deal. Maybe I'll go here. I don't know. I don't have as good of a feeling about that, but, you know, I suppose you can think about it. This type of plan, right? Like rook e7, most likely. Okay, what's Vincent going to do? Is he going to play rook e8, like the very solid
Rook
move?
e8, he
Yeah,
did.
there you go. Okay, so I don't need to explore this useless line. That's good. We just go according to intuition, rook e8. Okay, so let's see if there's anyone else's game that we need to look at, or are we disrespecting someone by not looking at their game yet? Let's take a look. Ruslan Ponomaryov needs to win today against Ferenc Berkish, and he's up a pawn. Although Berkish has the two bishops, so I would say, I mean, anything is still possible in this position,
Definitely.
right? Yeah, I mean, okay, you have the extra pawn, but it's not so easy to make something of it. So we can always come back to that later, guys. By the way, Maksudlu, how is he doing against Jan Christoph Duda? I mean,
They drew yesterday.
yeah, and right now he's actually up a pawn. He's actually up a pawn and he's pressing. Wow. Like black is almost in a zugzwang in some ways. But the problem is like, if you could make black move, that would be great. Because he can't move his rook or his king. But how do you put them in the zugzwang? I don't know. So that's a good question. Meanwhile, we're going to cover the last couple of moves that Vincent Kamer needs to make, and he actually made the time control. So there was a trade. And actually, this is the position on the board. It's been move 40. What a relief for Vincent to make the time control and still have a quite solid position on the board.
Right. So yeah, knight e4 has to be met with knight d6. Otherwise, it's just gonna be easy for white to continue.
Yeah, I think the good news for black is like trading off one of the rooks certainly lessens white's potential attack, right? So the trade was good, and I think you always are going to have to look at this knight d6 idea. Now there's no more rook coming to e7.
And he played rook d5. Magnus played
Rook d5, okay. Rook d5, let's see. Let's see what he wants to do with that move. Okay, he wants to win the pawn. He wants to win the pawn. He kept the knight on d2. Clever. Okay. Let's see what black can do. It's like the move is not readily apparent to me of what black should do. So, I mean, there's not much point in activating this knight, although he could kind of put the knight on d6 and then maybe like put the bishop on f7, but it really doesn't do much. like this sort of setup. At some point, I can just start pushing these pawns, don't you think? Like,
Although
you
I
know.
like the idea of g5.
Yeah, that's also possible. But g5, yeah, you basically, I take on h5, you take on h6. Yeah, by the way, look at Kmar. I feel like he's turned a reddish color from all this stress. I mean, so it looks like Magnus is, yeah, he's not feeling
really
like
happy.
it's easy.
Yeah.
He's not feeling like it's easy yet. Okay, can we find some easy way for him to hold this? So basically, black should watch out that this pawn doesn't get moving. I think that's an important point. Black's pieces are more passive, right? I mean, I definitely feel more coordination from white's camp here. So how do we propose to activate these pieces?
Yeah, not easy.
Not easy, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this is also a very good example of how, when we were a child, we're being taught that in the endgame, when you have rook, you have to activate your rook, right? And then we can totally see the difference between these two rooks, the rook on d5 and b7. They're just immensely different. Like the rook on
Yeah.
d5 is just so active, and rook on b7, yeah, you have to reroute it. But if you reroute it, then the b3 pawn is sagging. Well, you can take it, but there's bishop a4 now. So a lot of homework to do for Vincent Keimer.
Maybe the point, Irene, is that like if the rook takes the pawn, then you always have bishop d7, and there's counterplay against g4. Maybe it's not that simple for white to take the pawn. Maybe you don't even need to do that much. Like you need to play some sort of pass the turn type of move. But what would that be, right? What would be our move passing the turn? Like that's actually the tricky part. Because like imagine I play something random. This isn't that random, unfortunately. I'm putting my king on a worse square, which I don't want to put it on. But like my idea was something like this, right? I go for this pawn. Of course, the problem is like I didn't really put my king on the very best square, so I have to deal with some bishop b4 ideas. But maybe I just keep moving. It looks a little ugly. But I think that's sort of the point that black is looking for a pass. A pass for white to take here and then go bishop d7. So what do you think? What could we do to like pass the turn? c6 is not exactly perfect. Yeah. Wow.
What
If you
did
look
you
at
do?
Vincent, like the way I interpret Vincent's expression is like he looks like someone who still has work to do.
Yeah,
he
definitely
it looks like
has.
he feels like, oh, this is actually not as easy as I thought it would be. That's my feeling. And Magnus is like, yeah, Magnus is focused. He's like, I can still create problems here. I mean, it would be amazing if both Magnus and Humpy were able to come back.
I think Humpy is about to, because she's currently winning the position.
Yeah, and Prague and Naka, unsurprisingly, made a
Yep.
draw.
Yeah, Naka and Pragdananda drew the game, so that's the tiebreak that we're looking at tomorrow.
Yeah, should we take a quick look at Nurgul Salimova
Salimova.
and playing your compatriot Aulia Medina?
Yes.
And Medina, she looks completely fine. I mean, her bishop is blocking the pawn, and her pawns look at least as dangerous as white's, right? So, I guess white should try to start getting these pawns off the board. Something like rook d4.
No, you have to keep an eye on the b7 pawn, I guess.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, I'm just thinking the pawn is not going anywhere. I might as well just give it up. I think we should go for some liquidation of pawns where, like, I take here and then I try to get these remaining pawns and, like, we just make a draw.
Yeah,
Like-
but that pawn is kind of stuck. So I think the h6 pawn is more valuable than the
Then d4.
d4. So yeah, we can go.
You can,
rook
but
h7.
how are you gonna? Yeah, how are you gonna win it? Like, what? You want to go here? Yeah, maybe. That's also possible. Seems like white has a lot of ways here, but the result,
I think this is looking like a draw, and then
Yeah.
they'll play the tiebreak tomorrow.
another
Yeah.
tiebreak. All right, let's take a look at Bella. So, whoa, they still haven't made time control. So why aren't we looking at this game? Let's just stay here then. She played rook c1 to protect her bishop. Check. King e2. Knight d5. Okay, apparently that wasn't the best, but certainly very tempting. Yeah, they're both in time trouble, so you can certainly understand that the moves are not perfect. But let's see where they are. Queen g2 is a scary threat. I mean, the knight did get here, right? It's like black must be feeling like they've succeeded. Oh, a nice move. Bishop e4. Kind of holding things together. Did she miss that, I wonder?
She might have, but again, after bishop e4, the b3 now is
Oh, so she's
lost.
sacking the exchange on purpose?
That's
kind of
possible. I mean, that bishop is
and she
very
still
strong.
has a lot of, she's still going to have a lot of compensation with like the weak white's king and queen f3. So I don't even know if like taking the rook is the best. And you know, poor white queen. Isn't there any way white can extricate this queen from this horrible position?
And she's in time trouble.
Yeah. What about knight f5?
Oh, she took on a8.
She took it, right? Well, can I just offer up my crazy move? Just for fun, because I really want to like, oh, but it doesn't work because you're going to play knight g6. I'll just show you why it doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. It might work because there's rook c7. Like I was going to say it doesn't work because there's knight g6 and like you're going to hide your king. But there might be, yeah, I mean, there might be something crazy like this. And I don't know. I was looking at rook c7.
But h3 is hanging.
h3 is hanging.
So
on this
maybe
line.
you don't need to take on g6. Like after bishop g6,
Yeah.
fg, and then just rook f7.
Yeah, or even rook c7 here. Oh, but that hangs this
hangs
rook.
Oh yeah, that rook is hanging, so you cannot really
So it's a
do
little
that.
tricky, but maybe like some rook d3 move. I mean, or rook d6. How about rook d6? How about let's go here and threaten rook takes g6. So I don't know. I feel like, you know, is this the second time in this game? The second time in this game that I'm offering this knight sack.
Yeah, but that doesn't look very sound because even after you play rook d6, I can play queen b2 because f7 is hanging.
Yeah, but you know, I feel like when you're in a bad position, you gotta like try.
No, queen b2 is so lost.
Oh well, it's because of rook g6, right? It's because
Sorry, rook g6 is
that's
there,
the
yeah,
idea that I'm trying to mate you.
So what?
I mean, she should have tried it. I mean, it does look dangerous, right? I mean, because like,
Oh, queen b5, queen e8. Is it a move?
yeah,
Just trying to support g6.
interesting. I mean, all right, like let's
Or-
go king g1, and you. But the more passive
No,
you
that's-
go,
that's too passive.
the more optimistic I get.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, that shouldn't
and
be the
then
move.
and then I can even like come around to g.
And rook c7 too.
Oh yeah, and there's also checkmate. Yeah. Okay.
No, that's not the move.
But I don't know. I feel like, look, when you're desperate, you got to go for desperate moves. Like I'm desperate to get this queen out of here, and like I can't just go back, right? So like I need to look at stuff like that, right?
And if I just play queen h3?
Queen h3 here, right? Well, at least I'm taking some stuff, and I
Yeah,
get rid of
also
my horrible queen.
right,
I don't
A8
know.
is also hanging.
This is definitely interesting.
Yeah.
And also, yeah, then I can take and like get out and trade the queens. So I don't know. I feel like she should have been looking at stuff like that. What did she do instead? She went for the rook. So let me just refresh. She went for the rook, and you see, like that's completely terrible, right? Because when you give up the bishop, you give up all the kingside safety and your attack. So who cares about the material? So it's just like the wrong approach, you know?
Right.
Because, you know, you're not going to sack your rook here anymore. You have a horrible knight. You can't even get rid of him. And so, like, now we're just in very bad shape, right? Like, no threats.
No threats, and
No
the queen
threats.
is kind of
Yeah.
bad there on h6. Yeah. So yeah, so this is the comeback that Cornero is needed.
Well, she deserves it.
Yep.
I have to say she deserves it. But I feel like Bella, she should have tried to sack this knight. There were really a few opportunities. Like, I mean, how many opportunities are you going to get to like to go from your restricted knight on g3 to like f5? You know, just take it. You know, do some gambling, guys. Like, And remember one thing is like this is a really good bishop, and actually taking the rook is not that appealing. Try to improve your bad pieces in chess. That's like the I really do try to follow that rule, Irene. Just try. And I have to say, like, I mean, we can try to actually find the defense here. Like, I would be curious to see, because I know black is supposed to have some advantage, but where is it? Where is it? Is there some, it's not even like a normal check to be found.
What if you just play king h8?
King h8.
Just get away from the check.
I have a bad feeling, like now that my rooks aren't hanging, like my rooks are going to come into the party.
Yeah.
Don't you feel that way? Like even bishop takes g6, pawn takes. What?
Rook a6.
Rook a6. Oh, let me try to understand you.
And then
what happened? Queen b5.
Yeah, queen b5.
Rook a6 is very tricky. Oh, I like that.
Though, computer doesn't agree.
Computer doesn't agree, but that's probably because of bishop g6.
Yeah, bishop g6 and queen takes g6, yeah.
He doesn't agree because we did
Yep.
that. But it was a cool trick, Irene. You see? It's like, engine bar, is nice to have, but it's not helping. It's not like, it's not exactly going to defend your position for you, right? That's what I mean. Like, so what? Like, so she would lose this. Wouldn't you rather lose this in this? Like, okay, let black find the defense. It's not that simple. You're not a computer, I don't know, but I'm still curious to see how we can defend. But king h8 was this idea, but now I'm thinking like, there's something about the 7th rank. There's something here, and even rook c7.
Rook c7 immediately, yeah.
Yeah, like even rook c7 is not like crazy, right? Because there's like so many threats. Look at the beautiful picture. Look at that. We've come in with all the pieces.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we want to see in chess, guys. All the pieces getting good. Yeah. All right. Well, I get excited, about like some cool lines, right? It's not like every day, guys, you get to improve your pieces by sacrificing them. That's like a dramatic way of improving your pieces. So indulge me a little bit when I go into these lines. All right, Magnus Carlsen, is he gonna torture Kamer in this endgame? So after rook d5, Kamer played bishop here. Oh, okay, cool. He went for my idea, which was like play a waiting move, make the rook take, and then go back to d7, right? That's the counterplay against this pawn. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do without making some bad move for black. All right, so bishop d7, and how is Magnus going to defend this pawn? Or is he going to just give it up and then kind of pin his hopes on the a pawn, which is probably the way things are going to go down.
Yep. So, well, he has lots of time to think, and no, this is definitely the position for Magnus to come up with a concrete plan, because he has to win the game.
Yeah. Well, this pawn looks like it's going bye-bye, right? Sometimes people have been saying like, oh, Magnus going bye-bye. No, but the pawn is going, I think, away. I don't see how you hold it. But I don't know if it's particularly important, right? Because I do think it's going to be annoying for this pawn to get to a5, and then eventually you can take on b3.
Yep.
Right? Oh, wait. So, like, how do we have any more interesting games going on? So we got a draw in Prague versus Naka. We got Fabiano winning and advancing. We have a bunch of tie breaks planned for tomorrow. We have Niels Grandelius advancing. Oh, okay. We have this game, which we haven't taken a look at in a while.
Oh, Gukesh is looking like winning the game, yeah?
Okay, and Gukesh, with his active king, knight, and rook, looks to have...
And the passer on c5.
Yeah, I mean, he has something, but, he's also about to lose the a7 pawn. So then I guess black will need to like take here and then like swing the rook over. Yeah, it's looking a little tricky for Esipenko, who actually he needs to make the time control, but this pawn is gone, right? It's just gone.
It should be gone.
So it's really just like just take an a7 is what I would do.
And probably
And-
like rook takes f3, yeah?
And rook takes f3, but then you've made time control, and then you can think, and you know you can go all kinds of moves. I don't know. Even bishop e1 doesn't look terrible to me. I mean, I would think that white with the outside a pawn would still have enough here to make a draw. You know, but of course black is kind of like, it's very active, you know. But I mean, yeah, I want to take your pawns. I mean, maybe we'll have rook and knight versus rook, right? Like, I don't really see white losing this position.
Yep. Oh,
Yeah.
Gugas is about to reach his rook, I guess, on the screen. And
And he did go. Did he go for that? I think
he's still
he did.
thinking.
Yeah, but he did take the pawn. That's the right thing to do for Esipenko when you've got a minute for your final move. Take the pawn and leave the thinking for after move 40.
Yep.
So let's see what else we got. We got, oh, of course, we got Arjun Erigaisi. Oh,
Another rook and
another
game.
rook endgame, but this one is looking unpleasant actually for Sindarov. Oh, wow.
But earlier in the game, Arjun was quite ahead, you know, in the position as well.
Yeah.
And yesterday we also saw their game. It's like a very exciting game as
He
well.
was pushing yesterday.
He was pushing and had a better opening preparation,
Yeah.
but somehow the game ended with a draw.
Yeah, I mean, the rook is well positioned here, supporting the pawn. Basically, the king is cut. I mean, I think it's kind of, you just kind of go with the c-pawn. That's what you do.
I think everyone made it to the time,
Time
control,
control?
or maybe not. Etienne Bacro versus FIDE is still not
Okay,
making it.
let's find him.
Let's take a look at
All right.
quickly.
We are going to find it as soon as I can type in his name. All right, here we go. Wow, what a mess on the board. It seems to be, well, the problem is that FIDE is the only one with any pawns. All of white's pawns have completely disappeared.
5 pawns on the board.
Yeah, and black, I mean, it's a very unusual position not to have any pawns, and black still has this amazing knight. So, like, what exactly is white playing for? I mean, unless he gets a checkmate, he's out of this World Cup, right? But they have no time. So FIDE is also down to like 30-something seconds.
Yep. So they need to make another 5 moves until the time control. Wow, what is going on? So check, and then king has to go. Bear with me. If
Yeah.
you go to h1, there is knight g3. If you go to g1,
You got to go probably, well, you're in some trouble. The problem is I think you're just lost.
oh, you have to play king h3 because g1 there is bishop h2
no,
and then
king
knight
h3
g3.
is checkmate, right?
It is checkmate.
Yeah, there's
You have
really
to be
nowhere to go.
No, yeah, this is definitely lost.
Yeah.
Wow.
Things
King
are
h1.
looking
He
bad.
played king h1.
Yeah, king h1.
Knight g3 maybe.
Okay, so FIDE needs to find something accurate here.
Or even knight f2.
Yeah, I mean, because the thing is, FIDE only needs a draw, so he's not going to, like,
Right.
go crazy here.
No, knight f2 is definitely not crazy. The king is very safe. The bishop on d6 is protecting everything. So knight f2, if you take, and then one move is coming. And he's reaching knight g3.
All right, knight g3. Makes sense.
Knight g3 and king g1. Bacro played king g1.
King g1. And now, what to do? I mean, he could, like, take an f1.
Sorry, can we take a look at knight f2? I'm just curious. Like,
You're curious about, like, knight f2 here?
Yeah, whether it works or
Yeah.
not.
Knight f2 still here, I guess.
And there's no follow-up, yeah?
It's not exactly a clear follow-up.
Okay.
So there was something really good here, but we would need to think about it.
And knight somewhere. So, sorry, knight g3, king g1, and knight e2, I guess. I think that's what he
92.
played.
Yeah. So he's going for some kind of a draw. He wants the draw,
Yeah.
which makes sense. Yeah, and okay, king g2.
King h1 again. So
yeah,
they
knight
almost
f4.
make some repetition here.
Yeah.
And as we know, yesterday FIDE won the first game, so yeah, he just needed a draw.
Yeah, he needs a draw, and I think that he's doing the right thing. You don't need to go looking for that win. Draw is enough.
Yeah, look at that body language. FIDE is on his last move, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
To make the
But
top
not
control.
even. They're only on move 38.
I think we can just refresh.
Refresh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's why back row got up. He just made.
Yeah.
They've repeated the position a few times, I guess. Wait, so let's see. So this is once. This is once. This is twice. Oh, this is going to be twice. Or Vidit is going to be thinking, yeah? But he seemed to be okay with this 92 move, and he's probably just going to go with it. He's going to go.
He went,
He's
yeah.
going to go with it or Vidit. Yeah.
Gonna make
You
a
like
pun.
that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. And
Yeah.
he went for it, 92. Okay, so I think all of the players safely made it to the time control. Yeah, I checked in the open session. And, Koneru already won the game.
Yeah.
It was a nice checkmate.
Nice checkmate.
It was nice
That
for-
game was instructive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And-
Arnab, he appreciated my little pun there. That's good.
And also, it's a nice gesture by her opponent to allow the checkmate happen on the board.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I think Bella gambled a bit too much. Yeah. Don't
Yeah.
you feel like? I mean, Humpy played great, but I think Bella went into it. Like she kind of wholeheartedly embraced the struggle. I mean, think about the difference between Serrana's approach,
Yep.
clinical. Serrana was just brutal with Wesley. So he was like, I'm just trading down all the pieces. I don't want the opening advantage. I'll even give you a pawn to get those bishops of opposite color. It was so clinical. And
Right.
Bella was like, okay, you want to play, let's play. I'm going to play in my normal style. But, she allowed a very big game to occur on the board, and it kind of backfired. I mean, I think it's fine. I think just she needed to probably go all in with that attack, right?
Right.
Like a couple of moments, it would have been a better chance for her.
Irina, let's quickly
Yeah.
take a look before we make our next break. It's Tanzongi versus Zujiner. So as you were talking, Black just made they're both in time trouble. They just barely made it into the next time control, and I think the last move by Black is very decisive because Zujiner practically didn't have enough time, like only
Wow.
30 seconds to make
She
her
was
move.
in a very tough situation.
It
I
is,
mean, like
it
barely, like any piece, like almost nothing is moving, right? And it feels very dangerous. And so she just gave a check. And apparently, I mean, I'm sure King D3 is like the obvious answer, right? And it is played. And so then the question is like her position still remains quite bad. What exactly is our threat? I mean, should we try to figure that out? Well, our threat is to win the pawn, I think. I think at some point we can just pick up that pawn and can, have a completely dominating position. Yeah, I mean, this bishop is useless.
right.
You can't even use it to protect the pawn because there's like ideas of like queen f8 all over the board.
No, I think the direct. Okay, there's this idea queen d8, rook g8, and then take on h7, and then at f6.
Yeah.
There's some one idea there, but okay, they just made it into the time control, so they have more time on the clock right now to think and just to plan it out how to proceed with this position. And I think that's our cue for our break before we're continuing into probably the last hour of the games.
Yeah.
So
It's all going to be about whether Magnus can win and stay in this match. So stay with us, guys, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
I'm joined by Alexandra Gadyachkina, the first lady who has qualified to round 5 of the Women's World Cup. Alexandra, привет. Как дела? You must be happy after winning this game, and now you go straight to the round 5. And also I noticed that you haven't done any tie breaks yet. Tell us about the game and how you're feeling after this win.
Женщина, которая прошла в 5-й тур этого Кубка мира. Расскажите, как вам удалось так успешно выступать, ни разу не попав на тайбрейки? Как прошла сегодняшняя игра? Расскажите о ней.
Привет. В целом, под мою диктовку сегодня все прошло и как-то очень удачно. Пока не жалуюсь.
So in general, the game was, I was leading the whole game, so there's nothing to complain about.
So, Alexandra, in Sochi, you lost the final against Kastenyuk, but here, clearly you are the favorite. Do you think this could be your year to win the World Cup?
Александра, в Сочи вы уступили в финале Александре Костенюк, но в этот раз похоже, что вы являетесь таким очевидным фаворитом турнира. Настроены на победу в этот раз?
В прошлый раз я считала, что я была больше фаворитом, чем сейчас. Я просто играю, а там дальше будет, что будет.
So 2 years ago, I was thinking I was more like a favorite of the tournament. So I'm just playing my game and then let it be what it be.
So let's leave it like that. Alexandra, thank you very much for coming to the interview, and I hope to talk to you in future rounds. I'm joined by Nils Randelius, a #1 Swedish player who's just qualified for round 5 of the World Cup after defeating Spaniard Jaime Santos Latasa. Nils, I suppose I expect you're happy with this qualification. Tell us about the 2 games in the match and how you approached this second game after winning yesterday the first game against Jaime.
Okay, so to begin with, yesterday he played an unusual opening line, which I luckily knew, which doesn't happen so often, but I knew it quite well, and I got a very pleasant position. And what was also very important in the World Cup, that I had absolutely no risk. Like, I'm a bit better, I don't know exactly how much, but I can press for a long, long time, and there's absolutely no risk. So I played for 100 moves and eventually managed to win, so that was very nice. And for today, actually, to be honest, what I thought was the most important was simply to play as if it was any other game. Just because if I start to play, like, let's say, too passively, which is definitely not in my style, like I'm quite an active and aggressive player, if I start to try to play very solid, suddenly I don't think it will work out. So generally my plan was just to treat it as a completely normal game.
So what you're saying is if you try to play in a different way, it could backfire then?
Yeah, it could definitely backfire. Like, even, I mean, some players have it natural in their style to play very solid and try to equalize, but I'm always going for a full fight, and I definitely intended to do so today as well.
But in yesterday's game, playing with Black, it seemed more or less logical that Jaime would play something relatively solid because a draw is a good option. Or do you think he should have gone for the 3 result situation?
It's very hard to say. I think he should also probably treat it as a normal game. I mean, perhaps he got a little bit too passive. Yeah, I mean, but this could also not. I mean, maybe it wasn't an intentional strategy. Maybe he just ended up passively. I think that's basically what happened.
Who are you playing against in the next round? Do you have an opponent, or you're still pending the results here?
To be honest, I haven't checked at all.
I have no idea who you're playing in the next round, not even the 2 players who could possibly be your opponents.
No, I mean, for me, it's enough with one match at a time.
I suspect you're one of the few who don't look ahead, even though they have to concentrate on the game they're playing.
Yeah, probably, but I mean, I think it simply makes more sense. Like, why should you try to speculate for the future? Like, if you can keep actually in the moment. And I think in general, especially in the World Cup, this is actually one of the most important things to always like stay in the moment and not be, thinking back and so on. Because For instance, today I had I think completely fine position, absolutely no problems, and suddenly I missed one of his IDs, and it was a little bit unpleasant. And what I usually do in such situation is I'm telling myself, how could I make this is stupid decision? Why did I allow this? Now I have to suffer and so on. But actually today I managed to think about this maybe for 5 seconds, and then just kept playing the position. And especially in World Cup, I think this is absolutely the key to a success.
Changing the subject, and my last question, how are you enjoying the experience here in Baku? Were you here before in 2016 or 2015? The conditions to your liking, the hotel, the food? What can you say about the organization of the event?
I was here in 2016 for the Olympiad. Actually, I stayed in the very same hotel, so I have some experience. That last time I got a bit of food poisoning, but this time I managed to avoid it. And yeah, the organization is great. The playing hall is excellent. Playing conditions are excellent. It's very nice that we are also playing at the hotel, so we don't have to travel. But for instance, when you are at the same place and the same buffet for a long time, it gets a bit repetitive, it gets a bit boring. I think we are all struggling a little bit with this. But that's why I'm very happy to have a rest day tomorrow, no tiebreak, because I will be able to explore the city a bit and get a change of scenery.
So good luck in the next round.
Thank you very much.
I'm joined by Polina Shuvalova, who's just defeated her opponent Teodora Nyak in the 4th round and has progressed to the 5th round. Привет, Polina. Как дела? So you just defeated Teodora, a very powerful game. You were slightly lucky yesterday, I'm not sure. Tell us about the match and how you felt the strength of your opponents, especially in today's game.
Yeah, the match was interesting. In the first game, I suffered. I had a bad position there. So, yeah, today I was playing with white, and I played some sort of old theory. I believe there are some games with this line. It is very concrete. So f6, as I remember, is losing after e4. She had to play like knight d7 there, and yeah, it goes on. So today I had an advantage and time advantage. So
for those who have seen the game or will go and see it now, you did play a risky opening, allowing her to have a pass pawn on c3, but the attack is what you were counting on, and the time advantage.
Before is a good move, but also very responsible, as I have very powerful pieces. So black is holding, but very concrete. So she didn't remember that, I think.
Polina, I noticed that you've done 2-0 against Beidulajeva. You defeated Krush 1.5 to half, so you haven't played a tiebreak yet. So how are your energy levels here now?
Yeah, it's good. Of course, there are players that play tiebreaks. I don't know if in the women's section there is someone who also doesn't play tiebreaks, but it's not.
Guriachkina still doesn't play tiebreak.
Ellen Roberts also, but she will have to play tomorrow tiebreak. Yeah. But yeah, it's okay. I also have like 2 rest days before this match, so it's very long tournament.
So in the next round, round 5, already there's only 8 players left. You will face either Salimova or Aula Medina. They're still playing their game. Do you have? Would you like to pick one of the two, or have you played with any of them before?
I never played with Aulia. I played with Nurgul. Maybe in some youth chess, also online chess. So yeah, I'll just see who wins this match and we'll prepare.
It's still too early, but you did come here on a wild card, and there's only 8 players left, and 3 of you play the candidates. Are you thinking of that, or is that something just at the back of your mind and wait and see?
Yeah, what I want is just to go as far as I can, and to win any single match here is a great achievement. So just trying to go further, and yeah, 3 places is a good goal also.
Thanks a lot, Irina. Good luck.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. And things are starting to actually getting cold here in the commentary
Yeah,
room.
put on my jacket.
But in some of the games, things are woo, especially in the first board between Magnus Carlsen versus Vincent Keimer. Things are just heating up there. And we can quickly see what's happening on the board. Oh, Magnus Carlsen is having a slight edge in the position and probably is going to have the comeback that he's needed. Oh, by the way, we still have 7 games remaining in the playing hall right now. 5 games are still being played in the open sections and 2 games in the women's sections.
All right, let's take a look, guys, at the game that I think everyone is the most interested in. Is the world number 1 going to be able to remain in this tournament in a must-win situation against Vincent Keimer? So we last saw the position with Vincent going bishop d7, attacking this pawn, which can't be protected, and Magnus gave it up like that, exactly, and then started pushing the a pawn, which is his main chance, get it as far advanced as possible. Knight g5, okay, so there's a second pawn under attack, which also can't be protected, but Magnus goes bishop e3, so basically the idea is if you take it, I will take on g5 and claim some kind of an edge, although, I mean, I still feel like this is actually completely unclear to me if I do take, like, why that was so bad. I mean, like, is it such a big deal? Like, if you take this pawn, I wouldn't really think this is such a big deal. I mean, there's other ways that white can play it, including maybe some sort of rook b5 move, which actually I think is the point. I think there actually rook b5 would have been quite a tricky move by Magnus because it sort of traps this rook into a trade. And I don't know, this position, at least, it looks kind of dangerous for black since white's a pawn is going, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily losing, but certainly kind of tricky. But okay. I mean, I guess the reality is like somehow we'll get the bishop back onto this diagonal, right? And black should hold. But he decides not to go for the pawn. He actually wants to go for the knight trade, and this is the move that Magnus is thinking over right now. By the way, Vincent is basically in time trouble again, right? They just left time trouble, and I would say, now that he's down to less than 10 minutes, it's like a new time trouble looming on the horizon for him. Not an easy situation. But he wants to trade the knights and get closer to the bishops of opposite color endgame. So what are Magnus's options here? Can Magnus just take this pawn, for example? I would certainly think, why not, if I can. I don't see why it's so terrible. My king can always move out of the pin.
Or probably you can play knight e4 with the idea of bishop h6. Because going into such an endgame would be in favor for white.
That's very tricky. So you're saying, like, don't take the pawn, go here. And you even have some sort of tricky tactics with bishop h6 and knight f6. That is true. But Irene...
There's knight e1.
Yeah, you need to watch out for moves like that because there's still, a dangerous b-pawn still on the board, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, I mean, if you start going
d5,
too passive, yeah. Well, rook d5... So many things can happen. Like what, right? Like, well, you want to check me maybe, kind of go knight c5. Well,
And
we
what
have a
did he
move.
do?
We have a move for Magnus, and he took on f3.
He took on f3.
Yeah, so he decided he's going to trade the knights.
And push a5.
Yeah, and go in with that pawn. All right. Well, the pawn can probably has a good chance of making it all the way to a7, doesn't it? I mean, right now you're threatening a6, and it's going to get to a7.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So how does black stop that? How does black deal with that idea? Maybe. Well, you also have to be careful you don't like give away this pawn, right? So I can see why Magnus went for this line for sure. Rook a7 looks
F5,
very...
yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to like line up your rook with this bishop, guys. That looks very dangerous, like you're going to lose some material. So, I mean, it's funny how, like, you know, the engine bar doesn't give this as much for white, but I can feel the pressure, right? I guess this is the interesting, you know, tension when you have like an engine bar but no moves. Like you don't know exactly why it's saying this, right? So you have to figure out yourself, like, is it easy or hard for me to come up with moves here for, let's say, for black? And I feel like it's not that easy. So that's making me kind of appreciate Magnus's concept a bit here. I mean, and if you go, I don't know, trying to go somewhere with your rook, I think I'll just take on, I think I will probably just take on c7, although this move, you could try it. You could try it. The idea that, you know, you would be getting behind the pawn and trying to, like, stop it from advancing.
Mm-hmm. And also, looking at the time situation, well, Magnus currently has the upper hand here.
Yeah, it's not easy to play rook b4, though. Let's just say that. Like, it's not easy to just give up this pawn and then also, like, invite them to kind of play here. And I guess, I mean, even I'm threatening that. I mean, what, like, yeah, the engine bar can tell you it's equal, like, all day. But, like, this just doesn't feel that simple. I mean, maybe the idea is this. Maybe it's like that. Right?
And what's the...
Yeah, you're trying to stop the A pawn. That's basically the point. You don't really care about these things because you can always take an h5.
So after bishop b6, bishop
Right.
d1?
I think so. I think that's my plan, actually. And now I want to take, for example, but I'm thinking bishop d1, and suddenly this rook is becoming active. So look at that. Sacking the c7 pawn in order to activate the rook seems to be Vincent's best idea.
Yeah, but it's going to be so hard. Even
Yeah.
if he finds this, it's going to be so hard to convince himself.
Yeah. Well, like, that's what I mean. And he's now down to less than 7 minutes. And so I feel like, look, I think there's a chance he can do this. And the reason is that there's not that many other options, right? Like, you don't have a whole lot of active moves. And this is coming. You know your rook's going to have to move anyway. So it's like, actually, it is doable to find this. Like, I actually think he will. And he just did it. There you go.
He did it.
All right.
Well
Vincent
done.
did it. Yeah. Because, you know, this is what, when your back is against the wall, you don't have a whole lot of choices, do you? Right? I think that's the situation he was in. So he finds the activation of the rook. And very important, yeah, very important that, like, a6, there's an answer to that.
And bishop d2.
Bishop d2 was played quite quickly by Magnus, huh?
Yeah, he was pressing black's
Interesting.
time.
Yeah. Well, okay, that makes sense, yeah, because he wants to win the b3 pawn. He's basically saying rook a4, king b3.
And then
At
bishop
least he wins that
d1.
pawn. Well, yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, now if rook a4, at least you get the pawn off the board. I mean, I can see how he would find that to be a relief. Yeah, sure, there's bishop d1 and, you know, but at least you, like, got rid of the b pawn, right? And then, you know, you're still going to have, like, your c pawn left to play with. So, okay, I mean, Magnus is still keeping the chances alive.
Magnus is really like a wizard. You see how these things turning up, like
Yeah.
out of nowhere. Like suddenly he's in a better position.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly very resourceful. He's not giving, like, Kamer any of these easy lines. So bishop d2, tricky move. And Keimer is thinking, so between what? Like, what is he actually thinking? Not giving up the pawn? Nah. I mean, he has to go rook here. He has to keep the rook active. There's no real point. There's no real point going backwards, I think, and letting the a-pawn advance. I don't know. We can, of course, take a look at that, but yeah, I don't really see it happening.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see him going back to b7. And yeah.
No, he went to a4.
a4, yeah, sure. So let's see. I mean, Magnus, this is his thing. He has
And
to
he
pressure him on the clock. He has to, like, that was kind of what we were saying yesterday. Like, it's going to be a long game. Going to have to use the clock situation. And that's what he's doing. So at least he wins the b3 pawn. So the pawns are equal now. And bishop d1 and king c3, I think he played. Yes, it's fine. Sure, why not? The king can go to d4.
Yep. And Tan Zhongyi won against her compatriot Zhu Jiner, and she's through to the next round. So we only have one game left in the women's section. That is Salimova versus my friend Medina Alia.
All right. Well, let's take a look at her, if I can. Oh, here we go. The only game left in the women's section, yeah?
Yeah, it's pretty drawish.
And yeah, I mean, I guess black will be winning this pawn, and white will be winning like this pawn, yeah? Eventually. But yeah, that was quite a fight between Tan Zhongyi
and Zhu
Jiner. Yeah.
It's just, I think, when Zhu Jiner had to make the 40th move, which turned out to be very critical, she just didn't have enough time to think through. And Queen G4 looks like a very obvious move to make, and that's why he played it. And, whoa, this game.
Yeah, it looks like Berkish is going to be going through versus Ruslan Ponomaryev. He has a king that is in the right corner, right? So Berkish can basically
Just lose the pawn.
Lose the pawn. I mean, kind of keep the bishop around here, stopping the checkmates. I mean, I guess you don't have to lose the pawn. You know,
you
I
can
guess
keep
you
it.
can just go there.
Yeah,
To
and
be
then
honest,
bishop
why
b3,
not?
yeah.
Like, I mean, because the a pawn actually shields you from mate. So why even give it
Yeah,
up? Like,
yeah.
if you can't win it, yeah. I would say so. He's going to get a pretty comfortable draw, and that means he's going to be going through against the 2001 champion. Then we got Gukesh. Let's see if I can just find that game. Where is it? Yeah, Gukesh, is he making any progress against Andrei Esipenko? Or is this game kind of headed to a draw?
No, black is pressing. But, yeah, this rook g7 and then the potential of outside pawn on the h5.
Yeah, I think
things are not very clear yet.
I think white definitely wants to consider taking this pawn. I mean, it's just like the c pawn seems pretty easy to hold for the bishop, right? So I don't really see the danger. Like, where would it come from? Like, not clear, right? Where's the danger? I mean, like, black just basically has to take. I'm gonna take, and then like black has enough activity to make a draw, right? Or like something like this, right? Like, let's say I take. Well, you're most likely going to take, yeah, you can also play h5, by the way. But I don't think h5 is, like, so stupid, actually. Like, you can do it if you want your rook to be active, right? But if you don't mind, like, that, then, you know, something like king here, I mean, then your rook actually can't give the king any checks. You're threatening that. Then, most likely this position is a draw, right?
Yeah, I think so too.
This one like that. And okay, it's a little bit tricky, but somehow I feel like we shouldn't lose. But we can lose, right? Like, we can lose. We can do something like g5.
Yeah, there's check actually.
You know, b3. And like, for example, just, you know, like, of course there are chances for white to lose black queens with check. But overall, that's why I actually think that, you know, you might even want to play h5. Like, maybe just keep the rook active so that on this kind of move you have an active rook.
Right.
Because if they take, like, I mean, shouldn't your h-pawn just be enough here to make a draw? Seems quite okay for me.
Yep, I think so. And meanwhile, we can take a look very soon the interview with Fabiano Caruana.
I'm pleased to be joined by Fabiano Caruana, just qualified to round 5 after defeating Ray Robson. Fabiano, Ray Robson, a very strong American player, one of your teammates. How did the match go? And tell us about the added difficulty playing with someone you know well.
Yeah, we've played many times, and I think we've known each other because he's a few years younger than me. We've known each other since we were very young. I think the first tournament I remember seeing him in was in 2009 in the World Cup. Actually, I remember he was playing there as well, and yeah, he's really strong. He has a really solid approach, very solid repertoire as well. So I really didn't know if I was going to be able to break through. But yesterday I was happy with a pretty stable draw, and I was hoping to put pressure, but I was also aware that most likely it would go to tiebreaks because it's not every day that you win against such a strong player. But he was really burning a lot of time in the opening, and it felt like he mixed up his lines maybe. I'm not sure because he seemed a little bit unhappy with his h6 move, and I was also kind of surprised that he played h6. And then we got a very interesting position. He went for this extremely risky, but also I have to say very interesting idea of c5, taking on d4, queen b6, grabbing my b2 pawn. When he played c5, it took me a while to even understand that this was his idea. Because I thought maybe his idea was after d4 to play b5 or to play some quiet move. And I saw that he could actually grab a pawn. And when I went for d4, I was betting on something else, not what I played. Then suddenly he played queen b6, and I realized that if I take the b7 pawn, then he has this rook fb8, and it's very, very messy. And he does have a passed a pawn, so I was aware that there's also some risk that I could lose the game. So I played a move which I thought was very safe, bishop to b3. And I thought that I can't be worse, at least. I can probably be better, but I can't be worse in this position because I'm probably going to get back the pawn. And then when he played queen c3, suddenly I realized that I have this very interesting piece sacrifice.
You hadn't seen it before? You must have noticed it before.
Only after he played queen c3 that... because I saw he had this taken queen c3 idea, but I thought in the worst case I can play bishop d2, grab on a5. Okay, maybe I'm slightly better, but more likely, because my bishop is rather misplaced there, it's close to equal. And then suddenly I saw knight f5 is very interesting. And I thought queen c7, like how do I continue here? At first I was going to give up, but then I saw bishop h6, and it looked extremely dangerous. So I spent some time on that, and then I played bishop h6 pretty much instantly because I had already calculated quite a lot when I played knight f5. I'm not sure if how bad it is. It looked really dangerous. Of course, he blundered at the end with bishop b6. He needs to play f6, for example, and the problem for him is that his bishop is also pinned, so rook a1, and he was low on time. So I guess that I'm much better, but I wasn't 100% sure because my king is also rather weak, and it was a relief, of course, that he played bishop b6 and blundered d5, and then I think it's game over.
So now you have an extra rest day, which is probably much appreciated, and you're going to play against Maksulu or against Duda, the current world champion winner. How do you assess each of those two opponents? Would you prefer one or the other?
I can't say I would prefer one or the other because they're both really tough, and I guess whoever wins is the more deserving. I mean, they're very close in rating. They're very different in terms of style, but they're both quite sharp players, and I've played them. I played Duda more because he also he's been top player for many years now, and we played in the candidates last year. So I have more experience against him. Parham, I have only a tiny bit of experience. We played in Vaikanze earlier this year, and it was a draw. But it was actually kind of funny because he was kind of better at some point, much better in the game, and then he messed it up, and I had equalized. And then Parham, I don't know what went through his mind, but he really wanted to beat me. Like, I've never seen someone want to beat me so much, and from a position which is dead drawn and has been for like a very long time, he just starts taking crazy risks to beat me. And I don't know, it wasn't like the tournament situation that compelled him. He just really wanted to. So that kind of like naked ambition I haven't seen too often. I guess it's indicative of his style a bit. He almost ended up losing because of that, but it was a draw. So that's just like my one experience with Parham.
Sounds quite different to Duda's style, actually.
Well, I think that Duda is a very sharp sharp player, but he's maybe a little bit more classical in terms of his approach. I mean, certainly they both have very interesting styles.
So Fabiano, while you're here, apart from playing, you're also recording some podcasts with Christian, which a lot of your followers are listening to. You have a special segment, and Christian also presses you to talk about it, the gym stories. You've had 2 or 3 gym stories. Tell us about the gym stories here, how they're going, these gym stories.
I don't know if they're really good stories. I mean, I go to the gym, I see someone there, and people seem to like to hear about it. But there haven't been too many people going to the gym anymore, which maybe is because there's just less players. A lot of people have left already, or maybe people are getting tired. I also find it difficult to get the motivation to wake up early in the morning to go to the gym. But yeah, I've noticed that there's been a lack of people, of chess players at least. Not other people seem to be going.
You have quite a few spectators here waiting to sign some autographs. You can turn the camera around. How do you feel when you get this sort of attention in the tournaments? Did you appreciate it? Is it nice for you?
Yeah, it's nice to see how many chess fans there are. And I've noticed it more in recent years that people are getting really interested in chess. So more and more tournaments I see, there's a lot of chess fans, but it's always a nice feeling.
Fabiano Caruana, one of the best players in the world, and also always very attentive to the fans.
Wow, that was interesting. Yeah, the young chess fans, they're just waiting for their favorite players to finish the game, and then so that they can ask for the autographs. They could also ask for a picture together. And now our world number 1 is currently leading the game.
Yeah, I am happy to report, guys, that Carlsen played the best move in the position, Rook F5. The idea of this, like your winning plan is to get your king to B6. Now, if you try going this way, it's not the most accurate because then the bishop can come around and tie you down to the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So Carlsen is doing it through F5, where he's going to go king C5 next. There is no bishop F1. In fact, this bishop doesn't have a whole lot of squares. I'm not sure how Kamer is supposed to deal with this because I was trying Rook A3. But then all we got to do is move the king, right? Like we just move move the bishop and then move the king in, and I think then the game just starts to play itself, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
As you try to promote the A pawn, and yeah. Also, you might even like throw in a check, with the rook before going in with the king. It's even possible like that. So Magnus has a huge lead on the clock, and Kamer has very big problems. And honestly, I feel like, Magnus deserves a chance at this match again tomorrow, because losing like that yesterday and having the, number 1 seed knocked out due to some pretty dumb blunders, right? It's not really the way you want to see Magnus go.
Yep.
So I feel like today, he definitely came to fight for his right to continue in this tournament, and he's doing exactly that.
Yeah, exactly. And Magnus never played in a tiebreak so far. So this is going to be his first tiebreak in this World Cup.
And that's not really what Vincent wants, because as I mentioned yesterday, Magnus has like an amazing score against him in those faster time controls. And I think Vincent, even in his own interview, said like he's not sure if he's ever beaten Magnus, like even in a bullet game. He's had lots of winning positions, but having a winning position and winning against Magnus are different things, right? So, of course, the faster time controls would favor Magnus even more. And right now, he's under 3 minutes. And in fact, he's looking for a way out now. Hasn't really found it,
He hasn't found it yet, yes. 2 minutes left on Vincent's clock.
Yeah. Do you think our audience would forgive us if we just quickly went over and saw a game that we haven't even looked at today? Daniel Vocaturo versus Salim Saleh. And Black has the safer king, but White, I guess, has this pretty centralized queen that he's hoping is going to help him out here. And of course, Black just went to A1 to attack that pawn, and White's got to figure out how to hold it. It's not a pleasant position to play as White, for sure. Like this heavy piece endgame, and you've got more weaknesses. I mean, I don't envy White's task here at all, but I suppose, I don't know, Queen B4 looks like it could still be a decent move, you know, protecting the pawn and attacking B7.
Yep. And the first game ended up with a draw yesterday. It was actually quite a interesting draw as well. And this potentially be another time.
Let's go for the attack or something. Let's go in with the rook and try to mate this king, right? Just to show you guys my ideas. Like, so let's say I take, well, then let's say you go down here.
But I think the king can just hide on H3.
Well, I think he can hide on H3 and then rook G2. Is that what you're thinking? But like, I'm thinking E6 is of course the problem here, right?
Yeah.
Because like the king is lucky to be able to hide, and that's actually, first of all that
King
H4, and then we also break through. So I guess White has some ideas against the black king as well. It's not completely terrible. So probably the most likely result of this game is that it is going to be a draw. But we can still expect to see some action here, especially as the players get lower on time. And now, before you eat us alive, we're back to the Magnus game, where Vincent Kmar went under a minute, and he just played the move bishop H3. So what does that really change in the position? He's trying to get to E6. Got it. All right, we understand your idea, Vincent. Good one. But what if I go rook F4? What if I go rook F4?
And after bishop E6, king C5,
Yeah, I want to hold everything. I want to hold this square and that square. And then we go king C5.
Yeah, interesting.
Kind of a reasonable square. I like the way White has everything protected. And yeah, the rook is on a nice dark square here, out of the reach of the bishop. You can't even attack this pawn that easily.
And he's reaching it. Yeah, he played rook F4.
All right, there we go. Nice and simple move. You always want to think about your opponent's ideas, guys. That's why you find good moves quickly, because you're like, oh, what does black want? He wants that, so we're not going to give it to him.
Yep. Wow. With 1 minute, actually less than a minute left on the clock, Vincent has to figure it all out.
Yeah, I think we can figure out that we're going to get like a tiebreak tomorrow.
Yeah. And speaking of tiebreak, we already have 7 tiebreak matches tomorrow in the open section and 4 tiebreak matches in the women's section. So at least there will be 11.
Yeah, Magnus, no, he definitely is looking comfortable.
Yep.
He kind of knows that he's put Vincent into like an untenable situation. So bishop E6. And Vincent also just has no time.
Yeah,
right?
king C5 is...
King C5. I mean, like, imagine just defending this position on, like, no time at all. So bishop E6, king C5. And, okay, what are our next moves going to be? Let's figure out our plan here, Irene, because it's nice we got the king here. We know that's big progress, but...
he played rook A3.
Rook A3, okay, that makes sense. Well, we're probably gonna go.
I like king B4.
Bishop, you like king B4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like
actually
bishop
king B4, and then if you play rook A2, just king B3, and then after the A6.
Wow. Oh.
That's my idea.
Nice. Okay, you want to go back with the king and get rid of the rook. Oh, that's kind of mean. Wow, you want to flush out the rook from here. You just want to get rid of it. And that gives me like no chances at all. Well, that's a great idea, Irene. I think this is going to certainly accelerate things. Like, where does this rook even go? Like, here?
Yeah, it's so hard to choose one, right? It's.
I mean, I keep moving. I mean, I get the pawn so far. I mean, yeah, I don't really see you kind of like, okay, let's say I go here. And I push, and now you go back. But now, like, the rook is just so passive.
You can play bishop
right?
E5 here,
yeah,
and bishop E8.
And bishop E8, wow.
And anything pretty much, yes.
It's a little tricky, you know, to go, instead of going forwards, going backwards with the king, right? This is a little bit paradoxical, but I really like your idea. I mean, I'm pretty sure we would be winning after bishop B4, but then, like, you still have to figure out how to make progress, right?
Yeah. I think White is given abundant choices here on how to proceed. Like, many moves are winning.
Yeah. You know what's funny? I had an idea. Okay, I think you might appreciate this one. I wonder if we can win.
Win the rook?
Well, I'm even curious if we go and trade the rook. Would we be winning that? Like, imagine this position.
I think that they should be winning.
And like something like that.
They should be winning
right?
still.
Like, so, I mean, because the A pawn is so strong that maybe I'm just winning this end game as well. Because I'm going to have 2 pawns and they're quite fast, right? You can't hold both of them. This is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think even this one I'm winning.
He played king before.
Yeah, he goes for your idea.
Nice. And
Magnus is a beast.
Rook a2 has to be played because there is no other square for the rook.
Yeah.
Then king b3.
He's getting rid of the rook. No, this is the most clinical way to do it. Yeah, Magnus is going to feel pretty good with himself, I think, today for doing what needed to be done.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, usually whoever won the last game before the tie break, I don't know, it has some psychological edge there. King b3, yay!
Yeah.
Now I can say I'm playing like a world number 1. Or rather, he's playing like me.
Yeah. Yeah. Poor Vincent. Well, look, I mean, he's a young player, and it's a good lesson for him as well.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, that Magnus is rather relentless, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's how people usually describe him.
Well, obviously, Magnus is a better player, but I think if there is one critique that I could give to Vincent is that when he was given the position when he could equalize it, he went for it without looking for anything else. And even when there was when the position was queenless, he didn't really come up with like aggressive or dynamic plan. He just kind of like holding it off and then it was hard for him to be too aggressive in that position. That once he got into that, it was like he kind of had to sit and hold. But yeah, he probably also didn't play in like the most direct way there. Yeah. This is a lesson too. Like
it feels like it's an instructive moment for him. Yes.
Right. A6 is on the board. So rook e2 and a6.
Okay, the rook left. The pawn is moving forward.
I think we can expect some resignation very soon. I don't think Vincent would. He might actually play it all, but
he might play bishop c8, bishop b7. How about that?
Mm-hmm. Bishop c8, bishop b7. And
actually, maybe he should try that.
Oh, if that happens, then rook d4. I mean a7, bishop b7, and rook d4.
Rook d4.
That the rook goes to d7 or d8.
Yeah, I mean it's not a great position. I think we can agree on that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he has to play it. Oh, bishop h3.
Bishop h3. Oh, okay.
I think he's desperate anyway.
That's basically like allowing the bishop e5.
Bishop e5, yes. So after bishop h3, then just a7. Rook e8 and then bishop e5 and I think shaking hands.
Yeah. Oh, he's already kind of like thinking. You can see how he's thinking. What went wrong in this game?
Poor Vincent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad for him. Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, you can sort of like be happy for Magnus and also still feel sympathy for Vincent for sure. But I kind of look at it from the purely chess point of view.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Magnus kind of did harakiri to himself yesterday, and I feel like
he redeemed himself.
Yeah, well, you gotta if you're gonna beat him, you gotta beat him like the way that Serrano beat Wesley So,
right?
And that's why I think Wesley So got to advance because he kind of destroyed him with black, and so he had that luxury of kind of playing for that draw with white, and when he did that, right? But I mean, he played a very nice game, But Magnus kind of just made his, some strange mistakes, blunders, and it would have been, not the most dramatic way to beat Magnus, right? So I feel like, okay, if Vincent wants to beat him, he's going to have to beat him again, in the tie breaks.
Yep. And rook e4 is on the board. Yeah, I don't know. Vincent will have to play rook a8, but then there's rook e7. So, it's a resignable position now.
Yeah, so he is going to be allowing the rook in, then he'll lose the pawn, then the rook will come back and just go to h8 most likely, yeah?
You can pretty much do whatever, like king also goes to b7, that's also accepted.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Basically, what's really funny? It's remember how long ago we said, hey, if Magnus wins, it's going to be because of the a-pawn. I mean, that was hours ago.
Yep.
You know, hours ago we were like, oh, you know, that pawn offers some kind of a chance. And I think that, okay, no, there are move 60. Yeah, so there's changing score sheets. But I was thinking that maybe Vincent had resigned. But he played his rook to A8.
Look how Magnus is taking his time just filling up the score sheet with the
Oh,
names.
yeah.
And
It's the way he takes his time when he gets to the board and is like adjusting his pieces, even though his clock is running, you know?
right.
Yeah.
So we'll see almost another tiebreak there.
Yeah, he goes rook e7. c5, okay. Rook e7, c5, okay. Well, okay, what does c5 do? Oh, he wants to like be able to protect the rook. Cool. Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah, but you can just take on g7 now and then
Oh, and okay, and then after king f8, well, there's no bishop g2, but what is there?
you can take your time. King a4, king a5.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing, like, basically, what is Kamar's dream is being able to at least put the bishop there. I mean, it could still be losing, right? But that's the dream that, like, you know, you're going to trade the rooks and, like, maybe, yeah, and hold this position, right? I mean, maybe it's still losing,
It's
right?
bishop g7. Just
Yeah, I mean, you're still losing that pawn and you still will lose, but, like, obviously that's, like, the dream. So Magnus should probably not give that to him. So how else can we win this position?
He didn't even bother to take on g7.
Yeah, and he...
Oh, because bishop g2, there is rook g7. That's so clever.
Oh, so he goes rook b7. Oh, very
so
nice.
even till the very end, he's been very precise.
Yeah, so now he wants that. So
Yep.
there's no king h7. So that is a game-ending move. Yeah.
Yep.
I guess, you know, yeah, if you go there, lose the bishop, and you're also going to lose that pawn, so it doesn't really matter that you take on a7. I think this is the resign moment.
Yeah, I think so too. We can stay here for a little bit more. Also, Vincent doesn't have much time on the clock, like only half a minute left.
Yeah. All right. Bravo, Magnus.
Nice. This is a very, very nice comeback. Yeah, and they shook hands. So Magnus is going to play the tiebreak tomorrow against Vincent Keimer. His first tiebreak in this World Cup.
Yeah, and this is like certainly the first tiebreak that he's happy to get to, right? 'Cause he's coming from behind.
Well done.
Yeah, very nice. I mean, he didn't have much to work with, really. Like even the end game that he won, right? It wasn't like he had a lot to work with. He like won on such little details. You know, he won, guys, because he kept that A pawn alive. I mean, when did he get that A pawn? I just want to kind of go back and show you guys like the moment where all of this started happening, and he went e5, and still, you know, didn't really look like he was getting anywhere. And then he kept the bishop. This was such a great decision, right? And at this point in the game, you know, he actually was sacrificing a pawn to do that, right? And we said, well, you know, if he wins, it's going to be because of that passed pawn. And that's what happened, right? So, well, outside passed pawns are very dangerous in the end game.
Yep, and on the camera we see Gukash just finished his game against Yushipenko, and what's happening? Looks like drawn.
Yeah, I would assume that game ended in a draw, but we can take a look. I think that, by the way, Burkesh did go through against Ruslan Ponomarev.
And Arjun Arigaisi successfully liquidated the rook endgame, and he won the second game, so he is also through to the next round.
Wow, and we have, so Arigaisi won against Javohir Sindarov. I mean, tough match between these two young players, but I do think that Arigaisi held the initiative in both of these games.
So
and we have one game that I noticed was still going on.
Yes, and also in the women's section, the last game that was standing, that was Medina Warda versus Salimova, also ended with a draw. So it is a tiebreak between both of them tomorrow.
Interesting. Our viewers, I guess I gotta feel like we should offer our views on the comments. Carlsen blundered yesterday, Kamer today. There was nothing goat-like in it. First of all, I think Kmart didn't really blunder today in the sense like, okay, he blundered his opportunity to play knight e4, but that's not why he lost the game, right? Because, I mean, he was still in a quite normal end game. So I don't think that the reason for, let's say, Keimer's loss today has anything to do with blunders. And Carlsen, I think, won this end game by continuing to pose these little problems, keeping the game going, pressing on the clock. I do feel, my impression as a chess player is that we did see something that is like, a feature of the world's #1 player. Like, this was not just a regular game. Like, it wasn't like Keimer played particularly badly. No, he played like a person who needed to make a draw. He tried his best to be solid. It wasn't terrible. And Magnus won on such small nuance.
Yes.
He managed to finally get that A pawn, to the end of the board, right? So I don't know. He did what he's good at doing, which is kind of posing these continual problems, applying the pressure, and finally cracking his opponents. And I think so. To say that it's nothing special at all wouldn't be my feeling. It's always special. First of all, when you win, must-win situation. It's like you either die, go home, or you win, and if you win, it's always special. And it's certainly, more special when you win kind of out of very little, like Magnus won today.
Right. Yes. And I think that game will go down in history. I think there will be so many books featuring it. I could already see it from now, like how this Magnus comeback, especially we never know what's gonna be happening in the future, especially if he wins this World Cup. That game is very crucial.
Yeah. So, yeah, I love it. How could GM Keimer lose in such a position? I think it's so funny, the perspective of different people, right? How, I don't know. I can easily see how Vincent Keimer lost. Playing against Magnus. You know what I mean? Because of the level of the problems that we saw. I mean, It seemed like a very solid position. Like, you didn't really have to lose that, but just the continual problems. At some point, we could just see like, oh, Magnus isn't giving up.
Right.
He's going to keep posing those problems. All right. So we got one final game left, guys. We got Daniel Vocaturo from Italy versus Salim Salah from the UAE, country that I recently visited for the first time. And we still have a balanced position. White's up a pawn, still with the very precarious looking king. But it's kind of, let's update the position here. So now the king has gone after a number of checks. Ooh, cool trick by Daniel.
Yeah, trying to simplify the position, but Salim says, no, I'll keep my rooks on the board.
Yeah, and so it's interesting. So Salim is the one kind of playing for a win, right? Even though he's down a pawn, he's still trying to use Daniel's situation. It could even backfire on him, but okay. Rook d2 by Daniel. He's stopping the check from d5. And yeah, it is hard for White to play for a win with a king like that. That is true. If you got the queens off the board, then you can start thinking about how to win as White.
Right. So yeah, black has to keep the pieces on the board if he wants to play for a win.
Yeah. By the way, guys, since this is our final game, our final few minutes of the day, right? You're welcome to ask us very intelligent questions in the chat, and we'll be happy to interact with you.
Yep. And also, Irina, it's 7:45. It's still way too early, actually, for me to finish at the office.
No, I want that dinner, Irene. Okay, we got plans to go to a Georgian restaurant tonight, okay? Some nice hinkali, so, yeah, no, I can't wait to get to that dinner.
Yes. So
but we've had a lot of fun, though. Today has been a really nice round.
Yeah, it is. It is. We see a very instructive game on the first board between Magnus Carlsen versus Vincent Keimer. We didn't really take a look of the game. I'd really like to see later after this the endgame between Arjun Ardagaisi versus Sindarov, because that endgame, it's something that it's very hard for me to liquidate that extra pawn, but he managed it very well. And then we saw Okay, in the interview, Fabiano said that Ray might have mixed up his lines, and that's why there was some fire on the board with all the sacrifice, a very interesting sacrifice. Also, thanks to the fact that Ray had been burning so much time on the clock, and he also blundered in the end, so it made the task easier for Fabiano to win the game. And in the women's section, wow, Koneru Hampi made a very good comeback against Kotonashvili Bella. I think Bella just missed a few interesting continuations, yeah? Like what you suggested with this knight f5 or knight h5. Yes, I think Bella has had to play like more aggressively.
Yeah. She was like, she played aggressively up to a point, and then she didn't quite follow through at a few critical moments. And one of them was kind of a clear moment, and the other one was like, even in a bad situation, it was still her best chance. She definitely should have tried it. So, but those are big comebacks. So Humpy was the only player who lost yesterday in the women's. She made her comeback. There's going to be a tie break, and we don't have a ton of more comebacks, right? I mean, it's really Humpy and Magnus.
Yep.
And that's it, right? Like everyone else,
so
like Niels
too.
Grundelius, he managed to go through. Sorana went through. The other games finished in draws.
They're playing for
Burkish went
tiebreak,
through. I mean, like, comebacks when you lose are pretty rare. So we really definitely want to highlight how well Humpy and Magnus, did today.
Right.
And we had a really important question here about what's our favorite hot drink. Irene, why don't you tell us?
Wow, I definitely go for both tea and coffee. I like both equally. I don't know. I if I have to choose which one, I don't know. I really like hot burning tea and hot burning coffee. That is kind of like burning your tongue even.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I really like it hot. I don't like it lukewarm or warm.
Oh, interesting. Well, yeah, I would say I certainly like coffee-based drinks, latte, cappuccino, but still, I'm really like a tea drinker. I drink tea throughout the whole day, guys. I like all kinds of tea, white tea, black tea, green tea, and, that's what I got in front of me right now. So, okay. So who do we have going through to the next round? Fabi, Vidit, Sarana, Niels, and Arjun. Yes, those people are definitely going through.
Berkas.
And wow, so we have we have some updates in the Vocaturo game. Let's just keep moving with the players. This is the current position. And actually Salim, I mean, he's kind of doing a good job trying to lose, isn't he? Like in the sense like, well, he's lower on time. He's got less than half the time, and he's down a pawn, and he hasn't really made any progress against the king. So the question is, why did he even bother with this, right? Because you guys know, like, it's not like Vocaturo was the one playing for a win. Like some time ago, like something like this was the position. Okay, this happened. I mean, certainly he could have like taken the rook and played some position like that. Like he was never going to lose this position, I think. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you know what it is. I was planning to mate you, but then I realized you got this beautiful like maybe h3 like move.
No. I think you can just play queen f6 and then king g5, king h6. Oh wow.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Look at that.
Yeah, there was an escape.
Yeah.
That's like breaking out of prison, isn't it? And it's like and living to tell the story. Okay, so maybe I didn't attack you in the most accurate way, but like I'm pretty sure he could have went for this queen endgame. Maybe
or
even
queen e2. Queen e2. Yes,
yeah, he could have gone for the perpetual, right? Like no way White's going to win this. But I'm pretty sure he didn't do it because he was actually trying to be more ambitious. You know, he was still thinking, oh, White's king is kind of weak. Let's keep the queens on the board, right? But it's like, but you kind of keep going with this. You know, obviously White wanted a queen trade. Black can't afford it.
And they just traded queens.
They just traded queens? How did that happen? Oh, on e6? Wow. Okay.
Nice
So,
move.
But they traded queens with White giving up a pawn. Well, that's at least okay.
And they shook hands, right?
Did they?
No,
they're
they're
still playing.
They're still playing.
Oh, okay. So hold on. So e6 was like a tricky move.
Yeah, because you're getting the a6 pawn back.
Yeah, because if the queen would take, you would actually still be up a pawn in, I don't know, like either with this move or rook 8.
No, I think rook d6 is good. Yeah, you have to play this. Because
So-
rook a7, rook c6 is there.
Yeah. So he decides to take with the f pawn.
And then
Kind
check.
of, now Black's king is kind of weakened, but he's still alive, huh? Check. Oh, he's still okay. So there's a queen trade. He's going to win the a pawn.
King
Got to go to
f6.
f6.
King f6 and then rook d6. Yes, and then
King h3. And now, okay. Well, you know, Black is fighting for a draw that he's probably going to make because this is a side pawn.
yeah. There's no way for the king on h3 to get out
Yeah.
if the rook stays on the second rank.
So after king h3, basically, what's he going to do? He's going to go rook a2, rook a6, and then he just needs to stay. But his king doesn't
King
really want
f5.
to move.
King f5.
King f5. Yeah, there you go.
If rook a8, then can you play e5 or no need?
I would just kind of stay.
Just stay, yeah?
I would just stay.
And then whenever the pawn reaches a7, then you just go back to g7.
Yeah. I think so. Like here. But now, how do we stay? How exactly do we stay? Can we go king f7?
Yeah, why not?
I don't know, just because I thought maybe we can try this idea
Rook
now.
h2.
Yeah, but I thought we could try.
That's
You know, like you don't really want to let my king in, right? Like that. So maybe we just go back. Maybe we're still drawing, even though I've let you make a little progress.
and
you
then just
know?
move the rook, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe
Or even
that's
rook
it.
g5 or
Yeah, like
or
hold
rook
that.
f4, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. No, I mean I think that he's holding this, but of course his attempts to play for a win backfired a little bit. So now that he's going to be having to hold this worse worse position that is still within the realm of a draw. So let's see what he did. He plays king f5. He gives up the pawn. Okay, well, don't think too hard. Salim, just put the rook behind the pawn. I don't know. He doesn't have a lot of time either, guys. So fortunately, his moves are not too difficult.
Yep. But I think they will keep trying, especially white player. Fakatura will keep trying and trying. I mean, he has no risk at all in this position. And he played something. He played... There's f5?
Oh, he actually played e5.
Oh, no, e5, sorry. Yeah.
He played e5. Interesting. I wonder if he's trying to just mate his opponent. I think that's actually his idea. It's not even a joke, right? Like, he actually wants to go g5. Like that. He wants to create a mate threat.
That's possible.
So he's really grabbing the bull by the horns and like trying to end this game like right away, because like now white has to kind of go there and give up this pawn, and you know we should be able to make a draw. How are we? What are we?
Rook h6.
Yeah, rook h6. I mean, rook h6.
Oh, but rook h6. I was thinking like it's funny that if you play king f5, you cannot play this g4 anymore because otherwise it would have been disastrous.
Yeah, it's funny is that we've managed to kind of blunder into something where white wins. So maybe the check is not a great idea.
No. I think you just play... No, for sure you can play h4 here.
Yeah, but that's wonderful. But are we sure we're making a draw there?
Or just king f5 takes and then king g6 and then take on f5 later after rook a2.
Yeah, this one I like more. I think king f5, right? Yes.
Yeah.
And
Or
then,
I mean now and then just rook a2 actually.
yes, and then when they take, just rook a2. Right? And this I can see. Yes, this is... Once we win that pawn, then it is going to be an easy draw.
They played some moves there.
Okay, so moves on the board. So after e5...
Rook a8.
Rook a8. Okay. So yeah, he doesn't want to deal with that idea. So there is going to be, I guess, a capture, unless
e4.
Yeah, unless he wants to kind of gamble with e4. Yeah. But
the rook can
that's
just
unlikely.
stay on e5.
Yeah.
After e4, then just rook f8 check and then rook e8.
Yeah, or actually, I like even this more. and just kind of, well, I don't know. I was going to say maybe we just go here and then there, but actually looks not bad. But maybe you said this one.
Check double and check again, and then put the rook on e5. Oh,
but then the king is going up. You know.
So what is the idea? Like if e4, maybe you just push a6.
A6.
Because where your king going to hide?
Yeah, the king is not hiding, and I guess we're ahead in the race.
Yep. And you can even
I can give it check.
Check, yeah.
I can give it check and then
check and then
check and promote.
Or you could promote as a check too.
Yeah. Okay. So he's not going. He's not going for e4, guys. Yeah, he's gonna trade the pawns, which he did.
F4.
Good for him. Yeah.
I have to start looking what I should order for dinner.
Oh yeah. Wait. Tell me about your dinner plans. Do you order from places? You don't like go out or eat at the hotel?
I don't like going out. I like to order my food, or I mean I have the food here at the hotel, but sometimes like what Niels Cornelius said in the interview, yeah, I've been staying here since like the first day, so
you're tired of like the hotel food.
So sometimes I need some variety, and I just ordered it in. But there's nothing wrong with the food. It's just that as a chess player, you know, you've done it many times too. You just want some variety to your diet.
So what kind of food are you ordering?
Okay, last night I was making a very bad decision. I ordered some junk food, which I might not repeat it again.
Oh, what kind of junk food? What do you consider junk food?
Those fast food things. Some fast food.
Fast food, yeah.
I was just going for the chicken wings and so on. But
there's a KFC across from me. Across from where I'm staying.
Yeah.
I had a wonderful dinner. We had the best trout, and I think it was the fish that is called kutum, and this beautiful white fish grilled it's on the grill, you know, and it's just amazing. So I have to say I really enjoy that. As in my Baku experience, it's like that fresh fish has been one of the best things here.
Yeah.
Are you interested in that? You're like a fish lover?
Actually, no, I eat everything. So
maybe one day we can go.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
What do we have here? So e takes f4. So how do you deal with this? Like you play rook f8 and take on f4, and he did it, I guess.
Yeah, I think he
F8.
went for rook f8, right?
He did. Yeah.
Caspian kutum. It's so good. Yeah, Elliot. Well, he knows about this kutum fish. I don't know what the kutum is, but it is a white fish and it's amazing. Yeah. All right. So he went rook f8,
and he took the pawn with the pawn. So
king
GF.
e6, and then and the reason he took like that, guys, is because if he would have taken with the rook, I don't think he can save that pawn.
Yeah.
Like it's just gone. It's a goner. It's a draw. So he has to keep the rook on the 8th, so he goes takes it there. But I mean, yeah, this is just a pretty simple draw, isn't it? You just put your rook there and keep your king active, and the pawn's not really going anywhere. And that's what he did. He played rook a2. Yeah. So Wildest Dreams asks us, what's happening on the Gukash board? Well, in your wildest dreams, that game is still going on. But in reality, it's been over for a while. Okay, guys, I got to do another pun. That's what I do at the end of the session.
What is it?
Just puns, you know. It was like...
Let's hear it.
No. It's okay. I think that people got it. We don't need to repeat it. Okay. But, yeah, Gukash drew against Esipenko, guys. So they're going to tiebreak tomorrow if you want to see Gukash play.
So we currently have 9 tiebreaks in the open and 5 tiebreaks in the women.
Yeah. Siddharth says, Irina, why don't you start streaming on Twitch? Well, guys, I can barely make the YouTube videos for my YouTube channel that I started this year, you know? So I don't know how Hikaru does it, like how he does everything. I guess it's just like the system is set.
He has a team.
He has a team and he just does it, right? But like me, I'm more in the stage where like I still need to kind of get home and do those YouTube videos, right? So like I can't really get to streaming yet. I guess my personal preference is to try to create content that is going to be relevant, for a while for people who want to improve, right? I try to make things that are going to be kind of universally useful, and it's like they're not really. It's not like news, you know. So it's going to, it's going to be something that people will be able to use for a while. And yeah, it's. I guess I should probably find a way to do this while I'm traveling, you know.
Yep.
But it's hard to set up like everything as nicely as it is like in sort of your studio.
But do you bring your camera and microphone here?
I didn't. You know what? It was so pathetic. I even forgot my webcam. Like the easiest thing I think I just left it at home. And even for my internet lessons, like I had to go find one in Montenegro. I had to go and like search for some very cheap webcam. They barely had anything. So, yeah. But yeah, you guys, if you do want to see some videos and you're kind of like a player anywhere from like, I don't know, 500 to 2,000, you might want to check out something on my YouTube channel. There could be something there for you. And I will try to make more videos when I get back home from India in September. So let's play a trivia game, guys. How many countries will I have visited on my recent trip away from home? I've been away from home since June 20th, and I will be home on September 5th. So you got to make a guess how many countries I will have visited by then.
Let me guess then.
Yeah, you're welcome to guess.
Hang on. I don't know. 3?
Okay, 3. Okay. Well, someone says 13. That's a bit much. Shailesh says 5. Johanna says 5. 15. No. 8, 16, 10. All right, guys. The answer is 5.
Ooh,
yes.
5. What are
5
those?
is pretty good to get in on just one trip, right? So I went to the UAE. I started with that. I went to Montenegro. And I stopped by Georgia and went to Azerbaijan, and I'm going to go to India.
Nice.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, it's actually a lot of travel that I'm fitting in on this trip, and it's kind of nice. Montenegro was absolutely beautiful, you know?
Yeah, I've seen some pictures that you posted on Facebook. Yeah, they were beautiful.
Not bad, Dylan says. I thought maybe you took the Orient Express train. Yeah, maybe one day. So, and this year, and where else am I going to go? Well, I'm going to be playing the U.S. Championship in October. And after that, you know, maybe somewhere at the end of the year, going to maybe the World's Rapid and Blitz. And you know, I also have a trip to Australia that I need to take in January.
Oh, wow.
I won that trip on The Price is Right.
Oh, yeah.
I did, yeah. So I got to take
Well done.
it. Never been to Australia before.
So actually, on this occasion, I'd also like to address that the chess world is in the mourning right now because we lost one of the oldest grandmaster that was living. That is Alexander Matanovich. That we usually call him Mr. Informant because he was the pioneer of this chess informant that we knew was like the Bible in chess until the invention of internet books.
Yeah, the Informant, I mean, for decades was like everyone's go-to reference for all like the top players in the world. And Emil Sutovsky wrote a nice tribute to him on Facebook. He was 93 years old, and he created like the Informant, I think, in somewhere in the 1960s. You know, well, it's good, you know, that, and he was like, I guess, Yugoslavia's second player after Gligoric in the 50s and 60s. So he was well known as a chess player, and also, I mean, his enormous contribution to kind of like chess education. Yeah,
great contribution to many chess players all over the world. I'm included because, well, back in the day, even though I was young, we just kept waiting for the
Informant,
the latest edition of Informant. So it's just great. It's one of the only sources of updating ourselves in the what's currently happening in the chess world.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, okay, once we enter the digital age, it becomes, less relevant, right?
Yeah.
Because everyone's got everything on the computer. But yeah, for a very long time, it was such a resource for people. So we definitely want to remember him and to thank him for everything that he did for chess.
Exactly. Okay, so what are the moves that currently happening? I think the evaluation should stick to equal.
And we're being asked if he invented the ECO codes then. I don't know if he personally invented them. He might have, actually. But yeah, the ECO codes came out of the informant, and it's something that's completely irrelevant today. We still operate based on ECO codes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Emil explained that it did originate with the informant. The conservative one says, Irene, can you please name of your co-commentators? What does that mean exactly? Maybe maybe you're missing a word in your question.
Oh, because I've been changing commentators.
So they think you don't know who I am.
Oh my gosh!
Is that like the joke?
Okay, so I had
B89. I'm sorry to interrupt you. B89 is a Scheveningen Sicilian. Pretty sure about that. What do you think?
B what?
B89.
89. Yeah, it should be some Sicilian. That's right.
I'm pretty sure it's like a Scheveningen. It's not a Najdorf yet. I think. I don't think it's a Najdorf yet. Could be some bishop c4 Najdorf. Could it be?
Sozin.
Sozin. Look at that. Okay. I was a little off. Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Irene. Go ahead. I interrupted you.
No, I think the chat was just testing me whether I knew my co-commentators, the names and so on. But okay, let's just put a stop to that. I had Sagar Shah, I had also Viswanathan Anand, and then I had Bartel Matthews, and now I have Irina Krush. See?
There you go. You're keeping track. Well, okay. Tell me about your experience commentating with Anand, because that must have been very special.
No, I was so starstruck. It was very special indeed. Yeah, I was just so starstruck, and I had to tell him because otherwise he might have think that, oh, this is weird, because I was just shaky, and then just, oh my gosh. I mean, he's one of my chess heroes, and I met him. Well, this is not the first time I was meeting him, but this is definitely the first time that I'm commentating with him. So it was definitely a very interesting experience. Oh, hang on, H4 is on the board. That's some cheapo there if you took it and then just made in one.
Yeah, you don't want to take that pawn, guys, because of the mate in one. So what's white? Okay. Well, it's interesting that it's not like white's even up a pawn anymore. So I'm not really sure I'm not sure what Vocaturo is playing for, to be honest. I think it's time to just wrap up this game. Go there.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what's funny is that you can actually get mated. You can actually get mated from the other side.
Yes.
Which is a really funny idea.
So if you want to be precise here, Vocaturo has to play Rook H8. And then Rook A7, and then take on H4 with the Rook, or with the King is fine too.
That's fine. I'm sure it's not super ambitious, because now suddenly white is the one who's nominally on the worst side of this. Of course, it's a draw, but I don't know why Vocaturo kind of landed in this position. I mean, I can sort of see how white can even mess this up, to be honest, right? Because they've got the worst king, the worst rook. So I'm thinking he's going to look for something a little bit cleaner.
Yeah,
but he went for Rook H8. So
I don't see if.
You know what I think? I think he's going to take with the king, though. He's not going to take with the rook. He's just going to take with the king.
Yeah, and then just put the rook on F8, then that's it. Yeah,
and then he'll come up with the king and start pushing the pawn, and
so
it's not
Rook
really
A7,
a problem.
And now he's thinking, well, he has 1 minute on the clock, which one to take, and he took it with the king.
Yes. So, okay. Well, they're heading towards a draw.
Yep.
And you're going to be able to order dinner soon. So let's sum up this day.
Yep, interesting day again at the office, and I really like many games that we commentated so far. Oh, that idea of in the game of Ragnaranda versus Hikaru is very instructive, like how you just sacrifice a pawn in order to limit your opponent's bishop. No, that's just too good. And an unfortunate moment by Vincent Keimer actually for missing knight takes e4. This is very uncharacteristic of him because normally, he would have seen this.
Yeah, I guess we can show people maybe this one moment in the game between Magnus and Keimer was quite decisive as it turned out. There was a moment out of the opening.
After queen takes e3.
Yeah, where Magnus played this move a3. So we thought he'd built up like a nice playable position here. And then he made quite a big mistake by attacking the bishop. And the reason it's a big mistake is because now you don't have the knight recapture because of the queen f4 check and you lose your bishop. And on the queen move, well, we thought the mistake was just like that he got into this endgame, which was really hard to win. But the real mistake was that black could have done even better and sacrificed the knight with the idea that in the end of all those lines, two of white's pieces would be hanging and you'd win one of them and have those extra pawns in the center. So that would have been quite a forcing line. I honestly don't know what Magnus would have been doing here after having lost that pawn. How would he even try to win this game? I have no idea. So yeah, that was a big missed opportunity for Vincent. And I mean, he went for this, which was completely fine position for him, but it did allow Magnus to kind of torture him in this endgame.
Right.
And we got to see a rather virtuoso endgame. So I think the game of the day, without a doubt, is this game,
yeah.
Carlsen Keimer. But I also feel like on the women's side, it's definitely the game between, in terms of the stakes, right, for Humpy were so high. It's definitely the game between Bella Hotanishvili and Humpy Koneru. And Humpy played the hippo opening, right? Like, look at that, guys. Like that, just to try to get winning chances as black. So Bella played, quite aggressively. She gave her the sort of the big game that she was looking for. And I would say at some point, Bella's position, I mean, it even was quite loose, right? I mean, she had the king in the center. She had her center kind of coming under attack here. And like all her eggs were in this one basket of getting an attack against the black king. And that's sort of okay, although I don't think it's the game that Bella was looking for. But I think right here she missed a big chance to invest in her knight.
Yeah, that was a great miss by Kotanishvili.
Yeah, and instead she took the pawn. She played g5. She was like pinning all her hopes on this idea, but Humpy attack on the c file. And basically Humpy was taking over the game, although it was still quite wild. And right here, great move by Bella, bishop e4, stopping queen g2. And the final mistake was taking the rook. That was really quite unnecessary. The bishop was just better than the rook, and she could have looked for her chance. And this knight is amazing, and so Humpy just wrapped it up. It was quite sad, I would say, for Bella. Humpy didn't seem to give her any more chances. Maybe queen g2 was even better, but she went for it. Yeah. And she saved the knight on f8 and basically was mating Bella. All right, so those were, I think, our two games of the day.
Yep, I agree.
Obviously, other people had nice games as well, like Polina Shuvalova, Alexandra Garechkina.
Yeah, that was also a good game.
Yeah, those were good games. It's just there wasn't as much drama in either the games or in the matches, right? And they just did what they needed to do.
So we potentially will be having 10 tiebreak games tomorrow in the open and 5 in the women. Ooh.
You know what I'm confused about is like, so Vocaturo was the one that was better. Now he's like the one who's on the worst side of this, right? I mean, isn't this incredible? Like, what's going on? So like Salim was the one who wanted to win, then he was fighting to hold on. Then Vocaturo was trying to win, and now, I mean, he's like still having to think here, and he's the one that like had an extra pawn in this rook end game. So I mean, just the turn of events is really funny, but I mean, it does look like it's a draw. Like I don't see how, you know, black is defending against the checks from the side.
Yeah, and also you just need the king to be around the second rank, I guess.
Yeah.
Just on the F2 or F1, and then I think it's reaching it. I think it's gonna play king G2 soon. Rook just played 2 D7, and then yeah, he played king G2, and it should be easy draw. With or without pawn on H2.
Yeah, it might even be nice not to have it, but okay. And by the way, we see who's observing the game. Like maybe you guys. I don't know if you guys can see it, but actually, he's called the godfather of Azerbaijani chess, Faik Gasanov, who's been, you know, I think he's now one of the vice presidents of the Azerbaijani Chess Federation, and he runs a chess show that has been going weekly, like uninterrupted for like 40 years.
Wow.
Amazing. And I mean, yeah. And he's also in his 80s now, and you see like vibrant and full of life. So I mean, I love to see how, you know, chess keeps people young, you know? And I think it's so nice to see the people that have invested, you know, decades of their life into chess to be around at these major events. I think it's great that FIDE, you know, we talked earlier about Boris Postovsky being here, serving on the appeals committee. And I think it's, you know, it's great that FIDE invites people like that to their events. And I think it's also very nice for them to come and feel like, you know, they're still part of the community.
Yeah, exactly. And
you know, respect the elderly, right, is like one of the most important rules we got. Okay, but White has set up a Philidor defense, right? Are we finally going to see this game end?
yeah, almost no progress. I mean, it's a good thing. It's actually a progress for Salim because he was kind of like losing, and he needs to fight to prove that it was a drawing game. But now he's in a.
You know what's really funny? I look at these guys and wait, like there's like this asymmetry because like Salim, do you see what I'm talking about? It looks like Salim's got all the hair on the bottom of his face. Bogatura has it on the top of his face.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that, guys. Do you see what I see?
Well noticed.
Yeah, thank you. It's not just the chess moves, guys. We got to notice the details about these players. So that's what we're here for.
Yeah. That's amazing.
When do Magnus and Vincent play? Well, not today, guys. That's going to be tomorrow. All the tiebreak matches are going to be their match is not over. There's a tiebreak.
Yep. So just a friendly reminder, for the tiebreaks tomorrow, they will play 2 rapid games of 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. And if the match is still tied, they will continue to the second section of the rapid tiebreak, that is 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. And if the match is still tied, they will move on to the first split section of the tiebreak, that is 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. And then again, if the match is still tied until the end, they will have to play the sudden death game of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds until there is a winner.
Okay.
And they shook hands. There you go.
Our gladiators decided to end this game. And look at that, Salim. You know, like
they look like
they played
really
a long game.
Yeah,
that was a tough game
really
for them. Because usually when you're like smiling like that, I think that body language and everything, it's like, well, it's like mutual respect with your opponent, and also just like, wow, that was like a tough fight. I think that's what he's trying to express. I mean, they did play for more than 5 hours. They're the longest game of the day. And, you know, he tried. I would say Salim, certainly in the middle game, it looked like he was the one pressing. We can just go back for a second and see like what was the situation. So he basically sacrificed a pawn, or no, he's not down a pawn here. But at some point he did sacrifice, I think, was it the B7 pawn, right? Yeah, here we go. He sacrificed a pawn around here, and he had like always these ideas against the white king, but somehow Vocaturo kept holding it together.
Yep, a very good game from both of them. Also yesterday, even though the game ended with a draw, they also had a very fighting draw. And soon we will be seeing on the screen the tournament table of the open section. Yes, and on the first board, we saw some bloodshed between Magnus Carlsen, versus Vincent Keimer, and tomorrow they will continue their match into the tiebreak. Hikaru Nakamura drawing the birthday boy Pragnananda, and Fabio Nocarna knocked out another American, Ray Robson. Ian Nepomniachtchi drew against Nihal Sarin, and let me quickly see the last board. It was Nils Grandelius knocking out the hope of Spanish, that is Jaime Santos Latasa.
Well, we have lots of games going to the tie breaks tomorrow, but not Arjun Erigaisi. He got his win, again pushing in a rook endgame against Javahir Sindarov. He made use of his extra pawn. And we had Vidit in a kind of a crazy game, eliminating all of its Yen back row's pawns and then forcing a repetition. And Ferenc Berkish holding on with bishop versus rook to knock out Ruslan Ponomarev. The rest of these matches are going to be played tomorrow at 3 p.m. local time in Baku.
Yes, and we will also see the turntable of the women's section. There will be 5 tie breaks tomorrow out of the 8 matches, so it will be quite a spectacle to see. And we have Polina Shuvalova, we have Tan Zhongyi, and also Alexander Grechkina, the 3 players that are already fixed their spots in the next round.
Yeah, and we have Humpy Koneru going to be playing Hotenashvili. They went 1-1 with 2 decisive games. So it's going to be a great day of chess tomorrow to see who is going to make it into round number 5.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see which players from both open and women's sections were going to the next round. And the tiebreaks itself will be, I think it will be quite exciting too. It's always exciting.
This is my first time commentating on the tiebreaks here. And I know, at least from round, was it like 3 or 2? Yeah, round 3. I mean, the Harika versus the Javahishvili, it just went on and on. It was super exciting, right? They wouldn't let each other go. So, when you have matches like that, guys, you don't want to miss it. So we're going to see tomorrow for the tie breaks.
Yes, and don't go anywhere, because after this, we will have the interview with Magnus Carlsen. But it is our cue to say goodbye to you for now. And then we'll come back tomorrow at the same time at 3 p.m. local time, Baku, Azerbaijan. So see you tomorrow.
I'm joined by Magnus Carlsen, just defeated Vincent Keimer. Magnus, first of all, what went through your head when I'm sure you noticed the knight takes e4?
Yeah, so he kind of flinched when I played a3. And then I thought, oh, what's the problem? And then I immediately saw knight e4, and I thought, yeah, that's the World Cup. So I just went to the bathroom, more like in disbelief.
You hear that?
Than anything else. When I came back, he played bishop c3. I took back, and I expected that to be that, but yeah, then he took on c3, and honestly, I was so shocked that I could barely, Then it's a game. Like after that, I noticed that he was playing a little bit hesitantly at times. Obviously, it's completely fine, but the game sort of goes on. I think he made a mistake, like right before the time control, because of letting me go for this f4 e5 stuff. Because I suspect it's still pretty equal, but I have a target then, and in the subsequent play, I think my play is a lot easier because I have a pretty clear plan of pushing the a pawn, while his play is a little bit less clear. And then he found this nice defense with knight f3 and rook b4. After that, it all really depends on whether he could play bishop d5 at some point, and I would have to sack the exchange. Like, I suspected it was a draw, but I couldn't prove at the board that it was a draw. So I thought it was my only chance, and fortunately, he spent all his time there. He didn't have so much left. He clearly was undecided, and he decided to keep the status quo. The problem is then that my king invades, and it's not a question of a different way of trying to hold. It's just a fairly straightforward win after that. So that was just some serious breaks for me today for sure. And to be honest, like progressing in the World Cup is one thing. Honestly, like almost since day one, I've been wondering, like, what am I doing here? Like, why am I spending all this time playing classical chess, which I just find, stressful and boring. But,
Well, tomorrow you're tiebreaking.
But anyway, and it's also not a good state of mind that you, first of all, you're not trying to really do well. I mean, that was my thought yesterday, that, if I bust out tomorrow, that's going to be like another humiliation in the World Cup. And I know that I'll forget about it in a couple of days, but still, it's less than ideal. But now I've had my first serious scare, tiebreak tomorrow, which I'm sure will be challenging, but I'm still in it, which I'm happy with.
Thanks for your sincerity, Magnus.
Thank you.